Bandai Namco.
Oh, he stuffs him with the countering jab.
Incredible performance.
Oh, I love this guy.
Back to back. I see you, Negan.
Oh, my God.
Give it up for your champion. Is this not some good ass Tekken, ladies and gentlemen?
Everybody, welcome back. This is another Tekken Online Challenge, this time for the US East. My name is Mark, man. I'm here with our special guest commentator,
What's
Mr.
going on?
Anakin.
How's everybody doing? How you doing, Mark, man?
I'm doing really well.
Yeah.
We've been treated with so many great matches, so many great exhibitions that I can't wait that we're finally back in the US where we get to see a lot of this action take place. Anakin, you are from this region. I just got to ask you, what do you think? We have record numbers here for a Tekken Online Challenge event. Over 170 players gathering for what could be an epic Tekken weekend.
Yeah, like you said, a record-breaking field, and I think that might have something to do with the tournament being on PlayStation 4 this time around. We've been seeing, Korea and also I think the US West event. They were on PC, but now, I think a majority of the player base, has a PlayStation 4. And this time around, we're going to get to see a lot of players that we haven't been able to see in like the Bud Light series and a lot of these other online tournaments that have been held on PC. I was just looking through kind of like the names and the brackets with all these guys, and you have the killers that you kind of come to be familiar with, but also there are these handful of guys that are hungry for their chance to kind of show the world what they're about, through PlayStation Online matches. So that's probably the storyline of today. Can these guys stack up to pretty much all the online names that we kind of know already?
Oh, yeah. And this is the first time you're joining us for one of the Tekken Online Challenge events. I know you played in some of the exhibitions during our pre-event. How do you feel about, just all of the action that we've seen around the world, whether it was the European event that we've had, the Korean event that we had recently, and of course we have other events happening in different regions throughout the world later on. But how do you feel about these experiences so far?
Well, it's been a very, very interesting year with just online events kind of becoming standard, and we're not really having a chance to compete offline as much. I've been having a lot of fun watching players compete from all over the world. The Tekken 7 Online Challenge was really cool, just keeping the scene alive, keeping that competitive drive alive for not only myself, but players from all over the place. And also, we've been able to see some new names emerge from these tournaments, kind of names that we could potentially look forward to seeing, compete once offline tournaments are coming back. But I've been really, really enjoying these online tournaments. They're keeping the hype, the anticipation alive, leading up to, any future content that comes out for the game. And so, yeah, I've just been having a blast watching. And also one thing I've really enjoyed is like how unpredictable the results have been. I was just watching the EU West Online Challenge a couple of weeks ago, and there were a lot of names that I never really got to see over the last couple of years in the TWT offline event. So it was really refreshing. I always really like to see new names come into the mix, compete against some of the more old heads. So that's been a treat.
Yeah, and I think this really is a time for everybody to shine. Everyone hopefully is at home and being able to enjoy these events, but not only watch them, but also participate in them. Either way, I want to get started with a lot of this action. I think we are going to have to do some due diligence between both of us. We're going to have to tag team this. I know you have your eyes on the bracket. I'm also checking out all the stuff that's going on. So I want to give a shout out, of course, to our friends over at Astro. They're the official headset and mix app of the Tekken Online Challenge. So lots of love to them for always supporting the fighting game community and always being part of all the cool things that we're doing with Tekken. And of course, this week, this coming Tuesday and every Tuesday until it ends, you guys catch out the Bud Light Beer League for Tekken 7 tournament Tuesday nights. Make sure you guys check out all the action on twitch.tv/BudLight. But without further ado, I'm excited to see what matches we have, Anakin.
Yeah, I'm excited. PS4, over 170 players. So the first few rounds of a major tournament like this are usually just trying to whittle down the field, trying to separate the true contenders from guys who are just, trying to get their feet wet, maybe competing in their first tournament. And that's really the beauty of an online tournament. You get a perfect mixture of just people coming from all over the place. Some guys are really there to win, while others are just trying to see where they stack up. Some people, like I said, might have been entering their first tournament. So it creates for a perfect storm for a lot of upsets to potentially happen, especially since we were talking about, the record-breaking field. I think you can expect the unexpected for the pool phase.
Oh, that is definitely true. So, with the 170 people here entering in the tournament, there's always that factor at the very end. Sure, we're going to have a champion, but who is going to be the final boss? That's what I'm excited for. The Final Boss Challenge has always really, I would say, delivered as far as these Tekken Online Challenge events go. We most recently saw Final Boss Kudans fighting up against Miguel from Korea, and he put on an epic display of skill. in where he was. I don't want to say it was really one-sided, but he definitely showed why he's the final boss.
Yeah, it's weird. Like for the past 3 events, it's been a really fun guessing game to play, trying to figure out who the final boss could be. And the only thing that I've really found as like a common factor between the few bosses that we've had so far, they're like really, really old players coming out of nowhere. Like we had Ryan Hart, go from commentator 1 second to just jumping right into the battle, facing the tournament winner. He's like an old head that's kind of got a lot of legacy skills. Kudons. We had Sukin come out of the works and take out Speed Kicks, one of the best players in America. So I have no idea who could even be a candidate for like a boss battle in the US East. I feel like there's so many names that we've had throughout the years in the old days. Any number of them, especially like those guys coming from New York, they could definitely be the final boss. So who is it going to be? Who's it
I don't know, man. I'm starting to build some suspicion for you, Anakin.
Oh man, a lot of people have been asking me if I was the final boss, but I was telling them that I'm commentating. So how can I be the final boss, right?
Hey,
so
but
I feel like
again,
that eliminates me.
Again, Ryan Hart has kind of proven that wrong. Either way. Into pool play, first match of the day here for the Tekken Online Challenge US East event. I encourage you guys to stay tuned, get some snacks, get some popcorn ready. It's going to be a fun-filled day of Tekken, and HisMajesty already taking that first round here. This is a matchup, these two characters, I feel like, in the past few Tekken iterations, have been obviously very, very solid characters, always well-grounded with pokes. Paul, a little bit crazy in this iteration of Tekken 7. Thoughts on this character?
Yeah, Paul specifically is a very, very solid character, and both these characters can be played in a multitude of ways. They just come fully packed with all the tools that you can kind of play aggressively, you can play defensively, but one thing I think that separates them apart from a lot of other characters is how much damage their singular hits on their attacks do. Combos add up, mix up, everything that adds up, but when you're just poking and when you're trying to deal single hits to the opponent, Feng deals a lot of damage. Paul especially deals a lot of damage. He's got Death Fist, he's got little Demolition Man, and his low pokes deal a little bit more than an average character's low pokes, I think. So it's a very high-powered matchup here.
And one of the things with Paul, and it may be a troll, but a lot of people say once he has rage, he's actually in the lead.
Yeah, you see it all the time. All you need is a simple flick of the wrist, that little down forward 2 uppercut with Paul. If he has rage art, he can activate that then, and he's the only character in the game that can cancel their rage art and go into a full combo. So that's why you see players just making those crazy comebacks, as Feng's trying to make one right here. He's got rage.
Oh, and the trade, unfortunate here for Courage. HisMajesty taking that first match. And again, if you guys are tuning in right now, we have just started with the first matchup of the Tekken Online Challenge. So we hope you guys are ready for a fun-filled weekend, because not just today. Today's the open online tournament. Tomorrow we have our exhibition matches. And at 6 p.m. today, we have Season 4 information coming from our leaders with series director Katsuhiro Harada and game producer Michael Murray. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that as well. It's going to be a lot of Tekken stuff throughout the entire weekend. And, as a fan, I'm just excited to see how it's going to all play out.
Yep, coming up at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So definitely right after this tournament, right after the final boss, depending on where we're at, we're going to be showing off some new content for you guys. And it's definitely not what you're going to be expecting. So it's definitely a good treat.
And I got to say this, for everyone that's in chat, because there's always these people that jump in chat and they'll be like, is there an announcement today? Yes, today is your lucky day. There is something today. I don't know what it's going to be, but there's something for sure. But again, that's going to be happening later on today. Either way, we're starting off with the tournament. We just had our first match, not the completion of the set yet. But we do have a lot of bracket updates that are going to be happening. We're all obviously playing the opening round simultaneously. Anakin, do you have any favorites, at least I believe we have 4 different pools going on, right?
4 different brackets, and just upon searching, we've got players from, ranging from Florida all the way up to New York. So just having been around the scene for a while, I'm seeing a lot of names that I recognize and a lot of surprises too, like guys that haven't been competing a lot, namely we got Cha-Cha, Mr. Whooppee, a lot of old school guys. The Exalted, and that's just in the first pool. They're in there with Fighting GM, somebody who's a really, really big fan favorite. He's got his own Tekken live stream that he plays Lee on. Probably the best Lee player in the country. But I think the thing
arguably
about him,
maybe even the world, right?
Yeah. But his thing is, his asterisk is that he's yet to prove himself on any kind of stage whatsoever, other than his own stream. So when it comes to putting Fighting GM's name into discussion of other, comparing him to other world-class players. It's just you're always going to hear people say, well, he hasn't proven himself in a tournament. Well, he hasn't attended a tournament. Well, this is going to be his chance. There's over 107 players in this Tekken 7 online challenge. It's an official, Bandai Namco Tekken event. So to take first place and maybe move on to face the final boss, whoever that might be, if it would take that player out, then we'll definitely be hearing more of his name being thrown around in discussion.
Oh, yeah. And, I think that's traditionally, there's no doubt in my mind that he has the skill to be an international player. But that was like 10 years ago, bro.
Yeah,
that was 10 years ago.
Some people never forget. I mean, I hear him talking about the glory days all the time, but it's definitely a what have you done for me lately world right now when we're talking about competitive gaming. Like the TWT wasn't even around back when he was dominant. So things have changed for sure, and it's cool to see just guys out of their element for once in this sport.
Yeah, and Courage switching over to lane, it may sound like we're giving him a lot of flack here, but again, we just want players to be able to prove it, right? That's I think what it is at the end of the day. You're going to bring it, bring it.
Yeah, there are a lot of players out there definitely putting in the work, the time, the effort to make a name for themselves. So you got to put those guys,
Oh, no!
Oh, those are actually breakable, by the way, even if he gets you.
Yeah. It's an interesting break, too. It's one of those things that you very rarely see in Tekken matches. Oh, man, he has him at the wall here, and that's going to hurt. And that's one of the additions with this current season that Paul got is that consistent wall ender combo, the ability to do 3-2 sway cancel. Yeah. And it just packs on so much hurt at the wall.
If he manages to get that string on your back, you're going for a ride. He's getting the full launcher. HisMajesty right now is not letting up. Every time I look, he's pressuring, and he's not really giving Courage a lot of time to think clearly and make a really solid decision. And when that pressure builds up, you're already down 2 rounds, you're down a game. It's like you get even more desperate.
Here we go. He has a big opportunity here. He does have rage as well. What's he going to do?
He holds on to it.
Oh, he just throws out the Raider during the Death Fist. Oh, my gosh.
That was nice. I think Courage performed the Rage Art just in time to beat out the Rage Drive, because that was definitely blue Death Fist coming out, and he did not have enough damage to absorb that hit.
Courage stealing that round away with that clutch Rage Art.
There we go. One thing I like about HisMajesty is that he's throwing out these really weird kind of steal your turn moves. We saw Iron Mountain, that shoulder move. We've seen him trying to utilize, there it is again. He tried to do it 2 times actually while I was speaking that sentence. And also the usage of Power Crush. Using these unorthodox moves at the right times will really throw your opponent off. But we're in a final round situation here. Courage looks a little bit more comfortable as he ducks the string, gets the punish, caught Majesty ducking.
Yeah, I've been noticing Majesty going for a lot of reversal attempts here. Not getting the right read, but he's throwing them out. Oh my gosh, the classic.
So many surprises. Very unorthodox style. The trade.
I've noticed though sometimes players will utilize that. They'll play a wild style, then all of a sudden they'll start switching it up once they feel they're in trouble.
That's how it goes. Like you make your opponent think one thing, and as soon as you think that you've got him, he
definitely got him, and that's gonna be it.
As soon as you got your opponent thinking that they are familiar with the way you play, that's when you flip the switch. That's when you do a full 180. You go from either defensive to offensive, or maybe you just start to turtle up with the life lead that you've built, So this is the type of game that as the round unfolds, the strategies might be changing. So that was really good by HisMajesty to kind of go from just being very slow paced, low year sleep, and then he started throwing the Iron Mountains. He was not afraid to throw out Rage Art, and yeah, he stopped Courage from making that comeback right there, because I really thought he was going to do it. It looked like things were beginning to turn.
Oh yeah, Courage was starting to turn things around, but again, you run into a Rage Art that could just end all the momentum right there. So congrats to HisMajesty. Moving on in the opening round here, we're going to have more matches coming up. But again, we were talking again about the different players in the different pools.
I'm looking at pool number 2 right now. I see Spero looks like he's the top seed of that pool.
Okay.
And just every pool, you're going to have names. You're going to have matchups, upset potentials. We got SourPiggy, I saw. Turk Easy, that's one of my close friends.
Is Turk Easy still using Marduk?
No, he might be running Bob this tournament. I think that's like his tournament character when it comes. He definitely has like a wide range of characters that can use. One of those guys that likes to have that expanded roster, but sometimes that can work against you, where you're questioning yourself what character you want to play. So hopefully he finds the right characters that he wants to go with in this tournament, because this definitely is a great opportunity to show what he's made of. And moving along, I see Ace Unlimited. Definitely, if you've been around Tekken for a while, you know who that guy is. He's the bracket buster for sure. He's taken down so many top names and just kind of really proven himself as like a threat against any player, right? And then moving on, I'm looking at bracket number 3. We got a lot of big names here. Donte. We got Young-Skywalker. We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
One of those PS4 exclusive guys that you probably won't see in a PC tournament, but his skills are all there.
You know, Donte actually one of those players that really started to rise from the online tournaments. He ended up winning some of those Astro events last year that would send players over to actual physical events. And he was able to participate in a lot of those and get a lot of, I think, just world experience in the Tekken world. And you know, obviously it leveled up his game in such a way where he's really become such a force, not just even offline, even in online tournaments, more so than he already was.
I mean, Tay is the #1 seed in this bracket, it looks like, and for good reason. You know, he did qualify for an offline event, got sponsored by Astro to go attend. I think it was CEO, and it was there where he really made the most of his opportunity. I remember that bracket. He had a really good run. He took down Saint. He was in a position to get top 8. He was doing really well. And to be honest, like at the time, I wasn't really even surprised because I had known him for a while. We played a lot during the Tag 2 online days, and I felt like if he ever just got an opportunity to play offline, then a lot more people are going to start, you know, knowing who he is, remembering his name and everything. So he's been making a big splash in these online tournaments lately. I think he's like a staple in top 8. So if I were to bet on anybody, you know, being a lock for making it into the top 8, it'd probably be him. But he's in a tough pool. We got a lot of players. Tongue, Obscure. That's another TWT killer right there. I've lost to Obscure plenty times in tournament. So who knows what's going to happen there? And of course, we got the usuals, Nashi. You know, we got Brian H. What? All these
Brian
names,
H.
man.
Yeah, I saw him in the Discord when he entered the tournament. One of the legends
Brian
of the
H.
past.
I see a few players from Georgia too. So I have a personal investment in some of these guys, hoping to see them do well. Yeah, it's always a good time. But yeah, over 170 players. It's a new record-breaking field, and I'm really interested to see who's going to emerge.
That's going to be exciting. You know, got to give it up to the East Coast here for definitely bringing up, again, record numbers for this Tekken Online Challenge event. We have our next match ready to go.
It's going to be Oath representing the city of Augusta, Georgia versus KJSmoove, Leo player. We don't see much of Leo anymore.
Oath still using Eddy, huh?
Yeah, he's a lifelong Eddy player. Like when I met him in Tekken 5, over 10 years ago, he was using Eddy, and now he's using Eddy. And the benefit of that is you have a lot of dirty tricks, little legacy setups that you can develop over the years that new players are not going to be ready for. And that's exactly what I see when I watch Oath play. It's very reminiscent of like an older legacy style Eddy Gordo player.
Yeah, definitely a specialist. You know, I've seen him play Eddy in multiple iterations of the character and in the game. And right now he's with a very huge lead here in the opening round. Much like Spero, you know, he's just always believing in that character. Even if, you know, there's a lot of people that are out there that talk about, you know, the placements of Eddy on the tier list and how he's not that one of the stronger characters. But hey, in a 2 out of 3 situation, anything can happen.
Exactly. You don't have to listen to anybody but yourself. Like, you do what you feel is right for you. Like, those guys don't really know how you like to play, you know, fighting games, how your execution, what your style is. So, you know, while you see people talking about where characters stack up, they're really speaking for themselves. You know, don't ever let anybody speak for you as far as what characters you should play, what you should choose. Just do what feels right for you. And that's what O's done for the last 10 plus years. And we see it working out right here. He's in full control of this first round matchup.
Yeah, one of the things that Eddy really excels in is, you know, just his movement backwards, his lateral movement, his ability to backstep out of situations. And look at this, just his core defense just a bit too strong here in the matchup. And he pretty much did not go anywhere close to half of his life bar being taken away, even combining those 3 rounds.
Just in and out. He was just kind of content on dealing one hit at a time, frustrating his opponent, and eventually it was like it made him crack. KJSmoove couldn't, you know, stay as patient as Old, so he kind of forced the issue there. He ran into a lot of counter hits, especially that elbow that Eddy has. It's probably one of the most unique attacks that Eddy's got. It's like a super good legacy move for Eddy. Down 4-2, and pretty much Oath just based his whole game plan around that. KJSmoove never really got past that first phase, so he never really had to make any adjustments. It was a clean 2-0 victory for Oath. He's gonna be moving on. All right, solid.
Very solid. I mean, That should be a wake-up call. Obviously, KJSmoove's going to have to go back to the drawing board, regardless of who he's going to be facing in the tournament. But Oath looking really, really solid, at least from the outset. He's obviously going to have some more challenges up ahead. It all depends on, again, how this bracket's going to roll out. So as we go out throughout the day, just so you guys know, we're going to be playing until we get our qualifiers for our top 8, and we're going to play our top 8 in its entirety on stream. Once we get to the very end, we're going to have our champion, who will then be challenged by our final and secret boss. And still no idea who that's going to be, but of course, interested in your thoughts. I still have suspicion on Anakin. You know, he just knew the system too well.
I'm pretty sure you might know who it is, unless like you have no idea. All right. I mean, I have no idea either. We'll just leave it at that. I just hope that whoever emerges is going to put on a good show, because we talked about it. Sukin put a stomp in, and then Eddy stomped Ryan Hart, and then Kudon stomped Miguel. So it's like I think it's 2-1 in favor of the final bosses.
Oh yeah.
And the open tournament winner won the EU event. But right now, those final bosses, it's looking like there's a reason why they're not in the open tournament. You know, they might be too powerful.
I got to ask you about the, I have a lot of faith in the final bosses. And, unfortunately for Ryan Hart, he ran into a character that Eddy played that was Fakumram, right?
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Those characters, so like, for example, Fakumram, Leroy, I feel like we haven't seen those characters enough in these online challenge events. Thoughts on that?
It's weird because you hear the most complaining being done about, Fakumram and Leroy. But when it comes to, some of these online tournaments, we're not seeing that many of them. So it's not really adding up. I think that if Fakumram and Leroy weren't as good as they are, people would probably be complaining about Zafina or whatever. They'll just move on to the next character, right? So some people are just never satisfied. And of course, I feel like Fakumram came out, they toned him down, and they're continuing to tone him down. And it's an ongoing process. I feel like it's how patient you are on waiting for the changes is like reflective of how patient you are in game. If you're gonna be like hop kicking and panicking, you probably can't wait, and you're probably angry and upset about the imbalance. But I don't mind waiting.
Bro, I thought that first match with Oath was the end of the set.
Yeah,
it was not. The beatdown was so good that we thought it was over. But KJSmoove, I think, made it a brilliant choice here.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Julia, one of the characters that seems to be everyone's flavor as of late, as far as talking about how strong the character is.
I think her and Sabina are like at the top of the mountain. When you talking about the strongest female characters in the game.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. Sabina's movement, and then and her ability to defend, and then you take Julia's just high-powered offense. Whether you want to flip coins, do 50-50s with bow and arrow, you want to do little simple mix-ups, or you could even play it safe. She's got so many tools to like take advantage of and kind of decide her own fate, I guess you could say. She never really has to wait on the enemy, and like as soon as you perform that first running one, the opponent starts thinking real hard about what you're gonna do next.
Yeah, and I think Julia, one of those characters where really it comes down to the spacing. She gets so much benefit from spacing things the right way, and it makes her so much more dangerous. Her damage output, as you mentioned, probably some of the most ridiculous in the game, and not just that.
Her wall carry?
Her wall carry. It's her wall carry, really, where she puts you into those situations where it makes things like the bow and arrow scary, right? Not just that, complements her with, the sidestep 3, the wall standing 3, down forward 2 mix-ups.
Honestly,
she has a lot.
She was going to be one of the characters that actually got, balanced. She hasn't been really changed much since she released.
She's been crashing parties since she first got into the game, Tekken 3.
We'll see. Whatever they decide to do, she's really, really good now, and I don't think enough people are using her, honestly. I think everybody's kind of just caught up on the Zafina hype train right now, as Oath takes that match 6 rounds straight, I think it was, just clean, smooth. Nice.
For Smoove, I mean, he definitely had a good choice with that Julia pick there. It just obviously wasn't enough. Oath was just too solid. And I think that's been a trademark of his gameplay, from since the beginning. Is he's always been a solid player defensively, and you really have to break him down. You really have to go in with the offense.
Usually with the Eddy players, they're like super patient. They're super solid just because of that backdash. You can cover more distance when you're moving back and forth, and although his sidestep's not really good, like that backdash and the ability to go and relax and evade a lot of moves can really like make your opponent second guess on choosing what type of attacks or when they want to approach and everything. Like Eddy, he proves that you don't really have to be able to sidestep that well. As long as you like take what you got and use it well, time it well, and make your decisions perfectly, timed and everything. Like he's you can make it work just backdashing. So yeah, Oath definitely showed off how to play textbook Eddy there.
Yeah, good stuff, of course. So Oath will be moving on for reals this time as we get ready for our next match that's going to be on stream.
I just took a look. It's going to be a super good
this is a good match.
Super good one. Two, I think, very well-known players. And the thing is, like, I think they both play predominantly on PlayStation 4. So here we go.
All right. So
yeah, MG Obscure versus Akumunarakushinu. Both these players are originally from Georgia, although I think Obscure now lives in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, so these guys both kind of like grew up and played with some of the Georgia players who are known for being primarily solid and defensive. So they do have that base of just being patient, knowing enough about the game to where they don't have to panic and they can kind of comfortably make their own decisions. But definitely Obscure is more of like the veteran offline player now. He's traveled the world. He's taken down a lot of top names. I remember last year when we beat Kudons, that was a big surprise too. And I feel like last year he had a really good year. But Akumunarakushinu, he's the online, one of the online kings of PlayStation 4. Pretty much everybody tries to go after him. He's got all these Tekken God Prime ranks. He's got all these characters that he could play. I actually don't even know who he's going to bring to the table, but I'm pretty sure that we can expect Alisa out of Obscure, just that Alisa he always plays.
Yeah, well, Obscure, I know he's been posting a lot online about how much he loves the character Ganryu as well. I don't know if he still has that love for that character, but I think it would be an interesting pick in whatever the matchup's going to be. But obviously, Obscure, we know, as you mentioned, he's a very solid player, both online and offline. So we'll see what he brings to the table. Obviously, most known for his Alisa play, at least on the TWT standings.
Mm-hmm. If you guys don't know, like Obscure he's like kind of known for, he's like the Lone Ranger of Tekken. He likes to practice, I think, and keep to himself a lot, and he likes to surprise and reveal what he's been working on at these tournaments. So he's kind of the guy that after the events, he likes to go back into his cave, work on his own little techniques and strats in the lab. And when he emerges at the next event, it's usually like a brand new Obscure that I've noticed. Like he's able to change and rework a lot of his game and fix the mistakes that he made maybe in the last tournament. He didn't like the way he played, but he always comes ready for adjustments. He's somebody that I've played at least like 3-4 times in tournaments now, and it's always like a new look that he's throwing at me every time, and that's part of his strength, is that he's able, to
reinvent himself, right?
Yeah, you may think that he's like a super new school aggressive player, like he was in Tekken Tag 2, but now he's found a way to just like take more control, to be more patient, and to let the game come to him. And I think that's what a lot of players are missing when they're trying to make that jump from just being good to being great, right? You just need that little extra step of patience to just drag the match out, learn a little bit more.
Oh my gosh, Akuma with Akuma.
Akuma. I actually saw him play Akuma recently, quite recently. It's not the worst Akuma, but like when you're comparing this to a lot of Akuma specialists, there are a lot of dropped opportunities, I think, that Akuma runs into where, whether it be the combos, whether it be the transitions or just the confirmations. Akuma's super fast-paced. We'll see if he can, harness the power in this matchup.
Well, that's one of the things that Akuma really needs, I think, especially if you're going to be able to play and take it to a player like Obscure. You need to be fast-paced. You need to get in their face and really, I guess, have the potential. Have the potential to do those crazy combos. And right now, it's not going to be a threat because he doesn't have the meter.
Oh, yep.
But he's very close to it, so let's see if he's able to utilize it.
And he's got 10 wins in a row. That kind of like plays a little into the intimidation factor, right? You see your opponent with the
I wonder if he planned that.
Probably.
He's like, I got a stunt on stream. Let me make sure I got a 10-win streak. He was playing right before his match.
He needed at least double digits.
Oh yeah.
You see right there, he didn't even attempt to go for the full combo. He burned a meter FADC'd into down 4 at 1-1.
It's probably a sign of the lack of confidence in landing the combos.
Not much confidence. And there was another slip-up, too. There are a few slip-ups now we've seen in this round, but it didn't even matter. It was kind of like a sloppy round for both players. They're probably going to take a step back here and think about that for a while. Yep. Yeah. Some sweeps.
I think the key, though, of course, with Akuma is you have to stay offensive. You're not going to build that meter unless you're going in offensively. Oh, this is big. That is an easy one. What is that?
What is going on? And, we can't really knock him too much because
he's keeping the positioning, right?
Yeah, he's got a big life lead, although he can't lose it here. We're close to that balcony break, and Obscure's got his back on the wall. Rage is available.
Just big boots at the chest. I like it.
Forward kick. And I think that was only possible because earlier in the round, he showed that he was willing to get in his face, go crazy. Like we saw a sweep come out early in the round. And when it does kind of deal like mental damage psychologically. If you're like trying to figure out whether or not your opponent's willing to take those risks. And Akumu threw it out early and worked in his favor. He was able to capitalize again, cash in.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the down 4 with that low roundhouse kick. It's a huge risk, but it also, like you mentioned, it plays into the mental game. Like,
no
this guy
like
is willing to swing low.
Yeah.
He's willing to not go for this big risk here.
There's no move like it that tracks as well, knocks down, that well, and is that fast. So you want to make the most of your unique tools that your character has. That's what makes them special. And although it is risky, here we go.
And he believed in the Dragon Punch. He was able to get it. FADC cancels into the victory.
Nice.
Akumu is Akuma, man. When you're a player and you have a long anime name, but it's like 3 anime names put into one, you always got it. You can't trust them.
That's kind of scary.
They're crazy.
That's kind of
3 anime names in one.
Yeah, 3 anime names, and they're kind of like it doesn't really belong. It's kind of like you got one name here, you got one name there, and then she knew. It was just like you picked 3 names that like you seen those memes where you gotta decide what your name is based on your birthday.
The anime name
yeah,
generator?
Based on your birthday, and he probably chose his birthday was June, Akumu, June the 5th, Naruku, and then he was born in like 1995 or something. And that's how he took it.
He took it to heart. He took that with him to the PSN. All right, I believe it.
It was in his horoscope. He had to go with it.
All right.
That's why he won the first game. I mean, he looked, like I said, it looked kind of sloppy that second round. And then I think after that, Obscure slowed down tremendously while Akumu said, screw it, I'm going in. He started letting those low sweeps fly. It wasn't until that second round when he started like really not being afraid to just go all in, just to pressure. And if you're making mistakes, like in that execution department, in that solid fundamental department, then what's the point of trying to be solid? What's the point of trying to do those hard combos? You just go in, you make it ugly, you make it scrappy, and you see what happens. And that's what he did. It worked out.
I think that's the big problem too with Obscure. He totally played into Akumu's game plan. Akuma controlled it from the outset, and obviously it was a bit shaky on both ends in the opening rounds, but Akuma played the same way the entire time, and it was too hard for Obscure to catch up. So he's going to have to definitely make some adjustments here, whether it's controlling it offensively, maybe making a character switch, but he has to figure out a way to lock down that Akuma, to not let him move as freely, not let him get into range where he feels like he can just throw out those down 4s, throw out the fireball. I mean, that's the problem too, though, is Akuma has the ability to zone, but you got to punish him for it. You have to let him know that, hey, you can't get away with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, also I think something that kind of worked against Obscure is that since he's had all this offline tournament experience, he's used to playing a tournament set in an offline environment, right? Where you have just that slight, split second longer time to react and to make your decisions. And since you're playing offline, you have like that teeny tiny bit of input lag, and that really plays a big part in like your decision making. So where he's trying to sit back and use his reactions where he normally would at an event, like he needs to just go. He needs to just challenge Akumu, see if he can deal with some of the offensive things that Obscure got. We just saw him last game trying to sit back and defend against everything. That can work really against your favor sometimes.
Nice. Obscure already trying to turn up the offense, but he's been getting punished, being outguessed here from Akumu. Akumu with a nice life lead going into it.
I'm going to assume that Obscure opted to go with Infinite Stage. That's what he's been known to do.
Yeah, he definitely picked it.
Yeah, he likes to sit back and chill.
Which is great now. You can actually see whether or not the stage is random or it's been picked.
Big lead right now for Akumu, and being up 1-0, like if you get that first round of the second game, man, you get that huge confidence boost. This is scary for Obscure.
Oh, and look at that. Just keeps it down, using the down forward 1. Not taking too much of a risk there. He knew that he had the huge life lead, so Akuma looking really good right now as he extends his lead even further.
And that one's safe.
I mean, would you say this is an upset? I mean, this is definitely a different setting. Obviously, Obscure known for his prowess in TWT, but this is an online god. We called him that earlier.
Yeah, I would say it's absolutely an upset for the simple fact that, Obscure is more of a name, I guess you could say, and a lot of people may not really know of Akumunarakushinu if you're not, a regular in the PS4 world. So, while it may seem like a huge upset, it's probably not that big. As you said, since we kind of knew what to expect, this was going to be a really, really good matchup of 2 players who really, really knew how to play Tekken very well. So I felt like anything could happen. And just like that, it's not over just yet for Obscure. We cannot count him out yet. He's on the board now, gets around, and we're tied up in the second game.
Yeah. That was a brilliant bait at the end of the last round there where you baited him with a back 3+4, but right now he's starting to go in offensively.
This round's huge.
Oh,
Both
yeah.
players. Adam ducking, the chainsaw's probably not comfortable right there.
With the mix-up. Oh, counter hit while standing 3. Gets the follow-up here. He does have full meter. Let's see if Akuma's finally going to be able to use some of that meter in combo.
Full meter, didn't want to use it there.
Oh my gosh, he got carried away. I don't think he wanted that Dragon Punch.
He's got that full meter. He didn't want to use it that round. Probably thought he was going to lose. He wanted to save it for now, but let's see it. You got to go out, you know, using your meter. If you're Akuma and you die, you lose the game with a full bar, that's a really, really bad look.
Chainsaws are out.
Oh, he's 2 for 2 on the chainsaw Harlot tricks. There we go.
He does have the life lead here, but Akuma has the rage. This is where it can get spicy.
He's in full control, but Akuma could steal it if he's able to pull off one of those super combos. He struggled earlier when trying to go for him. What's going to happen here? Anyone could take it.
This is going to be close.
Full meter. He doesn't use it. My God. What was he waiting for?
That's unfortunate. He had that meter at the outset of the prior round, even before. Did not use any of it at all, and now we're going to our final match between the two.
Yeah, when you watch, it's funny, when I watch a game like Street Fighter that's had meter for forever, and just watching how professional Street Fighter players use their meter, it almost seems as though they're willing to use every single bar they have just for a tiny pixel if it's able to secure a round. In that situation, in that penultimate round where Akuma had a combo opportunity where he could have canceled and maybe not kill, but put himself in a better situation to steal the game. Like that could have been, you know, an opportunity to use the meter, because if you're at full meter and you're fighting, you can't earn any more meter. So you're actually losing meter, you know, and not just sitting on your meter. You're actually losing meter.
Yeah, losing potential, right?
Yeah. You could have used it and been building more meter for a future situation, but instead, you know, all that meter, that excess meter, it doesn't roll over. You lose. You know, you're not gaining any meter if you're full. So it's like someone needs
to tell anime name generator that meter is not going to carry over to the third match.
Oh man. Is a new player, doesn't know about the meter.
Like, I just had my meter. What happened? There's a glitch. I'm going to report it to the admin right now. Anyways, we are going to get into the third match. And again, Obscure able to make this comeback because, you know, Akuma was starting off with fire here in match number 2. He was at the lead, but it just started going downhill. And I would like to say maybe we attribute it to the lack of using the meter. He didn't have the output. He didn't have the fear. I mean, maybe Obscure was like, you know, he's not going to use it. I'm not scared. I'm going to just go in.
You know, his mistake, you know, of not using the meter in that round carried over to the next round of just getting stomped then and not even getting to use the meter at all in the game. Now you're screwed. You blew it. Now you're sitting there and wondering, like, I should have done this. I should have done that. What if this? What if that? Right? Now you're really getting to your own head, right? And you have a match that you still need to win. It's 1-1. You're neck and neck, and the other guy now has the momentum. It's a really bad position right now for Akuma, to the point where he might be considering a character switch. At the very least, I know he's going to pick a wall stage just because he didn't feel comfortable there. It didn't seem comfortable. Yep, the character change. Character changes in. Geese Howard, it is. What do you think about that, Mark?
I think it's a smart pick. I mean, obviously it's going to force him to play, you know, a bit more solid, but I feel like Obscure probably have a more comfortable time against this character.
Yeah.
I feel like Geese is one of those characters that has been adjusted enough where you can play him a certain style, but Akuma is, again, one of those things where you have to really watch out for his jumps. And not to say that, you know, Geese doesn't have a scary jump in, it's just not as scary as Akuma. Not as scary as Akuma. He doesn't have the down 4 either, the ability to knock down and create the offense on his own. He has to aim for those counter hits if he really wants to do some effective damage here.
He's like, unlike Akuma with Geese, he's not going to be able to jump in there and just do whatever he wants like he was in the first game. He doesn't have the ability to just do down 4, knock him down, you know, get right in his face and start new mix-ups with Geese. It's way more of, you know, choose your spots wisely. But here we go.
He's not afraid to go for down 4, I'll tell you that. He's been working those mix-ups.
Yeah, he's definitely testing Obscure right now in the first round. He's getting away with it, you know. Sometimes, since you only need 3 rounds, it's worth, you know, testing to see if your opponent knows about some of these little tricks that you got.
Oh my gosh, and he's going to steal this round away? Look at that.
That was
complacency. And Akuma, again, just let it happen.
Crucial. I'm not sure what that was there, because Obscure knocked him down, and right when he got up, he ate a running attack, which led to that free follow-up. Usually in Tekken, when you get knocked down, you get right back on your feet. You're supposed to play it safe. You're supposed to defend, right? In that situation, Akuma had such a great life lead. The only thing that could have killed him, you know, against that run-up Alisa was just that running 2 into the follow-up. He played right into Obscure's hands that round.
Here we go, Obscure again, trying to create some space. Both of these players looking for that big hit. Oh, that was so sick. He was able to jump over the Reppuken.
That was pretty. That was nice. Just one more hit now.
Oh my god, that is so... Oh, he won the round.
What?
He probably won the round.
I think
that's
good.
big damage on that.
No, very, very little scaling just because he didn't deal any hits on the wall. Smart.
That hit on the manual low parry does so much damage, and the first hit after that combo usually does a ton of damage. But wow, that was crazy.
Two really good plays, starting with the jump over the fireball and then leading up to the low parry. I mean, that was such a commit. And Akuma could have gone down 2-0 right there, but instead he's got a fighting chance. He's got to do it again though. Nice duck, no capitalization though.
Again, I feel like Akuma may be getting a bit too comfortable with using, the quarter circle back 2 mix-ups, because he already had it ducked twice now in the set, and Obscure again now with the lead 2-1. It's looking really good for him, but Akuma does have close to 2 meters. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, the small mistakes are adding up and time's running out now. This could be his last round to make something happen.
Oh yeah, and 90 damage combos. When Geese has this meter, it's not something that is uncommon. And let's see what he does with it.
I know it's only one game, but we haven't really seen Geese pull out that back 3-2. That's like his best move, either on offense or like on defense.
He didn't use the meter there. That was a big opportunity for damage.
Yeah, it's just a lot of, and then he uses it here and drops the opportunity. He's not out though. He can make it count. He's got the wall pressure. He cannot get the round stolen again though. Obscure is so good at that.
Oh, and he gets a normal throw. This is bad. He's gonna put him into rage.
Looks like he's choking it up. No punish.
No punish either. Oh my god.
Tunnel vision. He has one thing that he wants to go for. It looks like he's going for it. He's going for a grab maybe again.
Oh, and he risked it all there.
That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you gotta do it. I mean, you're back to the wall. You're up for losers bracket, right? You gotta do it.
I mean, this goes for both players right now. It's final round here. Nice back turn attack.
And I will say that if Akuma hadn't made a lot of these small mistakes, this match could have very well went over right now in his favor. Like, he's not punishing in crucial opportunities, and this is as crucial as it gets right here. There it goes again.
He dropped it again. What's going on here?
Yeah, he's not comfortable.
This isn't Akuma. He's using Geese. He should have these down.
All right, now he's at a meter. Final bit of rage mode. Max mode, sorry.
All right, it's going to be a fair fight to the very end.
I don't care who it is. Anybody can win. Nice block.
Nice punish.
Regular
Again, a normal throw? Are you serious?
Regular throw break, and then the communication error. That was nice. That was nice. He just pulled the plug right out that bad boy.
Yeah, I mean, I hope his PS4 didn't go out the window, but wow. Wow.
I mean, we're on the verge of PS5. It might be time for an upgrade. I don't know. He might be ready.
Maybe if he is able to win today, he'll have enough money to go ahead and buy one. But
yeah, but he's a loser.
Damn.
Losers, and he's dropping combos. Like, you have to. I don't know, like, you maybe pick a character with easier combos?
Man, those were two clutch moments, especially at the wall, where you had the standing 2 into nothing. That's the big problem I have with it. You had the standing 2 at the wall, able to deal some more damage into combos, but it's unfortunate because he had the max mode on deck and everything. There
were not only crucial combo drops, but crucial punishment drops. I recalled a lot of lows, a lot of highs being blocked by crouching, and there was no retaliation. There was just a lot of nerves, a lot of jitters, probably. He's a young player. That could have played a factor. Nevertheless, it was still final round. So I think that you can't let that get to you too much. Of course, you're going to have bad games, bad sets, but you are still in the tournament. You do have a chance of getting a run back potentially. You do have a chance of making the top 8. So if you really have that champion's mentality, you wouldn't let that phase you. Akumu, I think he'll be fine. We'll probably see him again in this tournament.
Because we have 4 pools, there's definitely an opportunity that they may cross paths again later on, depending on where they go into the loser bracket early on. But again, we're taking 2 players from each one of the pools to finalize what our top 8 is going to be looking like. But man, good match so far that we've seen, and hopefully that serves as a wake-up call, not even just for the winner, but also for the loser as well. You guys got to tighten things up.
For sure. Like, there's so many other names in this tournament that you're going to run into. And of course, as you progress in the brackets, those opponents, they're gonna get tougher. They've won just as much as you, so I mean, stakes get higher and higher as we go along. Man, I'm looking at these brackets, and each of these brackets look like a separate tournament themselves, right? Like,
I mean, that's what happens when you get like 170 people entering. Again, to just put it into comparison, I mean, we've had like 60, 70 people entering the other ones, but this one definitely has the most players that we've ever had. So lots of love to the U.S. East region for really showing out for today.
Yeah, nice work. Obscure is going to be moving on to the bracket. That puts him in winners round 3. When Akuma's going to fall to the losers, he's going to have the loser bracket matches play out and see who emerges. Donte is also in this bracket. Tay, the law player, he's definitely he's in the winners quarterfinals, so he's cruising right along as expected. No upsets there so far. Moving ahead, looking at the brackets. Yeah, everything's progressing. It's looking like a solid tournament. I still don't know who's really the favorite, and I feel like that's not something that's going to be known until we have our 4 in the winners, we have our 4 in the losers, and picking the names could be a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely a bit easier. I mean, I definitely don't want to be like, oh, this guy's definitely one to watch for, and they get mopped early on. But either way, I mean, there are a lot of great players. If you guys want to follow the action that's at home, you can type in !bracket in the chat, and I'll link you over to our Smash GG page, or you can follow us on TekkenWorldTour.com and see where all the action is happening. But, of course, tournament organizers hard at work getting us our next matches. I believe the next match is going to be Mei versus L2K Snake on stream. Okay. So we're prepping that match, getting those players ready in the lobby. Are you familiar with either one of these players, Eddy?
I'm not familiar with either one of these players, but those usually end up being the matches that are like the most like refreshing to watch.
Yeah, because we get to learn, right?
Yeah, you get to learn, and you never know when like the new name appears out of nowhere, and you could, like we just saw, it could have been Akuma. He had it right there. He had a chance to take out Obscure. This is where names are made, like in the pools, in the early phases of the bracket. And although I don't know who Mei or L2K Snake are, I mean, I'm not putting it past them that they could be killers for sure, right?
Oh, yeah. Someone mentioned Mei is a Mishima player from Florida. So it's always a treat to see Mishima players because we don't see them enough, in my opinion. They're, I feel like they're a lost art form or maybe a dying breed.
Yeah. It might be something, maybe they'll get some tools in an upcoming Season 4 that we'll bring everybody back on the Mishima train. Well,
speaking of which, Season 4 information coming hot tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys stay tuned. It's going to be right here on this channel, twitch.tv/Tekken. Spread the word.
It's like a little over 5 hours from now, so hopefully by then we'll have our top 8, maybe our tournament winner, some final boss action, and to wrap it all up, it's going to be more information on Season 4 presented by, I think, Mr. Harada-san and Michael Murray themselves, right? They're coming on and jumping on, and we'll talk about what's been happening up there at Bandai Namco HQ.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to what they have to say. I would go, 5 hours into the future, but my time machine is in the shop right now.
And plus, I kind of want to watch these matches, I kind of want to see what's going on. We still have a final boss to be revealed.
Wait, if Harada and Michael are going to be on stream later, maybe it's one of them. Maybe they're the final bosses.
Maybe it's Michael Murray. I mean, he is from, I think he was South Carolina, North Carolina or something.
He's from VA. He's from VA.
Okay, he's from Virginia. He's definitely East Coast.
He's definitely within the East Coast.
It's within his jurisdiction, That's all I can say. It could be a good one. I don't know. Michael Murray as a final boss.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to take some of that advice. Just block it.
I've seen him play Josie. His Josie's pretty good. His Josie can get a couple games off anybody. People don't know that though. People don't know. I don't think they've ever seen him play.
Oh, and Harada, he plays too. I mean, both of these guys, they enter events like like Master Cup over in Japan. If you're at an event and they have free time, I'm sure they'll probably play with you as long as it's in a controlled environment and they're not getting mobbed or anything.
I still remember like that time we had the Tekken Casino and Harada came in and he had the big exhibition match with King Ray Jr.
Oh yeah,
and this was like King Ray Jr. like 6 years ago
when he was a little kid.
He was super little and. He'd beat Harada's ass. Like, I think that's on YouTube somewhere if you want to look that up. King Ray Jr. and the Harada-san Ultimate Showdown.
Yeah.
That was good times.
And regardless of where you're watching this right now, the Tekken 7 online channel, whether it's Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, we welcome you to this glorious Tekken Day, or this Tekken weekend, so to speak. Yeah.
We're in for a long weekend, long day here. We're just getting started. Like, we are still just going through the qualification matches, trying to separate the contenders from everybody else. And when the contenders start facing off against each other, that's when the action really gets heated up.
Yeah, and also we have a special guest today that's going to be joining us on the broadcast. So aside from Michael Murray and Harada, we do have Thea Trinidad, aka Zelina Vega, and she'll be joining us a little bit later in the broadcast. And it's exciting, she has a WWE Championship match tomorrow.
Wow,
which is crazy. So she's obviously here for some good ass Tekken, and she's going to deliver a can.
Yeah, I want to ask her
tomorrow, maybe.
I want to ask her what that's like to leading up to a championship match, right? Because a lot of people ask me about tournament nervous or whatever, and I'm like, I don't really get nervous, it's just a game, whatever. But you're competing for a WWE championship, and you're in the ring, and you're putting your body up against somebody else's, and like it gets very, very tough, not only physically but mentally. So I'm very curious. If I get the chance to ask, I want to ask how she deals with kind of like that pressure, or kind of like that, the nerves, if that even exists, right? Like that could be something that helps a lot of aspiring Tekken tournament players out. Just hearing from a professional wrestler, professional competitor, like how they deal with nerves before a very, very big match. Like that's stuff I'm interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta ask you: have you played in many online tournaments since everything's been going on?
I played in one, the WSOE event.
That's right. Yeah.
A couple weeks ago. I had a good friend that works for WSOE. He asked me to participate. I had a good time. I remember last year when we went out to Vegas, it was like the week before Evo.
Yeah, that one was crazy.
Yeah,
because Arslan Naps was there, Knee, JDCR. There was a lot of players that were out.
It was an invitational, so only 8 players got to participate, and they picked really, really good 8 players. I felt like that was a really good warm up for Evo, just taking place the week before, and it also took place in Vegas. And that studio, that was a great studio. Like they had the big wide screen and everything. We had everybody's pictures and stuff. Unfortunately, man, I feel like they might have done it again in person if it weren't for everything going on, So they did the online event. There was a spot to represent for Team USA up for grabs, and I guess as the last year's representative, they wanted me to kind of defend my title. So that's what I did. I fell a little bit short, but I lost to 2 really, really good players. So it was a fun event. I'm hearing whispers. I don't even know where people get the information from about
from the internet, of course.
Right, and some kind of netcode improvements to Tekken the new season. So if that happens, online tournaments might be even better than they are now. Right.
I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some more information, and hopefully, on everything later on today about Season 4. I'm just looking forward to it. Speaking of which, the reason why I asked you about online tournaments in the first place, and you played in one, the WSOE. Do you think preparations? Obviously, you're a veteran player when it comes to offline tournaments. Do you think there's a different level of nerves that go into it when you're playing online, when there's more of an unknown factor?
Yeah, it's different. Where for some players, being in your own environment, sitting in your room playing, it's it provides a level of comfort for them. Other people who are more so used to the live tournaments, that could work against them. I recall just participating in that tournament. It was a very different experience, because usually in a tournament, when you're not competing, you're probably just hanging around socializing with other players. You might be talking about potential future matchups. So it's really just your mind is fixated on the tournament and Tekken the entire time. And it's really easy to do so because the event is just taking place all around you. But when I was in my own environment, in my room playing, I finish a match and I'd have to sit around, I go sit down somewhere or lay in bed waiting for the next match. It kind of took my mind off of the match or the tournament a little bit. It was kind of hard to focus. So I probably just definitely think that, you kind of have to prepare yourself a little bit differently. Just do more things in between matches to get yourself more engaged, stay focused. It was just weird being all alone, sitting there thinking about the match. And it was a little bit, I feel honestly, a little more nerve-wracking than I would normally feel in a live tournament, because usually at those events, I'm at my, I'm the most comfortable at those events. I'm rarely ever really worried or stressed, but it was kind of nerve-wracking to play in WSOE online, just sitting around waiting, who's my next match going to be? And you don't get to watch your opponent, the matches off-stream play out. Whereas in a tournament, you go from here and there watching, I might play this guy next. Let me watch him play his match. So I didn't get to see my opponents play their match. So it was really, really different and super challenging, but at the same time, still, you're still just playing Tekken. It was a lot of fun to participate. Watching the broadcast and everything too, that's always a good time. So I'm just really grateful that we have Tekken content, competitive Tekken content to watch during this whole messed up 2020, right? Korea, Japan, they're starting to have more offline events. The Topanga League happened recently. I know there are multiple Korean circuits. So as long as you can stay up late and watch, you're going to get your fix. You're going to get your share of really, really high level, good ass Tekken. And I've been enjoying that the past few weeks. Topanga just ended in Tekken in Japan.
Yeah, Al ended up winning, and Al is a longtime veteran of the series. When he first started this, he was a very young child, but now obviously an adult, and he's really starting to come into his own as far as dominating the scene. And again, that wasn't online; that was an offline finals.
I remember the first time I met Al, he was too young to travel alone. He needed like a guardian, right? Michael Murray and Harada-san had to accompany him because he was like under the age of 19. He was like one of the first Japanese players to really kind of travel to the U.S. and compete over here before the whole Tekken 7 boom and everything. And now we're seeing guys just all over the world, not just America. It's North America, South America, Europe. We got guys in Dubai. We were set to have tournaments in the Middle East this year. So yeah, it's definitely expanded, I guess you could say. Tekken 7's global scene.
Real quick, guys, we want to do a special shout out to an upcoming event. Make sure you guys check this out. Anakin, you want to tell them about it?
Yeah, so this just in, guys. If you are located in the EU North region, the Tekken 7 Online Challenge is coming to you in about 2 weeks' time, the weekend of October 10th and October 11th. If you live in Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all those countries, all those nations, make sure you get online, TekkenWorldTour.com, get that registration link. It's going down in 2 weeks' time. So once again, there's going to be an open tournament. There's going to be exhibition matches the following day. There's going to be a final boss. We're doing it all over again. So these tournaments have been really, really cool to watch. Really, really fun. Just a cool, refreshing feeling to have, that TWT feel, even though we're not competing. So that's coming in 2 weeks. Tekken 7 Online Challenge in the EU North. So check that out, TekkenWorldTour.com, if you are there. But yeah, all right, guys. I think it's break time. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We are just getting started. The bracket's barely halfway finished. We don't even have our top 8 yet. It's a record-breaking field, so we're going to take a break, take this time, use your restroom break, get a snack, get whatever. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back with the Tekken 7 Online Challenge and back with more matches. My name is Mark Man. I'm here to call the shots with you guys. I'm also joined with our special guest commentator, Mr. Anakin from the ATL. Yeah. And we have a special guest today, Ms. Thea Trinidad, a.k.a. Zelina Vega from the WWE. I want to welcome you to the stream. How's it going today?
Thank you. It's going great. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited for this.
You know, I got to talk about it. You know, I know you've been streaming a lot more lately, so congratulations on the recent success with your streams on Twitch. But also, you've been playing a lot of Tekken. You've been talking about a lot of Tekken to your community.
Absolutely. So, I've loved Tekken forever, so this is a very cool experience that I get to do this with you guys. But yeah, for the longest time, like I think I was telling you a little while ago, like my dad and I used to play Tekken, and he kept picking Gon and would spam that little fart move all the time. So, you know, we go back, way back.
Go way back. I know you were playing through the story mode and just talking about your love for the characters and your love for the story recently. And, you know, that's, again, I mean, us outside from the competitive side, and this is what the Tekken 7 Online Challenge is. We are all fans of the game, and we're all fans of our characters. We all have our favorites. So Anakin here, one of the pro players, one of the best players in the world. I know he's very humble, but, you know, he performs year in and year out when it comes to the Tekken World Tour. So he's going to be joining us as we talk about all this stuff. So if you have any questions, of course, about the characters or even the competitive side of the game, feel free to go ahead and ask questions. We're here to have just a fun conversation about Tekken.
It's very nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very nice to meet you too. He's gonna have to help me beat my brother. That's like the one person I can't beat yet. So.
I brought back memories when you talked about playing with your dad, because that's kind of how I started playing Tekken. I was like, I just begged my older sister and my dad to play with me, so I'd have people to beat up, and that just brought back memories. My dad was like my first ever Tekken coach. I mean, when like I would complain about my sister beating me and using the same move, he'd hit me with the if it's in the game, it's not cheating. So like I lived by his little teachings, and now I'm like almost 30 and I'm still just playing Tekken. So it like definitely took me back there of like when I first started playing Tekken. That was nice.
That's so cool.
I gotta ask you, so you mentioned that you started playing with Tekken 3 and Gon. I mean, have you played much of Tekken 7?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say it was okay? No, yes, I have. I love Tekken 7. And it's funny because, again, my brother and I have this weird, like, just rage against each other. Like, no matter what, he always just talks the whole time. So, like, that pisses me off. And then he's winning the whole time, and that pisses me off even more. So it messes with my focus. So, yeah, it's amazing. And I love a lot of the new characters that's in there. Like, Kazumi is, like, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those characters that can really put a hurt on people. I also saw you were a fan of Zafina.
Oh my god, yeah, she's amazing. Like I cosplayed her numerous times, not just for my Tekken 7 stream, but also just whenever I feel like it, because she's so cool. Like I love her outfit, I love her style. The Egyptian culture is really cool. So I love how she moves too. I've actually tried to use some of the moves that she does in my wrestling. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Well, yeah, her Scarecrow and her Mantis stance, I don't know how you're going to implement that, but that looks kind of wild. Anyways, we're going to go into a matchup.
There is a way to do it. I've
practiced.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I've had to practice it, but there is ways to do it.
All right, as you can see on the screen right now, we're watching a matchup between, which is probably what's considered a story-driven match. This is Feng Wei versus Lei Wulong. We have Egg Foo Young going up against DrBlazinPeanut. Is that Peanut?
Yeah, DrBlazinPeanut.
Oh, man, that's an old school name.
Yeah, he's super old school, but I think he took time off to actually get his doctorate. So now he's an official doctor. He's back. He's got the cure ready for everybody. He's got what they need. He's giving them their medicine. DrBlazinPeanut. He was already good back then. He took a hiatus. He came back, and now, you know, it's like he's super unpredictable all over again. And that was kind of like his style, right? Yeah, you said these guys are like tied together, intertwined in the story. Feng Wei is kind of like the bad guy.
This is even the stage too.
Yeah, this is the stage. Like I think Feng Wei killed somebody, and Lei's got to solve that case. He killed somebody's master. He's like super evil. You can tell by the eyebrows.
Yep, you can always tell. It's always the eyebrows. It's like, oh, that's a bad guy. Oh, Vegeta eyebrows.
Yep. Combination eyebrows. He's got like two eyebrows merged into one. Kind of like that. I don't know what that's called, but that's very, very sinister looking.
It's called evil. You're right.
Pure evil.
Yeah, obviously, we're going to crown a champion later on today, and then we also have the final boss challenge. Speaking of challenges, I heard you're the challenger for a big matchup tomorrow, Thea.
Yes, I have a opportunity to become the Raw Women's Champion tomorrow. I have a match against Asuka, who's our champion, and I'm looking forward to it.
You know, a lot of people say this. Nobody is ready for Asuka, but I gotta assume you are ready, right?
I'm ready for Asuka, but I'm also ready to prove that I'm more than what a lot of people think I am.
Obviously, a lot of people credit you as being probably the best manager in the game, but obviously stepping into the squared circle, I'm sure you got the moves. I'm sure you got the moves. You know, if you say you can do Zafina moves in real life, I'll believe it.
If we see a Zafina move tomorrow, we're gonna know it's like you know, she was just kind of like giving us a shout out personally. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
well, I mean, honestly, that scorpion kick that she does is really cool. You got to be flexible. So I've been working on it. So there's a lot that I'm going to bring tomorrow that's going to be extremely different for me and extremely different for people who have seen me before. You know, there's some moves that they've never even thought I'd be able to do.
Well, how nervous are you, Thea, on a scale of like 1 to 10 on tomorrow's matchup? Like, is it something that always gets you, like the nerves that you have to really try to control, or are you kind of just chilling, looking forward to it, ready to kick some ass? Like, what kind of mental state is it right now? Because I get asked that all the time from people trying to compete in their first tournament or just like step into that competitive world where everybody's looking to beat them. So it's kind of intimidating when you step into that new world of just, you know, fight or flight kind of. So, you know, we just play video games, but you guys are out there, you know, doing slams, flips, crazy stuff that I don't think that I'd ever even be, you know, brave enough to attempt. So I'm curious on how you deal with maybe like some nerves, anxiety before a big match, especially a match as big as this one.
So as far as nerves go, I feel like you have to be nervous because it just brings that extra oomph out of you. You know what I mean? So if you stop being nervous, they always say that if you stop being nervous before your matches, then it means you don't care anymore. You know, and that's probably when you should stop. But for me, it's the nerves are at between 1 and 10, probably like a 50. But I'm still ready though. Like my nerves get me to that point of wanting to go the extra mile. I feel like I need them. Like people get like butterflies in their stomach, and I get hawks. So it's more so like I'm nervous, but it's because I care so much, and you know, just want to put out something really cool.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of like use it to your strength in a way. Like it's almost as if you can't, you know, elevate yourself to that super high level without being nervous, without really feeling that pressure, right?
Absolutely. And it's something that helps, I think, kind of fuel my fire a little bit too.
Yeah, so those of you out there who are listening, you know, those nerves, they can either make or break you, and that's entirely up to you. So like if you can, that little voice in my head, I always try to make that little voice as like encouraging as possible. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you got this, don't worry. And that's kind of how I kind of calm myself down, right? There's always that little voice in your head. And sometimes he's like talking, bringing you down, talking trash. You suck. You shouldn't have lost that.
Damn, your inner self is mean.
Yeah, he's definitely hot. It's both sides of the coin, definitely. Especially like, you know, sometimes you don't have the best performance, and you know, you're your own worst enemy at that point. From there, you can either let it snowball, or like you turn it into motivation to bounce back and kind of prove not only to everybody else but yourself that you didn't like display what you were capable of. Yeah, it's only your own emotions that you can control and nothing else. So, you know, you got to talk
yourself up too. Like you gotta, like, sometimes I just go into this sounds really silly, but before matches or even just before going out to cut a promo, like I go into the restroom and I see like if there's a big mirror, I just sit there and I talk to myself like, yo, you are the baddest. Like you have to go out there and you have, like, you're gonna just show them. Like you got to talk yourself up like as if you're not yourself. You know what I mean? Like. It's to the point where everything that anyone's ever told me as far as like, you can do this, like I try to bring all of that into that moment and go, you better snap out of it. Like you can do this. Like, no, look at me. Like you can do this. Like don't play, you know, like you're fine. So yeah.
So Thea, you were saying that you were trying to get even or even surpass your brother. You guys obviously have a lot of history as far as, you know, competing against each other. Any particular characters you're trying to use? I mean, we have Anakin here. I think it's a good resource to kind of pick his brain on how you might be able to overcome your enemy or your brother,
Dude.
I guess.
I was gonna say my brother is like, and I love him to death, and it's funny because we'll always get at each other, but then anybody else that messes with him, I'm like, no one else can do it but me. No, but he uses Kazuya a lot. And the only time I've been able to beat him with anyone is with Eddy Gordo or with Kazumi, or sometimes Harong. It depends, but like I've gotten lucky in rounds, but never like a full actual match. Right. So that's my thing. Like, how would you go about doing that?
Well, you know, a match could either be like really, really fast, or if you are like really evenly matched, as you might be with your brother, it could last up to 5 rounds. So that's like a lot of strategizing. That's a lot of different rounds, a lot of adjustments that could be made. So just not trying to rush things in a match. I know people, they goes round 1 fight, and the first thing they want to do is they want to mash buttons as hard as they can. They want to be the first one that just, you know, to punch the other guy in the face. And like Tekken's a game where you're allowed a lot of mobility, a lot of freedom. So if you just kind of back up and think about, you know, when should I strike or how should I strike, and that's like right away you're playing the game right. You're playing the game better than maybe your opponent or maybe your brother is, who's just used to like going at it. You guys are used to brawling, but if you're the one who's sitting back, choosing your spots, or maybe like actually thinking about in your mind what attack you might want to go for instead of just mashing, like that's like you already have like twice the edge that you have, you know, that you normally would have against your brother. Like it's something that, you know, it's really apparent. Like when one guy's mashing, the other person's just sitting back blocking, then it's like you're just gonna automatically win. So whether it be Kazumi or Zafina or whatever characters that you're using, just go into the move list and maybe like pick out a few moves that you like, right? And just remember, try to memorize how to perform them. And when the next time you're in a match, just specifically having strategies, what to go for, it's really gonna go a long way, right? And not to mention, like, you add combos, you understand a little bit more about what a high attack is, what a mid attack is, and what a low attack is. Like that's how you can enforce like mind games and pressure. It's like a type of game where momentum is really a big thing. So if you're winning and you're winning a lot of rounds, winning more rounds is not going to be that hard, just because like the other opponent might be flustered and everything. But yeah, that's like usually what I try to teach beginners, is try to get them out of that mindset of playing really, really fast, because if you slow it down and you try to like just process thoughts one at a time, it goes a lot better for you. And I think that's like the big difference that people have to make when they go from just, I play Tekken casually, and then they find like there's a whole community of people who are really, really dedicated to this game, trying to pick it apart and everything. That's when they realize like how confusing a simple game, to the naked eye, that you're just beating each other up. It could really, really extend far beyond just like throwing out combinations and attacks. There's a lot of strategies. So just having one strategy and using it over and over and over again is really like helps you set yourself apart from just like an average newbie mashing older brother or younger brother, whatever. Whoever he is, he ain't gonna be a problem.
So then here's my other question then. If you're going in for if they're doing crazy combos and all that, what's your best time to strike?
Oh man, when you just have to like, sometimes I feel like you have to pay your dues. You have to take your licks before you really get familiar with something. So it's all part of like just paying attention to what attacks they're using, and whether it's like an attack that has 3 hit combinations or it's like a 2-hit combination. You want to pay attention to like what kind of how to describe the attack. So for example, if we're watching Tekken right now and watching these two guys play, you want to pay attention if he's doing a left kick to a right punch, because these are moves that you're going to see over and over again. But if you're not trying to recognize and remember the moves, you're going to end up seeing them all over again without even realizing it. And you're going to lose rock paper scissors going rock against paper all the time if you don't realize that your opponent's throwing paper, right? So just trying to recognize what the moves look like and how they're trying to approach, then you can kind of try to fit your attacks in there a little bit easier. Also, like different attacks are faster than others. So when you're like practicing in practice mode or you're fighting, you'll notice that, my jab is really, really fast, or this attack's a little bit slower. And when you guys are just brawling and duking it out, it usually comes down to whoever has the faster attack, whoever is going to strike first. So yeah, when it's time for you to attack, I think you just go in and just let it fly.
Good to know. Oh, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, there's a lot, right? I just super nerded out right there, and it was just like
I love it.
The
I
basics.
need that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff within the game as well. Obviously there's basic and recommended combos. There's even the punishment tutorial here to kind of help you with certain matchups. Again, the game can kind of expand by from there, kind of like what Anakin was explaining, is there's so much to learn outside of what the game has already within it that you can really take it to the next level if you wanted to, if you want to get that much more serious with it.
That's when you got to rely on more of like your Tekken friends and your Tekken community. And the nice thing is, like, this is such a welcoming and open community that we're always welcoming any potential new players, anybody that's even remotely interested. it's like everybody rushes to your aid whenever you have a question. So that's really the beautiful thing about, I think, not only Tekken, but fighting games in general. Since it's not like the most popular genre and there aren't a lot of players, anytime there's a chance to kind of welcome in a new player, people are always going to do it the right way.
Oh my gosh, it's slow motion.
Whoa!
That was crazy.
Yeah. Had to stop it.
No, but you're so right.
Yeah.
You're so right. Like, that's why it was super easy for me to, like, once I started playing Tekken on my stream on Twitch, everybody's like, wait, what are you playing? It looks so much fun. Like, what's this person? Why is this story? Or why did his Heihachi throw his son off a cliff? What the heck is going on there?
Yeah.
Like, so, you know?
That's 20 years of storyline leading up to that.
Yeah.
Family
I feel like
matters,
I was a
I'm
teacher.
telling you.
Yeah.
And it's
I was
great
like,
to see.
okay,
I
guys,
mean,
class has started.
obviously, your community, Zelina, you guys have such a strong and amazing community that really helps each other out. So I like seeing that kind of stuff. So if your community, obviously, I know they showed interest in playing Tekken, but hopefully they'll be able to join events such as these, like, you know, these Tekken Online Challenge events in the future. I think that'd be fun.
Absolutely. And I think now is, like, you know, you said everybody's so welcoming and wanting to help people get into the game. And, you know, then they start to win and they're like, oh, okay, I understand this person. Or I want to, you know, cosplay like Lucky Chloe. Or if I want to do, you know what I mean? So I think what's cool about just Tekken in general is it has such a intriguing storyline. And I think once I started showing them from Tekken, like the first Tekken all the way to Tekken 7, from, you know, the stories and who's who and why this is happening. And when it all came together in the end for Tekken 7, everyone was blown away. They're like, I gotta get this game. Like, I gotta get into this.
Well, I gotta ask you then. So that brings up a completely different question, because, like, you know, people get into the game, you know, they have their favorites that they use from a versus aspect, from a competitive aspect, but then they have their favorites within the story. Like, sometimes they're polar opposites too. Like, do you have a favorite character that you like to use, opposed to who's your favorite character just because of how cool they are, or maybe how badass they look? Because I have my favorites too, and they definitely don't match up with what a lot of other people have, at least competitively, versus what I like in the game.
Well, so it's funny you say that, because I just had we were playing Tekken on my stream with Negan, one of my friends, and he he's so used to picking Jack. You know, like, you're a guy, like, I'm gonna pick Jack or whatever. And I kept beating him, He's like, all right, let me just try this person, and he picks Lucky Chloe, and he whooped me, like, with her, and it was just like, okay, maybe Lucky Chloe's my main, yeah. You know, so, but for me, I love the way, like, I love everything about Safina, but, like, Heihachi, I love playing with him. Even though he's like this, well, everybody thinks he's this really bad guy and whatever. I'm like, oh, but I love playing with him. Like, he's so, and then, like, when he, like, moved out of the way and he, God, this is amazing. I love that.
Interesting. I got to ask you the same question then, Anakin. Is there a favorite character that you have, at least maybe aesthetically or story-wise, versus, I mean, Anakin is a Jack player, and he has been doing the most work with Jack, probably one of the best Jack players in the world, but I don't know if that fits with his favorite character.
It's funny you mentioned that, because, you know, I've been playing Tekken since I was like a little kid, like way back when, you know, trying to compete in tournaments and it was like the last thing on my mind. So I really enjoyed Tekken because of the ending movies. Whenever you beat the game with a character, they'd play like some funny little movie, sometimes canon, sometimes not canon. But one of my favorite ones back in the day was just watching Martial Law trying to get his restaurant started, because it's just like they added a lot of comedic elements to his endings, where some characters' endings were like super serious, where it's like family drama, trying to kill the other guy. But all Martial Law wanted to do was win the tournament, so he get money and start his restaurant. And as the, you know, like Tekken, you know, 4, Tekken 5, like, we started to learn more about his restaurant business. We found out like he wasn't a good cook, you know what I mean? And like, it's just funny watching that kind of arc develop. He brought like Paul and Steve into the mix, and they became part of the business. So that's like my storyline character. I really enjoyed watching those, you know. But as far as characters I like playing the guys that do a lot of damage. Those guys that just, you super bully people, because that's kind of like the way that I play. I'm really good at reading my opponents, and once I get a read of like how they play, then, you know, I try to take advantage. But yeah, definitely different ends of the spectrum when it comes to like my favorite character in the story and who I like to play stylistically.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were just talking
about. I see what you're saying
about
here with Heihachi, like how he was ducking and moving just like what you said before. Like, that makes perfect sense to me now.
Yeah. Guys, very, very evenly matched first round right here. Came down to it. Actually, I'm familiar with the Heihachi player, Axis B-Boy. He's a long-time Heihachi player. I think he started maybe in the last Tekken game, about like 6-7 years ago. And he's really, really dedicated. Like, he's always trying to ask, more experienced players how he can get better. And that's probably the thing I like the most about him, is that he's always like working to improve. And, he just wants to feel that sense of improvement. Like, there's something to be said about learning something and being able to, like, execute it, perform it, and prove to everybody that you are getting better. So, like, that's just all he's about. And he's dominating right now.
I'm glad you brought that up, Anakin, because, I think what a lot of players should do, aside from maybe complaining about the strengths of their characters or the lack of strength of their characters, is maybe be a bit more inquisitive on how they can think and play outside of the box. Because, not all matchups are going to be the same for everybody.
Outside of their character, right? Just getting better as a player, and that way your skills with whatever character will improve no matter what, no matter how good that character is. So you work on yourself, self-improvement, that you don't have to worry about, other characters and how you're limited. You won't be as limited.
Well, Danny B, aka Axis B-Boy, he's been putting in work so far. He has a nice 2-round lead here as we're going into the matchup against Machete.
He's trying to close out the game. I think he's going to do it.
One of the best feelings, though, and we were talking about this, like how, we obviously have a character pick when we want to win versus a character that we love. When you have that harmony where that character that you love to pick is also your best character competitively, that has to be a good feeling. Has that ever happened for you, Anakin?
What's that? When you
when your favorite character ends up being your best character as well?
Yeah, I was playing Paul for a minute, and in the story, Paul and Law are like best friends. So that's cool that Paul's got that funny element of, I want to fight everybody, including
I'm the best.
I'm the best in the universe. He just wants to, just like Danny B wanted to prove, he just wanted to prove that he was the best. And Paul was actually my best character for a while before I started playing Jack, and it felt good, but the thing is, at the time I was younger, so I didn't really like look at the game as like I'll complain about this, can think about that. I just played it because I enjoyed it, and I think that's what separates me from a lot of people nowadays, is that I'm still kind of like playing as if I'm still that same 10-year-old kid from the arcade, just having fun, doing what I want to do, playing, and I'm not really, even though I compete, against some of the best players out there, it's still like I'm doing it because it's a blast. Like, I love just getting to do what I love, playing Tekken. It still feels the same, especially when a lot of my friends are they're still around too, the guys that I grew up with. I literally grew up with the Tekken community in Atlanta.
Nice. Cool. Now, Thea, I gotta ask you, I noticed there's a special guest on your side of the stream. We see your cat in the background.
And I'm nervous here because the last time I did that on my stream, she knocked the whole thing over. And I was like, what is going on? Like, the whole stream completely looked, it was like, I was in this cool room because my green screen, and then all of a sudden now they're in my kitchen. And it was that one,
like
too.
She's ready to make a move.
She does. You saw her looking at it. She was like,
yeah.
Yeah.
They always like are super like tame, and then they're ready to strike at any moment. So don't make me some moves.
And the bad one is sleeping here. You can't see her. She's very dark, but luckily she's sleeping, so it's okay. But actually, I was curious to ask you, Mark, like, do you have any characters in Tekken 7 that you feel you vibe with more than you thought like your original main was?
Yeah. So my main in this game is probably going to be Eddy, and I know that's probably going to be to the dismay of a lot of people online and in the chat, because Eddy has kind of like the stigma of being like a toxic character. But King is traditionally my favorite character. I love wrestling. I'm a big wrestling fan. So King has always been one of my favorite characters since the beginning, since Tekken 1. So I remember when I first saw King doing his plethora of just non-stop throws and non-stop attacks, and I just completely fell in love, because that was really one of the only characters at the time that was able to do it like that. And just seeing I guess, the homage and seeing the tribute that developers paid attention to, like the different real-life wrestling moves that we would see in professional wrestling, I thought that was so cool, just to be able to see that mimicked in a video game. And so accurately at that. So King is definitely my favorite character. I mean, when it comes to me playing online, I don't play online too much, but when I get serious about it, I definitely like to try to use King, but I often don't get those results. I mean, I played with Anakin a few weeks ago and I got beat up.
King is dope. Like, I think that's like the only character in throughout a lot of fighting games where you have the ability to do those multi-chain throws, you're executing the combos for the throws, and like, a lot of those moves little kids try to do to me when I was in elementary school. You know, all those kids loved doing their DDTs, and man, it was crazy. So I think that's part of why a lot of people who are fans of Tekken are also fans of wrestling, because this was a game that did those characters justice. Like, you got the chain throws, you got so many, like, stylistically, it just looks like you are literally playing like any wrestler.
And that's a huge
There's
part.
a lot of people. There's a lot of people that I know, like, as far as wrestling wise, take inspiration from, you know, games like Tekken.
Well, I gotta ask you that too, because I know there's a lot of players, or a lot of people within your industry that love just video games and love playing Tekken in general. I know Austin Creed, Xavier Woods is a huge fan of Tekken as well. Do you ever get a chance to play with some of your fellow team members?
I do, but then, like, I'm a little bit of a hothead when I play. So if I get, like, you know, especially going up against, like, Kofi Kingston, if I'm playing against him, he reminds me of my brother, where he's constant with, you know, the talking junk the whole time, and I'm like, man, oh my god, I almost grabbed him. I was like, this is how angry you get me. But yeah, no, we love playing that, especially like when we were on the road. We got to play, like, we would find a room, set up the PlayStation or the Xbox or whatever it was, and, you know, we would get to play whatever game we wanted. So it's cool because, you know, for me, like I said, Zafina was someone that I was like, ooh, I like how she moves. She kind of like, it's almost and obviously, like, belly dancing is something that's big in Egyptian culture. So, like, just the way that she moves, and it's very, you know, it's cool to add those little elements into your own character, and then just to have, like, again, the scorpion kick. There's one move that she does where she kind of rolls up the side of their back, and, you know, obviously, like, cracks their neck.
Yeah.
But
Oof,
I can do that without the, you know, neck cracking part. But, you know, like, there's little things that you can pick from. I actually tried to do Kazuya's, like, when he was holding them and he kicked them forward, kicked them back. Doesn't really work like that in real life, unfortunately. So, yeah.
I mean, you might end up ending their career, but it might.
Yeah, those are high risk moves right there.
High risk, high reward.
There it is. And sometimes that's all about what competitive Tekken's about. I mean, you gotta throw it all on the line, right? Especially if you're in tournament play, you gotta win.
Absolutely, absolutely. In Kazuya, I always felt like it was one of those, like, prime players that if you picked him, you were in trouble. Like, the other person at least was in trouble.
I see. I feel like you have an affinity towards the Mishima characters. You like Heihachi, you like Kazuya. You feel like those guys are the ones that put in the thread. So you are definitely a main lore kind of person.
Oh my god, yeah. I have, like, for Christmas, my husband got me this huge Jin, like, statue. It's huge.
Wow.
And, yeah, and it's funny because, like, you know, a lot of girls would be like, oh, I got this diamond necklace and this, that. And I was like, well, I got this huge Jin, like, thing. It's, like, huge. It's crazy, but I love them. I love, like, Mishima, like, just the whole story, the family, like, they're so good. And like I said, Kazumi has become one of my favorites. She has a tiger.
Yeah. That really attracts a lot of people who've never played. That's all they can look at. It's a tiger. It's a tiger. Like, all right, it's a tiger. What can you use her in tournaments, though? That's what the nerds want to know. They're like, hey, how good is she?
Yeah, actually, Kazumi has been proven to be quite the tournament character, at least in the past few seasons.
She's really
strong. She's a very strong character, and I'm sure you probably felt that while playing with her in story mode at the very least. But, you know, the storyline that she has with Heihachi is kind of tragic. Like, he had to. I mean, they're all fighting against each other.
There was a big twist.
She signed up Akuma. To join the ranks to end Heihachi and Kazuya. That's kind of crazy too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember, like, with the moment when I found out, like, how everything transpired, I was like, oh. And this whole time I hated Heihachi. Oh my god. And, like, now you end up feeling bad for him. You're like, wow, okay, like, I kind of understand. Not that I would throw my son off a cliff, but
definitely did not expect the mid-story twist that they had, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like with these last few years, me just being so focused on the tournament scene, I haven't really been playing, like, story, paying attention to it. But when I did play the story and I found out, like, how everything played out, it was actually, like you said, it was kind of heartbreaking. How,
I mean, to see
all the betrayal going on.
I'm sorry if there's spoilers for anyone that hasn't played the story.
I was trying hard not to spoil it. Like,
Yeah.
I know it's like 4 years old of a game, but
yeah, you guys have to have played. I mean, if you haven't played it already, you have missed the statute of limitation is over. We're going to talk about how Heihachi ended up going out like a G. I mean, he showed. I mean, there was that moment in the story mode where, you know, he's fighting Kazuya, right? And then he sees Kazuya as a little kid again, and that made me so sad. That made me so sad. That was quite touching. I was like, God. And, you know, I'm a dad, too. So I'm like, oh, no. How can you fight your own child? Oh, man.
Double hit
First off, I would win. But, man, can't do it. You can't do it. Can't do it.
Oh my god! And it was sad. Like I ended up like, wow, I had to do this. Like that's not. Ooh, that sucks, you know. Especially when you have to be the one to do it.
They make you press the buttons.
You press the button.
That's what I was like, no. Yeah. So and then like for some of the people in my stream who haven't seen it, I remember seeing the comments go crazy when that part came up. They're like, wait, what? Why? Why is this happening? What? I can't even believe it. Wait, hold on. Is he dead? Like, what's happening? So yeah, it's cool because I feel like that sucks people in a different way. Like if you're part of the tournament style, like just in that fighting scene versus like getting to see the story, and I think there's a nice like blend of the two because when a game has a cool like story mode and the fighting scene is great, I think that's just a 1-2 punch perfect.
Some people want both. Some people want like to be able to play, but also have something to mess around with on the side. Maybe when they're not competing with their friends, right? In the story mode, or like simple little mini games like the bowling that they've added, really kind of
oh my god, I love
with
bowling.
that need. Yeah, the bowling is classic.
Since you brought it up, I mean, what's everyone's favorite, I guess, mini game?
I'm actually
mode?
really bad at bowling, so I score under 100 in the game and IRL most of the time. pretty garbage.
Yeah, I'm bad in real life, but I'm pretty good with Kazuya, not gonna lie.
Well, there you go. We have a next matchup on stream right now, as you guys can see. Young-Skywalker, who we talked about a little bit earlier on, one of the online gods who was able to win a lot of online tournaments before, going up against PrinceBlaviken.
By the way, Markman, PrinceBlaviken put Donte in losers. I'm reading the bracket correctly. 2-0. Donte was one of the top, seeds that we thought was really going to cruise and make it.
He was the top seed in his
final
pool.
8. Yeah. He was the top seed in his pool, and I said if there was anybody who was going to be a shoo-in for the final 8, it'd be him. But he took an early hit in the bracket. Now he's in losers fighting for his life, and PrinceBlaviken was the one who did it. And I'm actually kind of shocked because looking at Negan and everything, I thought Tay might have been more prepared for that matchup, but here we are in the winners semi-final.
Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah,
and he's putting hands on Young-Skywalker right now. This is crazy.
Negan's a very good basic character. He doesn't have a lot of gimmicks. He doesn't have a lot of tricks that he throws out. He's got this big bat with a lot of range, a lot of power, and he's just rushing you down, right? Each one of his hits could deal a lot of damage, not to mention the combos and the wall carries, although there aren't any walls in the stage.
Now, Thea, I gotta ask you, are you a fan of The Walking Dead?
So I am, but there was some moments where I refused to watch anymore. And
no!
One of them, one of those moments was right when this guy came on the scene. I was like, no, I refuse.
So you were a big fan of one of the characters, then, I would assume. One of the other characters.
Yes, yeah, I was, and then there were so many other moments where like it almost happened, and then when it finally did, I was like, no, I'm done with this.
They're really good at that. There's always like a teaser every episode where you're like, oh no, is it gonna happen?
Oh, speaking of which, a cool little tie-in that I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but wrestling to now like The Walking Dead, who's Negan's now in Tekken, is that John Bernthal, who plays Shane in The Walking Dead, is actually Kurt Angle's nephew.
What?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah. Weird, right?
Crazy. Yeah. Small world.
Yeah, very much.
And time flies.
Yeah.
He's got old nephews now.
Yeah, right.
Young-Skywalker was able to pull out, but man, PrinceBlaviken was really putting in work there. And again, I can't believe that he was able to take out Donte early on. But again, we are continuing with the matchups. That's just 1-0 right now. So,
and this is just one section of the tournament. This isn't even the whole bracket. Like you seeing these upsets, but this is just a quarter of the entire 170 plus player field, which is actually a new record, by the way, if you're just tuning in. We're over 170 players in the US East, and we've yet to even find out who the final boss is, who the secret boss is to take on the winner of this tournament. I think now, like with all these like powerhouses entered in the tournament, they have a really good chance of taking out whoever that boss could be.
Yeah, for these online challenges, we have this special feature, Thea, if you're not aware, that the final boss will challenge the champion at the very end, kind of like a Shao Kahn kind of thing.
Like
but they're going to come out and they're going to challenge, give them an opportunity to double their winnings. But if they don't win, then those winnings go away.
Oh my god! That sounds
definitely
exciting.
A lot
it's
on
like,
the line.
And everybody's left in suspense. Everybody's trying to guess who the final boss is. For some reason, Markman thinks it's me.
Yeah,
As if I'm just gonna go from commentating and just like whip out the controller.
it happened before. What if it's Thea? What if it's Alita? Huh? Who knows?
What if it's Thea?
Is she gonna have
Or even
back-to-back
deceiving
championship
the whole
matches?
Hmm,
Who knows?
that'd be good. She's got coaching. We're gonna coach her, so
Exactly.
yeah,
It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready for the next matchup, of course. I know Anakin checking the brackets to see where everything is happening. So, Thea, any questions about the competitive aspect of the game that you've been watching so far? We have a character switch here from Prince.
So not so much questions, but more so I'm realizing like these little things that are going to help me, you know, like even as far as what he was talking about earlier and ducking and picking your spots of when to go and when to absorb something like a move and then seeing, okay, this is, you know, a 3-hit combo or something. And then you can kind of adjust. So I'm just kind of writing notes, honestly, because this is helping me as far as upping my game here. So
Tekken's like a game where if you have something that you can take advantage of against your opponent, you're going to be able to take advantage of it for forever, all the way up until they decide to finally change the way they play. And for a lot of players, they're hard-headed, they're stubborn. They've played so much of the way that they're used to playing that it'll take them a little bit longer to kind of make the adjustments or to even see that they need to be making certain adjustments. So as long as you just have one thing that's working, that's what you want to exploit. You want to take advantage of that and like win as many games as possible. And that's really the name of the game in tournaments. It's a race to 2 games. You're not sitting there playing like a first to 10, first to 100. You're not sitting there playing for hours. It's like a very, very timed like affair, right? It's a big race, and whoever gets off to a fast start usually puts himself in the best position to win. So you just want to,
seems very calculated.
Yeah. Everything is calculated.
Speaking of calculated, right now Prince with an amazing comeback here on that round, tying it up here. I mean, he needs this. Character switch is such an important thing when it comes to a 2 out of 3 set, which is what most of these sets are early on. So right now, Prince is locked into using Bob for the remainder of this tournament match.
Wow.
So it's a big decision that they have to make going into it.
I was one of those people who underestimated Bob, actually.
He's super fast, and that's like his whole like thing, you know what I mean? Like being big and being fast, being a weight. That's his catchphrase, and that's like his main strength. Actually, he doesn't really have a lot of ways to start combos, but like his pokes are really fast, and he's usually the one that counter hits the other opponent. Like when they both try throwing attacks. We talked about the faster one earlier being the one that prevails, and he's got a lot of speed to him. If you just like take a look and watch.
It's impressive, honestly, because like I said, I underestimated. Of course, it was my brother that picked him, and I was like, oh, I got this. Just kidding.
Right now, it's looking really good for Young-Skywalker, and he gets the unblockable to seal the deal. 2-0. I mean, there were some threats from Prince back and forth, but, you know, Young-Skywalker proving he's the chosen one, maybe. I mean, how does it feel? I mean, another Young-Skywalker, another chosen one.
It's interesting because Young-Skywalker, he's had that name for a while, so I can't even like.
I mean, you've had your name for a while too.
I'm not really that protective of my name because I'm not even the first guy to have the name. You know what I mean?
Probably the most known, though. Probably the most known.
Maybe, but still, it's like it's also weird that every time I watch, now that we mention it, like a Star Wars movie and like one of the prequels. And whenever like the actual Anakin character gets called, I'm always like, I'm hearing my like name or whatever, and it's always like messes with me a little bit because, I haven't seen Star Wars that much, so it's still like a little weird to hear it like in a movie where I was like, oh wait, that's not my name.
Did you pick your name or was it from the community?
The community. So like I said, I had played when I was like a 10-year-old, 11-year-old kid in the arcades, and everybody was much older than me. And they were the ones who gave me the name Anakin because at the time the Phantom Menace episode 1 of the prequels just came out, and I was like, I guess I had like Anakin vibes where I was like a quiet little kid playing at the arcade, and I was just there. I was quiet since everybody was older than me. It was a little more intimidating, especially like when they were talking trash to each other. Tekken's that kind of game where there's a lot of just friendly trash talking going around, and although I wanted to be a part of that, I was kind of like shy and timid. But they welcomed me in. Like I said, they were like more than welcoming. They gave me the name Anakin because they dubbed me as like the chosen one, where I'd one day grow old and carry the flag, represent Atlanta in the Tekken's community. And I thought that was really cool. Those guys gave me a cool nickname, but I was also quiet, so I never really introduced myself either. But yeah, that's the story, and I've been running with it all this time. And those guys in the arcade, 15, 20 years later down the road, we're still friends, and they've watched me kind of like grow up to be like just like the ultimate Tekken machine. That's just what I've been doing this whole time. Just
That's so
training
cool.
for the chance.
Yeah, training never stops, though. I mean, you know this very well, I'm sure, Anakin. Always try to better yourself, I
Yeah,
think, which is a
even-
good mentality to have.
Even when there's no tournaments, like we have to find ways to stay active, to stay sharp in the event. You never know when a big opportunity will pop up. Like we were talking about WSOE, there was a tournament that I had to play in, and luckily I had been live streaming and playing a lot of Tekken even through like the pandemic and everything, because either way I was probably going to do that anyways, right? So it's cool to like actually feel like a really, really natural like love and passion for your game, rather than people playing it just because they like want to win tournaments or they want like recognition. I think the first step to getting all that is like, are you really enjoying what you do? Because if not, then you probably won't last a very long time trying to do this. I think that goes for pretty much anything that you're doing, whether it be video games, wrestling, commentating, anything.
Streaming.
Like, yeah, you just have to make sure that there's a little bit of genuine love for it deep down inside what you're doing.
Well, I got to ask Thea, tell us about your because you started just streaming on Twitch this year, right?
Yes, actually only 3 months ago.
So tell us about that. How are you enjoying it so far? It seems like the community has obviously been very responsive. They've been, they love you. I can tell just by anytime I go there, you have such a wholesome community. So shout outs to Tim in your community. I know he joined us for one of our events where we played some other games. But so far, from my experience, at least watching your streams and interacting with your community, they showed a lot of love, especially for Tekken, and I love that.
Absolutely. And I love that about them. I've always said that, like, you know, there's some platforms that you look at and you're like, oh, I don't go and deal with that today because there's some toxicity that goes on in other platforms. But I feel like Twitch is such a positive place. Like from the second that I joined it, I was just met with like acceptance and just a welcoming feeling. So it's been nice. And then coming from my friend Paige, who started this whole thing with me, and she's like, you got to get on Twitch. Like, you're a gamer, you got to play that. You got to try it. And I was like, you know what, fine. Let me just give it a shot. And I'm so glad that I did, because it's just been so nice to actually get to talk to people who are just with me, you know? Because like a lot of people don't, if they don't know me and they just see me as my wrestling character, they would just think, oh yeah, you know, she's just being this mean girl on TV. But behind all that, behind all that,
it is shocking.
like,
You are rather mean on TV. I'm like, wow, she's going in.
I am, and you know what? That's also a side to like, you know, bring out very often. So when you get to dial it up, it's fun. But I also love being the like nerdy little kid that I've always been. You know, like when I was in high school, like I would get made fun of for liking, you know, like fighting games or really any kind of game, anime, or even just like wrestling in general. Like, you know, and now that it's being embraced, it's such a cool thing to talk to those people who vibe with, you know, with me like that.
I hear you.
This is a random question, Spero. Sorry. Has anyone mentioned that you have the Lucky Chloe headphones on right now? And, like, has anyone said it? Like, it's the exact same. I had to pull up a picture on the side before I check my facts, but like, it's literally the same. So if you look at Lucky Chloe, she wears like the headset with the ears and everything, and that's that's like pretty much the same thing. So
yeah, and I'm thinking
like that might be your character.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like. Again, I love cosplay, so little things like that. I'm glad that you noticed that.
You're already halfway there. Yeah.
It's these little things, you know, and same with, like, I did, for my Tekken streams, I did Zafina and Christy Montero. And, you know, it's just, I like becoming those characters and just, you know, being in that place. It's cool to share something that you love while also, you know, getting to do it. Because I loved Halloween, and now to, you know, be able to do this with Tekken, it's, yeah, it's super cool. And, like, we had just started streaming, my husband and I, like 3 months ago, and now we're number 37 in the world, as I was just told. So it's pretty wild to me still. Yeah.
That's cool. Of course, we are getting ready for our next match. So if you guys are tuning in, this is the Tekken Online Challenge. We're live with Thea Trinidad, aka Zelina Vega, and Anakin, as we're going to be talking about these matches, and of course, the many matches happening throughout the day. We're actually going to be taking some questions, I believe, from some of the Twitch chat. For you, Thea. So we had one question that came in early on. What's the name of your cat?
I have 6 cats, actually.
Oh my gosh, 6 cats!
Yeah.
So you are the cat lady.
I am, and that's the headphones fit very well because I sometimes feel like I am. But
7
Toddy
cats.
Potato, Toddy Potato, Tubby Tomato, Phoebe Purrywell, Pickles is who you just saw, the little troublemaker. Pickles, Pumpkin, and then Betty Beet and Willow Walnut.
Wow, those are some
6
great
cats.
names.
I mean, you could have
first name
like
and last names.
You could have a football team pretty soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've been training really hard.
Let's pick up.
Professional Tekken cat team. I can see that.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. That would be my thing. Like, you know, she's got a tiger, I have 6 cats.
This is Markman, the winner's final of Pool 1.
Oh, so this is a qualifier match then?
It is the qualifier match. Winner goes straight to top 8 winner side, and to be in the top 8 side is one thing, but to be on the winner side, it's a whole other thing. It guarantees you no less than a 5th place finish, and if you only have to win that first match before you're guaranteed a top 3 finish. So like the numbers, the odds, you know, everything works out in your favor if you're able to, you know, just make it on that winner side. Loser's got a little bit more work to do, so there's a lot on the line here, and if you fall here, there's no guarantee that you're even going to make it into the top 8. You're going to have to fight for that right one more time. So a lot on the line. I'm not sure if it's going to be first to 2 or first to 3. My guess is first to 2 just because it's not an actual winner's final. It's just pools, but DrBlazinPeanut, the doctor, takes it 3 straight against Mr. Whooppee. These are 2 veteran players. Mr. Whooppee has competed and qualified in a lot of offline tournament, like circuit events. I remember he qualified, I think it was in the Red Bull Conquest series. He represented the Northeast DMV Maryland area, so definitely one of the best players out of that region. But DrBlazinPeanut, he's been playing even longer than I think Mr. Whooppee has. You know, he was an online guy in Tekken 6. He was an online guy in Tekken 5 when Tekken Online first came out. He took a little bit of a hiatus, but he's back, and I think like it was just like a couple weeks ago or a week ago where I saw him. It might have been the WSOE even, where he had a big showing there, and that was kind of like his like debut after like the long hiatus or whatever. And it was cool. I've always known that he was really, really good, but to see him like come back and take on some of these fresher faces that have emerged since he's been gone, it's cool to see those like stylistic matchups, you know, things that you never would have thought been possible. Like, man, I really wish we had this guy from back in the day playing Tekken, because I really love to see him go against this. So that's kind of like what we got here. You know, we got a little battle of old versus new, and dominant performance by DrBlazinPeanut. I know a lot of times, yeah, when you got those funky characters, the underused characters like Lei Wulong, who's got a lot of tricks, he's got a lot of stances, he's got all these, you know, kung fu. He's pretty much Jackie Chan the character, and that's a lot of tricks that you have to like learn about. And what DrBlazinPeanut, he's bringing a lot of old school tricks too, so stuff you've never seen, stuff you haven't seen for 10 years. He's like digging up old fossils and stuff, trying to use them.
Maybe he's not digging up old fossils, he's just playing normal. Who knows?
Yeah, right. That's just it's like Star Wars where they freeze Han Solo. He comes out and it's like 10 years later. He's got the same
suspended
strats.
animation. Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Back with a vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have another question from the chat. So Thea, we have from Rhythm LP. He's asking, maybe this is for Anakin as well. Least favorite character to fight against in Tekken?
To fight against? Ooh.
I'm gonna guess Kazuya. Definitely.
I was gonna say, I think it's Kazuya, just because my brother has scarred me for life. So yeah, I think fighting Kazuya.
He threw you off the cliff?
Yes,
is that how family members do things? He threw you off the cliff? All right.
That's how you would test if I had the, you know, demon blood or devil blood, devil gene.
There you go. How about you, Anakin? Do you have any? I mean, this might be a huge tell. I know you're a competitor. Any characters you hate fighting against?
Least favorite character to fight against would probably be, I think, there are a few. Like, I know, like, when I run into a Lucky Chloe or, like, Katarina, I know that it's one of those, like, oh boy, here we go. Just because, like, you can expect the unexpected, but you don't know exactly how wild those matches can go. So you kind of have to like play it a little bit slow. And like I said, I like to bully people. And when I'm playing like those kinds of matchups, you know, it's a little hard to bully those guys because they can kind of like strike back a lot of situations against my matchups.
Yeah,
it's just a little annoying.
To hear, though.
Yeah,
that's cool.
When they can stop you from employing the game plan that you're best at doing, that's when you run into trouble. Like if you're used to being defensive and you play this guy who's just known for opening his opponents up and making them guess, you know, a lot, and apply a lot of pressure, then stylistically that's going to be something that's annoying for the defensive player. So a lot of times, like the way that you play is a big factor in like determining what you like to play against or what you don't like to play against.
So what you're saying is I have to pick Lucky Chloe or Katarina when I
Yeah, definitely. Those characters are really, really good. Nobody knows what they're doing. They're just like breakdance fighting, jumping around, and they're just so deadly. Like they're just so unassuming too. You think they're just like, oh, this little cute, little sweet little girl, but like Lucky Chloe is probably top 5 in terms of like how strong, how much damage she deals. Right, her combos can take a lot of life. So that's definitely something that a lot of people don't know until they face it for the first time.
You know, and it's
Mr.
funny that you
Whooppee
say
was
that.
able to come back.
Oh,
Go ahead,
see,
I'm
there
sorry.
we go. No. It's funny that you say that because like I have one of the things that we do on my Twitch is called Sister Sunday, and I get to play with Paige and Raquel, and you know we talked about playing with Tekken, and right away they were like, okay, well I want to know everything about the game because they saw like just a little like I gave them like little highlight reels of like what's to expect, and they're like, I need to play this game like now, like they've been practicing and getting ready for this. It's not fair because you've been playing this forever, and like when you're gonna beat us up, this is gonna be your game. But you know, every Sunday we get to like pick a game, and we're gonna do this thing where we have Tekken. We're all gonna cosplay as one of the characters and just go at it. Yeah, it's gonna be super fun.
That's awesome. What character are you gonna cosplay this time? Is it gonna be something new or haven't decided yet?
Honestly,
You're thinking about it.
I am thinking about it because I thought about doing Jin. I thought that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, or Kazuya with the red eye. I think that'd
Yeah, Jin's got a lot of like notorious outfits that he's been in the game for a while, and like I think like the pants with the fire on them is like one of the most like famous Jin looks.
Even the hoodie one too.
Yeah, but now he's kind of a bad guy because in the storyline, I think he started like war. He started like a world war. Now he's kind of like this evil like kind of like
I feel like a lot of the Mishimas, while it's easy to classify them as evil, maybe it's maybe we just don't know their perspective.
Yeah,
I feel like that's it.
true.
They're misunderstood.
Yeah, same with Heihachi.
Yeah, they're misunderstood.
Yeah.
I mean, you were talking about that earlier. I do have another question. This one is from Lord Seg. So he's asking, how do you prepare for matches? Do you have any rituals or anything like that?
So I do. There's certain things that I have to do before I go out there. I have to make sure that I like drinking like Gatorade or even Pedialyte, something to kind of get me like really energized and my body feeling good with electrolytes. But I have to listen to Nicki Minaj before I go out there every single time. I know. I have to like when I'm stretching beforehand, I have to have Nicki because she makes you feel like the baddest person in the world, like in the best of ways. So like you just feel like you are the best, and I have to blast this Minaj in my ears before I do it. So yeah, that's how I do it.
Interesting. I wonder if that would translate over to competitive Tekken as well. Anakin, you want to try to give that a shot next time?
I gotta find my Nicki Minaj. I gotta find something that's as uplifting as Nicki Minaj.
Oh, I got the perfect song for you.
Oh yeah.
Perfect song.
You guys are gonna have that share Spotify
music
playlist later on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been searching for some new music, so that works out perfectly actually.
Nikki, whenever like you want to feel like you're the best, I know the perfect song for you.
All right, we are continuing on with the match. If you guys are just tuning in right now, this is the Tekken Online Challenge. We have Anakin and we have Zelina Vega, aka Biggie Trinidad, here with us. We have another question from the stream chat. So, Death Metal Witch has a question for you, Zelina. Who is your favorite wrestler on the current roster?
Oh, that's hard.
Ooh, this is hard.
Yeah, I have my husband,
favorites.
Obviously. Yeah,
like there you go. All right.
Alistair Black, so that's probably my favorite. But then Rey Mysterio is the person who got me into wanting to do this, so also him. And then I have like Andrade being one of my best friends too, so it's really hard to choose, but I'll go with Alistair Black.
There you go, Alistair Black. But shout outs to 619, of course, Rey Mysterio from San Diego, where I'm from.
There you
I gotta
go.
give him a shout out too.
Yeah, that's super old school, right? That's like a legendary name. I remember he was in the game like when I was playing wrestling games on PlayStation 1.
Yeah, he's the one that made me go, oh wow, if he can do it, I can do it. Like not only just doing it as it's smaller in stature, but also as a Latino, I was like, you know what, like he's badass. Like I want to do what he can do, and that's the way I wanted to start training. Regardless, I was like, I want to be the female Rey Mysterio, and learning all of the lucha style is really difficult, but it's really rewarding once you start getting better at it.
Oh man, look at this. We're probably getting pretty close towards the end of this matchup here.
Yeah.
He did. The doctorate's paid off.
He's got a lot of new things that he's throwing at his opponents. Every time, like that match specifically, he went into a stance. He was able to freeze Mr. Whooppee up. Like whether it be the Panther stance, Dragon, whatever they're called. Like there were a lot of different mix-ups opportunities that that DrBlazinPeanut had, and that kind of like threw Mr. Whooppee off. I've never really seen him like freeze up like that. He's usually more solid. He's usually more aware of what's going on.
Yeah, good stuff so far, of course.
Was that Mr. Whooppee?
Mr. Whooppie?
No, the peanut one.
Oh, Blazing Peanut.
Peanut.
I mean,
Blazing Peanut.
that is a name that definitely evokes some kind of emotion. I mean, why is he blazing and why is he a peanut?
They're both up there in terms of good screen names. I like Mr. Whooppee, and I like the Doctor adds just that extra touch to it. I like it. You know, you might want to fix your glasses a little bit. You know, he's a doctor.
A bit more proper.
Yeah, you know, sit up straight.
Yeah, that was like my uncle's dog's name, Sir Nacho.
Uncle's dog's name, Sir Nacho, you said?
He's a knight?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to give a shout out real quick while we're here. Is of course lots of love to Astro Gaming. They're back for another year, supporting us for the Tekken Online Challenge as the official headset and the mix app here for what we're doing with Tekken. Of course, Astro will be providing the top 3 of this open challenge event, our champions with Astro products and custom merchandise. So thank you to them. And again, I got to give a shout out to the upcoming event that's going to be happening on our Tuesdays. Catch the Bud Light Beer League for Tekken 7, our tournament Tuesdays, happening on twitch.tv/Bud Light. So you guys make sure you guys check that out when it comes to Tuesday. I'll be hosting the one this coming week, so make sure you guys check that out. So I believe we are going to be going to another break. Thea, I do appreciate you joining us. I heard that you're going to be joining us again later on at the end of the broadcast today for more Tekken action. I don't know if you're going to be watching this with your community or not, but I do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and really tell us about all the cool stuff that's going on in your life and, of course, your love for Tekken.
Thank you. Yes, Tekken, I feel like, is always going to be part of my life regardless. And I'm just so grateful for you guys for having me. And thank you. This has been amazing to watch. It's definitely wanting me to go and up my skills a little bit more. So we'll see what comes out of that. And I'm up Anakin Person's home.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep an eye out on the stream. Next time you're playing Tekken, I might just pop up there with a couple of couple of lessons for you. Ready. I just want you to get revenge on your brother. I know what that sibling rivalry is like. I have an older sister who was like the perfect example, and I was just the guy that's playing video games. So you know what I mean? Like, I love just beating my sister at anything I can. So,
absolutely,
we got you.
Thank you. And it's cool too because I get to do this with my stream. So yes, I will be sharing this later. We can't wait to see it. I know my stream loves Tekken, and it's also like I've been able to give, you know, some of the winners like of my stream like the Tekken 7 game. So now they get to play it now, like the people who haven't heard of it. So it's nice all around, and I can't wait to show them what you guys got in store later.
Before you go, can you shout us out and where we can watch you on Twitch, I guess?
Twitch.tv/A to Z on YouTube.
All right, so make sure you guys give her a follow and check her out. She is going to be restreaming some of the Tekken stuff that's going to be going on. But Thea, good luck with your championship match tomorrow. We'll see you later on the broadcast today. And again, everyone that's tuning in at home, we'll be back with more action here for the Tekken Online Challenge. We'll be right back.
Thank you, guys.
What's going on? And we're back. This is the Tekken 7 Online Challenge US East Edition. My name is Anakin. I'm joined by Markman, and this is the open bracket. We have narrowed it down. We have some of our top 8 matches ready to go. We've been battling it out. This is a record-breaking field. Over 170 players battling it out on PlayStation. And it's been a long day. It's been, a lot of Tekken action going on. We just had our special guest, Zelina Vega, a.k.a. Thea Trinidad, on, talking about, our history in Tekken a little bit. That was really fun to just break out of the competitive space and kind of just, casual it up. It is really cool. But like I said, we've got our top 8 mark. Couple upsets happened throughout the day.
Yeah.
Of course, that's to be expected in the big, massive bracket. But we're narrowing it down. We've got a couple matches ready to go. But not only that, this is part of just day 1 of the online challenge. Tomorrow, you want to talk a little bit about what we got going on then, the exhibition matches?
Sure. I mean, prior to that, I want to talk about a little bit what's going to happen with our next event. We just opened up registration for the Tekken Online Challenge EU North Edition. That's going to be happening the weekend of October the 10th. So on Saturday, make sure you guys check that out. If you want to enter and you're within one of these countries, within one of these regions, whether it's Poland, Germany, the Czech Republic, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, you have an opportunity to go ahead and win some money, but also participate and represent for your Tekken community. Registration now live at TekkenWorldTour.com. And as you mentioned, we were just talking about the exhibition matches that are going to be happening not only for that weekend, but this weekend, which is happening tomorrow. Tomorrow, we have quite the stack. It's quite the stacked card, and there are several matches that are going to be. Let's actually go into it right now. So, Spero Jin versus Ukyo is going to be the first match of the day tomorrow, and that is definitely a battle of old school versus new school. Any thoughts on this matchup? I want to ask you while we're here, and I'll ask you again tomorrow. Hopefully, you don't change your answer. But who do you got in this matchup?
I'm not going to change my answer. I'm going Spero the hero. We've seen him just do the most clutch, have the most clutch performances in tournament. Dating back to when the game, before it even came out, he was clutch. He was already a legend back in Tekken 5. He had gotten second at Evo, and he's just kind of been one of the most consistent players in the US. So when it comes to like online tournaments, when it comes to exhibition matches, I don't think he's going to crumble under the pressure. Yukayo, on the other hand, is definitely, like you said, a little bit of a newer player, although I've been seeing him a lot more often on some of these online matches. My friend Incognito, he hosts like a Tekken stream several days throughout the week where he just pits 2 really, really strong players against each other. And that's where I've been seeing a lot of Yukayo's Yoshi come into play. He's beating up Incog. He's beating up a lot of quote-unquote names, I guess you could say. So this is a really compelling matchup just for the simple fact that, 1, it's an old school versus new school matchup. And 2, we've got 2 characters that you rarely ever see being used in tournaments. And in this matchup, we're seeing them go head-to-head. And this is where all the character-specific, the weird things can really start to happen just because you don't see these things, you don't see these matchups. Since you don't see these matchups a lot, it kind of creates for a lot of weird scenarios that could happen, especially when you're at the wall, you're doing combos, when both characters are up close fighting. You're going to see a lot of different things that you normally wouldn't see, especially like Spero Jin. He utilizes that relaxed stance. He utilizes Eddy's back 1+2 so well. And I've seen Yukayo's Yoshi play. Like, that is a true Yoshimitsu player, utilizing everything. Because in this game, it seems like almost every knockdown is a potential for Yoshi to like set you up, maybe tech trap you, that low sword, and especially on the wall, there's a vortex. There's a lot of new things that Yoshi comes to the table with now that makes him a very, very dangerous and viable character, whether it be in tournament, whether it be in an exhibition. We see like the king of Yoshimitsu, iMusician. He's been carrying the flag. He made a splash last year in the LCQ at in Thailand, where he beat a lot of fan favorites, a lot of favorites picked to win the tournament. And so, we now know that Yoshi can compete on that level, without a doubt. But either way, I think Spero is just solid as a rock. These guys probably have had run-ins with each other, just both being from the East Coast. And I don't see like Spero kind of like faltering under the pressure, because Yoshi's one of those characters that when they build momentum up, it just becomes a little bit easier. Like, they fall right into your hands. Once you get your first 2 setups going, once you get a few traps going, it's like, it really, really adds up. But Spero, he's not the type to get phased by that. And that's ultimately why I think he's going to take it. I would say, really, really close matchup, maybe 5-4.
Oh,
yeah,
giving us the numbers.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want, right? You
Yeah.
want me to put my stamp on it. So I could see it starting off, Yukayo getting up to a really good start, but Spero's tightening up as the set goes along. That Eddy keep out. We saw Oath do a little bit earlier, that backdash, that keep out game. Spero's on another level when it comes to that style of play. That's kind of like his bread and butter. That's where he made a name for himself since Eddy came out. So that's my pick. Of course, he's my friend, so I'm a little biased too. Not gonna lie.
All right, good pick. You know, I was gonna say leading into that matchup, you know, Yoshimitsu's been one of those characters that has been, I guess, more in the spotlight lately, especially with these exhibition matches. Characters, especially we just saw iMusician at the Korean event. I think one of the big things here is that we should note is these players know who they're going to be playing against in advance, so they have time to prep for this kind of stuff.
It's been about a good 2 weeks or so, right? That
Yeah.
they've been trying to prepare for this matchup. They know all eyes are going to be watching, and even though this is like an online event or whatever, like the prestige is there. Like the Tekken Online, this is the Tekken Online Challenge, and if you're on a stack fight card, only 6 names get to even be selected to play in front of all these people. So like, if you got selected, that means that you've been deemed worthy of like just playing in the exhibitions. Your skill, like this is kind of like a really cool spot for you, Kyle. I think that you can step up to the challenge for sure.
Oh yeah, and I feel like it could go either way. I know you listed the numbers there, being very close. So I really think it's going to come down to if somebody can get into the lead and really put their stamp on the game, and not be outplayed and outread, then they're going to win. Whoever's going to come out in the lead, it's really going to matter. I mean, even though it is a first to 5 a bit longer than what we're used to with tournament play, it's still going to lead to the same results. It's whoever's able to adjust in the quickest amount of time.
There are a lot of situations that against Yoshi, you're supposed to like duck and maybe like punish really quickly. And like one of Eddy's strengths is that he's got that super fast while standing launcher.
Yep.
And there's going to be situations that where Spero is going to be allowed to go for these things and to crouch really quick. But the windows are really short. So if Spero can place those crouches and those punishments early and play the matchup right, but that's going to force like an entirely different like pace of play that Yukayo might not be as comfortable or as willing to play with. If Spero can really, really slow it down instead of just making it an all-out brawl, because that's when I think the scales kind of tip in Yoshi's favor a little bit. He's got so many tools, so many attacks they can throw out for like every situation, something new could happen. So that's why if you slow it down, if you're Spero, you slow it down, you make him, not get to use all these different attacks, and you make
whoa. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a top 8 match.
Yeah,
we're going right into it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
From here on out, guys, it is top 8. This is top 8 winner side. We have DrBlazinPeanut going up against Nashi, and this is a match that, again, we were talking about earlier, a lore match, but this is a match that we did expect with these players and these characters. These are definitely character specialists for these particular characters. So, thoughts here. We know Nashi, solid player. Momentum can get the best of him sometimes. Do you think he'll have what it takes to be able to come out on top against BlazinPeanut? I think BlazinPeanut, obviously, the X factor in this matchup.
Absolutely. Nashi's going to have to be wary. He's going to have to be, very careful of what attacks he likes to throw out. I've played a lot against Nashi. I've seen Nashi play a lot, especially recently. It seems like he's been trending upwards, like doing better, having better performances each time around. And this one's no different. He's in the winner's side of the top 8. Here we go.
Can't believe he pulled off that Power Quest full charge, but he was able to pull it out. But BlazinPeanut, you can't count him out?
Yeah.
Okay, I got to tell you here, Anakin, one of the most dangerous things, and it's not just dangerous to U.S. players, even international players have fallen to this, is an old man Lei player is so dangerous.
My good friend Jimmy J. Tran lost to Lei like, 3-4 times last year, and it's not like one Lei. It was 3 different Leis. It was Exalted, it was Akon, there was a Japanese Lei player that he fell to, and so in tournaments, this is when this character is the most deadly, because in a long set, it plays out. You can kind of get a feel for what your opponent likes to do, what stances, what setups, but you're on the clock when it comes to a tournament. And just like that, Nashi's only got 1 round left to lose. The time is ticking, and it is not looking good. He's down to half-life already. I think he's completely lost. He's trying his best, though. But it's just one of those games where everything worked out. That's the second time that DrBlazinPeanut has used that move to close out. It's got that weird timing to it where he like grounds himself and then the kicks come. So that definitely gave Nashi trouble. Just that steamroll style. Like Nashi, he didn't really get a chance to use back Kenpo. He didn't really get a chance to use those pressure escaping tools that Feng throws out. It was just like him getting knocked down and then standing back up, facing the next mix-up and the next mix-up and the next mix-up. it was just never really the opportunity for him to get started there.
That's the thing too. He was playing outside of what we normally see his game plan is. So again, when players are forced to play a certain way or not able to utilize their tools in the way that they're used to using, it completely changes things up. And right now, obviously, control has been shifted, I would say.
Yeah, I think the thing about if you're Nashi, to lose like that is definitely very discouraging. But you don't want to like just beat yourself up too much, because a lot of times, like I said, sometimes that does happen where you'll lose really, really quickly, 3 straight rounds where you're not able to get much started. But if there's one thing I could say that will help you mentally, is that really isn't that doesn't tell the full story of how good both players are. It's not like DrBlazinPeanut is that much better than Nashi, where he just dominates him 3 rounds straight. That was more of like an anomaly. That was more of like, well, he got kind of lucky in a lot of spots, and that's what you got there, 3 straight.
Exactly.
But if Nashi just cleans up, 1 or 2 little small mistakes, small errors, then we're talking about like a whole new game. So
yeah, and you got to call it out. Like there's certain instances where let's say Nashi does one thing that will completely discombobulate the way that BlazinPeanut is approaching the matchup. If he's able to put a stop on one thing, that could lead to so much more. And again, it's these little minute adjustments that can really have an overall effect. But we're going to go back into the matchup. After this, we're going to take a look at the bracket and where we are in the top 8. But again, this is winner's round of top 8. First match, this is big, because as you mentioned earlier, this could mean the difference between getting 5th place and 3rd place.
Yeah, getting 7th. Yeah, right. And, it's not like Nashi got completely ran over. There are rounds there where it was, his for the taking. And it was just when he got up close and they're fighting and they're brawling, he might have rushed 1 or 2 decisions. And Lei is really good at baiting you just because he's so sneaky. He's so evasive. It's like if you rush into a decision, you're almost certainly going to get blown up for it a lot of times. Like legacy Lei players, they're best at doing that. They're playing hard to catch and right away counter hit back turn move. Yeah, let's see Nashi's adjustments. This is going to be very, very important for Nashi to at least come out in this first round and try to do something, right? Try to get some damage, something started, something he could try to take advantage of moving forward.
DrBlazinPeanut really not afraid. He's taking those. Like, I mean, at most he's getting hit by down 2, grounded attacks, but for the most part, he's playing the way he wants to play. He's landing those big counter hits. And again, counter hit is a sign of, just having the timing in your favor. Oh, look at that. All
the right decisions right now, but Nashi right there stops the bleeding a little bit. This might be like, his last chance. If he goes down 2-0 here, it could be a wrap, You never know. It's hard to make comebacks like that.
Oh, yeah. Momentum is everything here. Oh, he had an opportunity there. And again, with the down 2, this time Nashi cleaning up, able to get that crucial round. Again, he did not want to lose 5 straight rounds at that point.
Things got kind of weird there. Nashi able to close that out. Now he can breathe a little bit. All right, catches him with the tip of that move. Very long range move. All right, here we go. We're doing play dead. We're doing all kinds of against Nashi trying to weather the storm. Gets a hit in.
Did not get a big punish on that shoulder. That is launch punishable, but he gets the power crush out of Phoenix. Going towards the wall.
That's that move that Peanut likes to do when he's low on life. I bet you we'll see it again. Something that he likes to close out with, and that's a big punish. That's a very, very common setup that Nashi just executed there. It worked in his favor. Here we go. He's got the momentum here right now.
Oh, this is big. Able to get that counter hit early on. He should be able to push close to the wall. Gets it. What? I don't think that's what he wanted. Up forward 2?
He thought that Blazing was going to lay there, so he wanted to go for a little extra damage. Either way, he's pressuring on. He's trying to take the first game.
Yeah, big contrast.
When you put Peanut in, when you flip tables and you put him in a position where he has to come back from behind, like, he's slowing it down. He's a little more hesitant, and that's not where he's his best, right? Right now.
Oh my gosh, he's putting in the work.
Yeah, the vortex is when you really get scared of this man, but yeah.
I mean, BlazinPeanut was really trying at the very end there to make that
he
comeback.
Almost got it. Nashi hung on, barely was able to take that game. If Peanut had won that round, forced the final, like that changes everything. But to just take that game under your belt, now you have 3 minutes, 4 minutes, a little bit more time, whatever it may be, to kind of analyze what went on in the last game and went on in the first game. You put the pieces together and you try to just come up with the best game plan for this 3rd and final game. We are in the winners final, top 8. The stakes are at their highest. These guys all advanced from their pools without taking a loss, and somebody's got to go down here. Only one game to determine who moves on to winners finals.
Sure. Do we have a chance to take a look at the bracket at the very least, or are we going to do it after this match? Either way, again, there's just a lot of action that's been happening throughout the entire day. First match of our top 8, again, deciding who's going to be getting, or at least one of the players that's going to be getting in the top 8 winners side finals. And look, as you can see, we have on the winner's side, DrBlazinPeanut going up against Nashi, and that's the match that's currently going on. And then we have SourPiggy and Obscure on the other side of the winner's bracket. Interesting.
Ooh. So yeah, we saw Obscure in one of the earlier matchups. He had that super intense match against Akuma. I'm curious to see how he fared in losers, but it looks like Obscure just cruised right along, advancing to his bracket. I mean, he's very consistent when it comes to making top 8, so he's no stranger to just being in this position.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of notable players in the losers bracket that are fighting to get into the top 8. I mean, Spero I saw recently went into the losers bracket. There's Akuma. We still don't know where he's at. Young-Skywalker should be in there as well. So out of the players that we saw earlier on, I don't know where they're at. I mean, it'll be interesting to see because, again, one of these players will end up being our champion today. But not only that, we still have the final boss component that's going to be happening later on today. Anyways, match number 3 coming up. DrBlazinPeanut going up against Nashi. And this is, again, the final match to see who gets into the winner's final or for what we have here.
And real quick, before we get started, just a couple losers bracket updates. Spero is waiting in the losers finals of his pool. He's trying to make it out. And so is Young-Skywalker, the winner of PrinceBlaviken and Donte. Ooh, the rematch is going to take on Young-Skywalker to make it out of pools. And here we go, game 3. Nashi and DrBlazinPeanut. I have no idea who's going to win. Nashi looks a little bit more comfortable now.
Oh, yeah. He's obviously taking liberties here, going in with the pokes, going with the lows, which is important. But, ooh, as soon as he did the reverse Kempo step, DrBlazinPeanut was ready with that down forward. He got attacked.
He got launched out of the backswing blow, and that happens just because of Peanut. He timed that uppercut so well. If he had thrown that uppercut out a little bit beforehand, Nashi would have evaded, and the backswing blow would have hit.
Uh-oh. He's putting the tricks on. Let's see what he does. What's the wake-up option?
Lay momentum.
Oh, he wasn't close enough. He tried to go for the tiger.
Yeah, he went for the kill there.
Hey, that was crazy. Again, the fact that he didn't get the kill with the counter hit of 4-3, but the fact that he landed the counter hit of 4-3 shows that he has a read on the
and then he dropped the combo. We had there was a moment of silence there. We were like, oh, snap.
Hey, man.
Just because you never know in this game. One launch, it's over.
Yeah, it could be. And that's one of those launches that hurt, too. That big counter hit damage.
He just had to hit him one more time. He whiffed like the big kick. It's funny.
All right, this is in good position right now because he does have rage. Let's see what he does here. He tries to keep him at the wall. That's where he wants him.
If I'm DrBlazinPeanut, I'm just doing whatever. Like, I have nothing to lose here. Just go for it, right?
Might as well, right? You don't want to die. Okay, at least give it a try.
Danger zone for Nashi. Oh,
what?
My
How did he get hit by the third? Did he try to maybe reversal?
Yeah, he probably tried some kind of a bailout move right there at the worst time, man.
And Nashi is one of those players that likes to throw those out sometimes. Jeez.
He's usually really good at timing those evasive moves. Like, he waits for the right moment, but I think he just wasn't expecting Peanut to kind of, like, string him up when his back was to the wall.
Oh, man, he's getting caught in the blender now, but nice shoulder to get out of there.
That was like a preemptive break on that throw.
Was it the throw break or was it just an attack? Who knows? We'll never know.
But I'm going to give Nashi credit. It's throw break. All right, Nashi fighting for survival. Lay's got rage. He can steal it with one launch.
Yeah, and you got to watch out for things like the rage to get that momentum back. But here we go.
Second time that Nashi baited out that head towards face down while standing kick. Nashi's, I mean, that's something that like top players do a lot.
Oh, he caught him looking.
He's catching him with a lot.
Oh yeah, he's definitely taking some liberties here to, oh my god, again.
Again. This is not looking good, but Nashi, more than enough life to make a comeback.
Oh my god, the crazy thing is DrBlazinPeanut should have won a long time ago with this combo choice.
Won 2 rounds
he's
ago.
still fighting to stay alive. Nashi has rage though. Again, like I say, you can never count out anyone with rage.
He's trying to be solid. He's trying to be pro. He's trying to find that rage drive.
Again, DrBlazinPeanut now securing himself a spot, guaranteeing a top 3 finish here today and in the winners finals now. But wow, Lei Wulong.
One thing I want to point out about DrBlazinPeanut was that when it came time to close out the rounds, for a lot of people, they usually stick to like the same mix-up, that down 4-1, that low kick mix-up. But when it came to Peanut, we saw like 5 different round enders. That last kick to win the set. We saw that crazy wall string that froze Nashi up. He swung at the wrong time, and then in the first match, there were 2 rounds where he did the 4-4. I don't know what that move is called, but that
4-4, and then he goes into the
slippery low kick. That's like an OG killer. Like nobody uses that anymore, but that was the move that you used to finish rounds out back in the day. So like,
I'm telling you, man, old man Lays, you got to put some respect on their name.
He's in the winners final. DrBlazinPeanut, the doctor, is in the house. We saw a lot of things. That was probably what impressed me the most. Like when it came down to finishing the rounds, I'm usually expecting Lei to like look for down 4 opportunities. Like it's a very fast low and it's reliable, but it was like he threw out the unexpected, and Nashi was just not ready. He has a lot of experience playing against, I'm assuming, Lei players in the Northeast, whether it be Exalted or Pepper Beef Too Spicy. He's seen a lot of Lei traps, but I don't think he's ever seen anything like that before.
Oh, yeah. And it is great to see. I mean, you saw a lot of usage of some of Lei's arsenal that we don't normally see, especially in the open. I mean, that forward 3+4, that big drop kick in the open landed so many times in the matchup. I mean, I get the idea, right? Especially if you're near the wall, you want to set him up into a mix-up with those kicks, right? But, man, he was doing it in the open.
Yeah, the way he used it at the end, he used it like full screen where it was going to whiff unless Nashi moved forward. So that was kind of like a super big brain play where it was so obvious that they were so far apart. The only way that Nashi could move was to advance at the time, because going backwards anymore didn't make sense. So he called it out. He had to read. He was going to throw out something super surprising, and that was just pretty funny the way it landed, because King has kind of like a similar strategy when he uses his drop
exploder
kick.
Yeah.
So does Roger Jr. I know that Roger Jr. back in the day, like once you whiff the kick as he landed on the floor, that's another hit that can hit you too. So that was like my little sneaky round finisher at the end of the day, at the end of rounds back in the day. It was kind of, took me back to see that move. That was dope.
Yeah, it was good to see. Obviously, there could be some cleaning up on DrBlazinPeanut's side. If he's able to do clutch his combos out, I think it's going to be a hard test for anyone that meets him in the winners final. And who's it going to be? That's the question. Is it going to be SourPiggy or is it going to be Obscure?
SourPiggy, Obscure, man. These guys are very, very evenly matched up, I'd say. And I don't even remember like ever really seeing them compete against each other. It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recall, but you know, these guys are tournament staples. We always see SourPiggy doing really well at like the Big E events up in the Northeast. He's kind of a staple there, and Obscure kind of just travels and he does his own thing. So this is interesting. This could even very well be the first time that these guys have matched up. I know SourPiggy rocks at Julia. He's also got the Anna. I've lost SourPiggy's Anna before in the tournament, so I'm always like considering that as an option for him. You know, he could go with Anna, and that's like really, really good character in tournament just because she makes you guess. She flips those coins, and
oh yeah,
you know.
And that's the thing. I feel like forcing them into the mix-up, and again, because of it being a mix-up or a potential mix-up, sometimes the best mix-up is to not mix it up and just keep going for the same thing.
That was what Peanut was doing.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to go for the same thing. If they're not going to block it, I mean, yeah, everyone knows it's unsafe, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not unsafe if it hits all the time.
I mean, it's the least thing that's the last thing they expect is what you just did a lot of times. Unless you guys are kind of like have that experience against each other and you're on that level of thinking, knowing that, oh, this guy likes to throw the same thing 2 or 3 times in a row. When you go for something and it succeeds, it's like that's the last thing that the opponent is going to expect for you to throw out.
Oh yeah,
the very next time.
It's crazy. And that's the thing is like sometimes you make the adjustment as a player and you figure that out, but it's maybe too late and you don't have enough life to make it through. And it's unfortunate, but sometimes you got to make those adjustments early on, or you have to put a stop to it, mitigate the risk. And I think that's key for a lot of these matchups here, is to make sure that you don't get put into those situations. So guys, if you are watching right now, this is the Tekken 7 online challenge for the US East. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Mark. I'm here with Anakin, and we are getting into our top 8 of the tournament. We're going to find out who the final and secret boss is going to be. But not just that, at 6 p.m. Pacific and 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we have a special presentation from our fearless leaders, Tatsuhiro Harada and Michael Murray, as they talk about Season 4 of Tekken 7.
I know that's what everybody's waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm really looking forward to what they've got to show, and like I'm kind of hyped after hearing a little bit, like a little sneak peek of what they got. Like I really want to see this. I cannot wait, and I think everybody's in for a really, really big surprise, really big treat. I don't think anybody's expecting what they got today.
I think it was like, you know, almost 2 months ago where they had the developer roundtable discussion where they talked about, you know, obviously Season 4 was announced, but I'm really looking forward to see what kind of improvements they made for the overall game, and that's what they were talking about. Whoa, here we go. We have Obscure with Ganryu.
You called it.
Ganryu, and you know, he was talking about how he loves this character. His love for the character, I think, will go a long way. And this is a lore match too. Danny and Julia.
That's funny you mentioned.
They're both streamers now. You know that?
They are. One's trying to get like his stream off the ground started, right?
Yep.
The other one was like more established.
One's affiliate, the other's partnered.
One's grand super partnered.
Oh yeah.
Front got the brand deal. Yeah.
Okay. Here goes.
Offline TV, Julia. All right, let's go.
Here we go. Obscure debuting his Ganryu. I'm curious. I mean, I've never seen it before. I'm interested in seeing what route he goes, what moves he prefers, right? That's the first thing you want to do when you face somebody using a character for the first time. What's their favorite moves? What do they like to go for? What is their game plan? And trying to figure that out really goes a long way.
Yeah, that down forward force string that Ganryu does at the very end, it has some of the most insane wall carry for a lot of the characters. I think that's really one of the, I mean, for both of these characters, they have insane wall carry. I think that's really probably one of their biggest strengths. But again, for Ganryu in particular, and actually I guess for Julia too, it's just raw damage.
That was super weird. I was just about to say, Obscure is kind of like unfamiliar, or he's kind of like uncomfortable, it seems. Just like standing still a lot of times and misspacing the moves, but still it worked out in his favor. I thought he was going to lose a round when he got launched.
Yeah.
Trying to do unblockable, because that was clearly an input error. He was trying to do something else, but got unblockable, got launched, and somehow made it out the round with a win. Nice
big launch there while standing 2, guaranteeing the up forward 1+2 follow-up here. And look at the damage and the wall carry. He's going to start pushing him towards the end. Big counter hit with the up forward 1. Going back the other way, SourPiggy, again, going to make use of that wall carry.
That's like almost the full distance, pretty much.
Yeah, that's like catching an interception on the other side of the field and running it in for a touchdown.
The full 90, 100 yards. Here we go. Might not kill.
I don't know. Is the fan coming out? That's the question. Very close. What's the mix-up? Oh, that's a good option because it hits grounded as well.
It does hit grounded. That's interesting. But there was enough space for SourPiggy to roll back. He put himself in a position where he had to guess mid or low when he could just roll back. Played a little bit more safe.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
That's really hard to time. So shout out to SourPiggy for getting that combo. It's Obscure's turn.
He's trying to go.
Yeah, he's trying to be a little cheeky there.
Yeah, try to go for a sit mix-up, unable to get it. And look at this life deficit in favor of SourPiggy.
He gets one.
To close it out.
Gets one. Sometimes that's all you need. Just because Obscure, like, it's looking very, very shaky. Even though he has 2 rounds, it's going to be very hard for him to win a 3rd one if SourPiggy starts to, like, catch on and get comfortable in the matchup.
Oh, yeah. Again, lots of things that you got to watch for in the matchup, especially in the first match when you're going into it. You have this phase where you either show your dominance or you have to make adjustments and come back as the challenger. So it really is going to be tough. So right now, SourPiggy finding his groove, able to get all this damage. One mix-up could have done it there, one for the mid.
Yep. And, you know, you only have 6 rounds to lose before the match is over. Oh, my God. One more hit. What the? Obscure? What the? SourPiggy?
Oh, he got the block with no punish. What's going on here?
Got it. That was hilarious. I forgot what I was saying. That was so crazy.
That was wild.
Oh, all right. Just because you have like 6 rounds to lose in a tournament, it's almost as if you have to treat each individual round like, you know, one game. You have to be able to see if you can try as many things as you can in one round, especially early on, like you just said, in the first game. That's where you pretty much get to figure out your opponent, and then like every game thereon, it's when you're capitalizing. Oh my God, the pressure. Obscure. One more hit. One more hit. Oh. It's not going to kill.
Oh, this is huge, though. Oh, he missed the follow-up there. He went for the get-up kick, and he's done. Risked it all on the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Tried to shoot him in the knee.
It was bad luck because SourPiggy tried to do the resplat, and usually I'm sure he's going to land that 9 times out of 10, but this is the one time that Ganryu did not hit the wall, and then the scramble is on, and he still like had a chance to close it out. Like, it feels like when these guys are playing and it's coming down to the wire, that's when it gets like super ugly because neither guy has like had the experience against each other's. You know, I'm sure Obscure has never played.
It should be noted that neither one of these use these characters as their main, right?
I think
this is definitely an exploratory thing, and maybe they were both trying like, oh, I'm used to his Alisa or I'm used to his Akuma or something like that, or his Anna.
I feel like with Piggy, it's more so his main character now. He's been rocking a lot of Julia. That's probably what he feels in his gut about what he should do, but. Yeah, I don't think he's ever had an experience playing Obscure's Ganryu and vice versa. I don't think Obscure's Ganryu has had a lot of hands-on experience fighting against SourPiggy. And you throw in that, you know, these guys are in top 8 winner side, and there's like the nerves, there's the pressure building up. And those situations where you have to react fast, you have to think fast, you have to commit, choose something. Those guys showed a lot of hesitation, I saw. There were like some weird stare downs where they would just look at each other, and you could tell somebody was supposed to have attacked by then, but nobody really wanted to make that first move. There was a lot of those moments. It was weird. Like I said, that's how you know those guys are just getting familiar with each other. I'm expecting to see a very, very different game 2 this time around.
Yeah, do you think we'll see a character change?
No, I was just about to say, I don't think
Okay.
SourPiggy was switched, just off the fact that...
I mean, he did really, really well. Just, I mean, at the end, it mattered the resplat. If that had landed, it could have been a different story. That mix-up could have been in his favor at the very end.
With the resplat, he's in a position to finish the game off with one final mix-up. You know, like that was gonna be a massive combo, but instead it whiffed. Obscure has a lot of life, and he decided to commit to bow and arrow. Maybe a little bit too early. Maybe he just said, "Screw it, I'm ready for the next game." But Obscure was ready. You know, he might have gotten lucky with the block. It's always super dangerous to kind of like crouch when your back is to the wall in the first place. So for him to block that in the clutch moment, maybe it was something that he was ready for. Like he scouted it, maybe. Who knows? These guys are loading up now. I hear it. There it is.
All right. Much would be expected, as you mentioned, sticking to the same characters. It was a very close match early on, and it all came down to the final moments.
Oh, yeah.
And these scrambles are everything. You want to make sure that you're able to come out on top, especially for a match-deciding moment.
All right, we got the update on Donte, PrinceBlaviken. Donte made it out in the Double Jeopardy rematch, 2-1. Now he's fighting against Young-Skywalker in the losers final to see who makes it out. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Of course, yeah. Thanks for the update there. As we go into this match again, this is to secure a spot in the winners' finals, where DrBlazinPeanut is waiting for them. Let's see.
Spero and Oath are fighting for the other spot too. That's a little Eddy mirror match going down off stream.
Nice. And look at Obscure. Obscure starting to pick his shots now, using a lot of down forward 3. Wow, that was a great power crush option. Again, from that option right there, Julia does not have any loads. It's all highs and mids, so that was a great option to pull out that 4-3+4.
That round flowed really, really smooth for Obscure. We saw him go from one attack to the next. All the decisions were correct on his part. He's looking a little more comfortable, just, you know, not being scared to apply pressure, not being afraid about the penalties or the consequences should he gets wrong. He's just letting it go. And that's kind of like the advantage you have being up a game against your opponent. You get to try a little bit more out without fear of like losing the set, because you're not in a position to lose a set. SourPiggy is.
Nice. Oh, he only went for the first hit, did not believe. I noticed Obscure is taking a bit more chances as far as... Oh my gosh, he got it too. The running 2-1. That was clutch.
He did not know the spacing on that move, and I think because it worked earlier, he was kind of like falling in love with it.
Yeah.
Might have to slow down with one. That move is not the best move, but it is usable. The armor crush.
Yeah, he had that self-validation, like, you know what, it worked before, I'm gonna do it again.
Right, and he was trying to win the round with it too. It was like a big round up for grabs. He could have gone up 2-0, but he just like, screw it.
Oh, this time putting an interrupt to a lot of the folks here. Obscure still has a life lead, but he has to be careful. Wow, that was so sick. The 4-3 right over the sumo palm.
No way that was intentional. Like, SourPiggy did not know he was going to crush him low. It just worked out in his favor. Here we go. He does not care.
That's the thing. He did capitalize on it, though.
It ain't my problem.
Here we go. SourPiggy with the chance to tie it up. But Obscure, you know, he's been playing pretty solid for the most part. But the thing is, he got crushed in an unfortunate moment.
Maybe now he's a little too solid, right? Because we were saying how he was just starting to get comfortable doing his thing. And
wait, double mad axes? Yeah, someone's going to have to be mad after that one. That was back-to-back, this time throwing on the other side, switching positions.
Yeah, that's the side switcher throw.
Oh, and he went for the back 1+2 this time. Not sure why.
A lot of work to do for Obscure. No good, no go.
And SourPiggy crashing the party, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure why all of a sudden Obscure decided to pull back and try to take that defensive style. Like, he won that first round of the second game because he was going in, and I think the fact that he was up so big in the set kind of triggered something in his mind. He was like, all right, well, I just gotta sit back now and let him make the mistakes. And that never really happened because that's not your main character, and that's not a character you're super comfortable sitting back with and just letting the opponent do whatever. If it was Alisa, then I could see that, you know, that's Obscure's trademark style. That's the way he plays, but he's playing he's bringing unfamiliarity to the table. Like, he's bringing a surprise pick, and you have to take advantage of the surprise pick. And you don't take advantage of the surprise pick by sitting there and letting them do what they want to do, right?
Oh yeah, and I could tell there was, you know, a bit of familiarity in the matchup. I mean, you know, Obscure got away with a lot of stuff. I mean, he did the 4-3+4 early on, trying to snipe that move in. He got a little bit carried away with it, but he also did 2-1-2, catching SourPiggy off guard, getting that launch in the combo there. I feel like after that point where he started getting that comfort zone from winning that first round, he didn't really try to apply any of Ganryu's stuff after that, and I think that really is what cost him the win. It gave, I guess it gave SourPiggy the chance to take control of the match.
And now it's even, I think it's even going to be worse for Obscure because all those tricks, all those surprises that he had in store, those things have expiration dates. Like, you cannot
he used it early.
You can't rely on that forever. You can't rely on that forever, and I was saying as the match unfolds, it's going to be harder for Obscure to win each individual round. So now the slate is wiped clean. We're in a final game situation. This is a really good match. Just, you know, the way that it's played out, interesting is like an understatement, I guess. There've been a lot of funny moments where anything could happen, but yeah, they're neck and neck right now. This is the only game that matters.
Yep.
This is a situation where maybe Obscure would consider switching back to Alisa.
I think so. All right. So, I mean, I feel like it's a tough choice either way. I mean, SourPiggy I don't think will change at all. I mean, obviously it doesn't have to change, right? Doesn't have to change. But the thing is, I'm talking about the play style. He's still going to move forward and try to take control of the matchup.
Yo, that round where he crushed the low, that was like
it was the heartbreaker. It was like the
defining moment, right?
It was the dagger, right? It was the dagger. And how can the dagger happen not in the decisive match? But it felt like it. It felt like it to me.
It was insane.
Anyways, we're going into this Infinite Azure. This is the classic, right? We call it the Korean Classic, taking the open stage afterwards. So let's see how this is going to play out. This is going to be a big one. Again, this is for winner's final placement, where they're going to fight off against DrBlazinPeanut, DrBlazinPeanut, in the winner's side finals.
What a turn of events. No Tay, no Spero win winners, but instead we got these two battling it out.
And then there's still, I mean, we have this and we still have the final boss. I mean, I hope you're ready. I hope you're warming up, Anakin. Or
It's
Michael
not
Murray.
me.
Or
Not
Michael
me.
Murray, whoever it is.
I promise it's not me.
Likely story. That's what Reinhardt said.
I mean, I don't know how good Reinhardt is at lying, but he probably just like gave it away or something.
Oh, are you saying you're a better liar?
I'm just saying you don't know what I'm thinking.
Dang. What a mix-up.
Damn,
What a mix-up.
Got him.
Got him. I'm sure you got everyone in the chat too. But again, here, opening round here of what could be
Big round.
big round. Yeah,
round.
I think momentum has to be done here. Oh, there's a big back 1+2. Was not counter hit, but still got the knockdown, of course.
I think if Piggy wins,
Oh! That was good. That was good. I think the
Obscure
use of
needed
that Tachi stance back 1+2 was excellent there.
every round that's like up for grabs, Obscure needs it, because those are the ones that he's winning. He's barely scraping off these victories, and Piggy is the one that's like dominating. If you were to take a round, like he's the one that's going in, doing whatever he does.
I mean, we've seen him use so much of that
Thunder
Tachi
Palm
stance
2
already.
times,
He's going low. He's starting to go in.
and why would he duck right there? And
He just got countered. This is big.
no rage art. He wants to do something. You gotta think if he loses around here, which he does not think. Like, had he not used rage art and lost, that probably would have been, the biggest mistake of the set.
Here we go. Again, he's been making so much use of that move, trying to get a lot of mileage out of it. Let's see what he does. He goes with a mix-up unblockable, and he lands it, puts him in the blender, but they're going the other way. But Julia does have rage. This is where it gets scary.
Her rage drive is not the best. And now the weird stuff's coming up for Obscure. He's throwing SourPiggy off and doing a very good job.
Pibby here heard your comment about expiration date, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to start pulling
Let
out
me-
all the
yeah.
tricks. All of them.
Gotta use them while you still can, man.
Oh, yeah. Especially to get yourself a spot into winner's final. I think that's a good, noble place to use it, right?
Mhm.
Oh, there's a launch. No, he didn't get it. Maybe he felt he wasn't close enough. He had to dash in for that
He
one.
tried to step in, but I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, he could have gone for something. And look at that. SourPiggy does have a slight life lead here. Goes for the low.
That
But again-
Thunder Palm, Rage Drive.
It's done.
I
It's
knew
over.
it.
It's over. The Sumo Torpedo at the very end seals the deal. Obscure gonna fight against DrBlazinPeanut in our winner's side final. So congratulations to him.
Florida
SourPiggy now
matchup.
going into the losers bracket.
Florida matchup. 2 Floridians in the winners.
Damn,
final.
Florida kings of the East Coast.
that's
Really, the
amazing.
South is really the South the king.
I had no idea it was gonna be like this, man.
Well, let's see how it plays out, of course, because it's not done yet. There may be some noble hero from the losers bracket that may be able to change things around completely. Who knows?
Yeah, and these are where the favorites ended up falling to. Like, the Tays, the Speros, they're in losers. They're hungrier than ever, and they're like a little bit salty that they got put in losers when they probably didn't think they were supposed to, right?
Oh yeah.
But they're not gonna let like a loss affect how they play in the bracket. I think we're good to go. I'm trying to see. Okay, so update. Tay is gonna make it out in losers over Young-Skywalker. So after losing to PrinceBlaviken and early on in the pool, he still does make it out of the pool, and he also manages to get revenge on the guy who put him in losers. So to put that behind you is a good feeling. Just like avenging your own loss in the same tournament, it almost kind of like negates the loss that you took in the first place.
That's for sure. So again, as we're getting ready for our other matches that are going to be coming up, I want to take the time to give a shout out to our friends over at Astro Gaming, of course, the official headset and mix app of the Tekken Online Challenge. And of course, this year they are extending their partnership to provide products to us, the guys doing the commentary for these Tekken Online Challenge events. We're using our special edition Astro TR main stage headsets to bring the hype to you guys at home. So again, shout outs to Astro for the innovative designs and of course for always supporting the fighting game community. Much love to the Astro family. This coming Tuesday, we also have the Bud Light Beer League. Make sure you guys catch all the action for the Tekken 7 online tournament Tuesday nights on twitch.tv/Bud Light. I will be doing commentary for that event as well, so I hope you guys look forward to it.
They've been doing East 1 week, West 1 week, and I think this upcoming Tuesday, it's the East's turn to get back into action. West was last week. So if you're living on the East Coast, US, this is your chance to get in there. Just like last year, it's like a several month-long series leading up into a big finals where all the money is up, all the big prize pool, everything you expect in a big online Tekken series is there. So go ahead and get in there, earn some points, see if you can qualify for that final phase of their tournament. Like I remember last year that was really hype. Yeah, there's still time. They just got underway, so definitely still a chance to sneak in there.
And again, I mean, we've had some epic numbers here with this weekend's Tekken 7 Online Challenge. Record numbers, 170 plus people. So hopefully the East Coast will show up again for that. But let's take a look at what's going to be happening tomorrow. We have our exhibition matches. We just talked quite at length about Spero versus Ukyo. Let's talk about the second matchup. We have Incognito versus Joey Fury. That is a matchup of two old school players. A lot of people maybe don't know this, but both of these players probably started around the same time. I mean, I would say Incog maybe around the T4 time competitively, and then Joey Fury, we first really saw him step into the scene, even though he's been playing the game for a while, but he started traveling and going to more tournaments for the Tekken 5 days. So this one's a tough call for me. I don't know about you.
It's a tough call for sure, but if we're playing favorites, Incognito is probably one of my favorites out there.
Yeah.
Just the way that his style is very in-your-face, disrespect in a stylish, swaggy way. Like the way he plays Brian is totally different from the way that you see your normal Brian players play. And you always have a good time when you watch him. You gotta get your popcorn ready. You gotta wait because he's always gonna go for those flashy, cool guy plays. But Joey Fury is not the type to get hit with those types of strats. Joey Fury is the type of guy that you need to bring your A game to, and Incog is usually just horse playing around, trolling. That's why I think Joey Fury's coming to this matchup with the edge. I've seen them play a little bit. They're usually evenly matched, but I think Joey just has that experience. He's played a lot of characters. He even plays Brian himself. And I don't know if you know, but I saw a little preview that they had where Incog issued a challenge to Joey where he wanted to fight him with no walls.
Yeah.
So that could be a little bit of a trap that Incog is setting to kind of maybe make it to where he feels like he's getting an even matchup. He's trying to turn the tables in his favor, and I think Joey might go for it. I think I saw him tweet something out sure, we'll do no walls. So they're gonna battle. If they are gonna battle it out with no walls, then that's interesting because I think it's counterintuitive. The Brian player wants walls, right? But for Incog to not want walls in this stage, I think that says a lot to how much he is afraid of Marduk's wall pressure, because Marduk's also really good at that. It's more about him wanting to get away from the Marduk wall game rather than him really, really wanting to employ Brian's wall game, because Incog's the type of guy that will jet up you mid-screen. He don't need the wall for that. And that's what I'm looking forward most to, is if he's going to be able to pull out those disrespectful moments against Joey and how Joey's going to do it. But I got Joey 5-3, Mark.
Oh, interesting. All right. I mean, I don't think I have quite the number, but I believe in Incog. Incog has always been one of those players where he's been beaten top players during his prime. I mean, he hasn't obviously had the same type of experience in Tekken 7, but I feel like if you give him time to prepare, he's definitely going to do the homework and try to get a good feel for the matchup. So obviously he's had some experience against Joey Fury, so it's just a matter of how he's feeling on that day. I think that's really what it is for any of these matchups, is how they're feeling on that day and who's going to be able to take it. Anyways, that's going to be happening tomorrow. That's part of our exhibition series, so I hope you guys tune in for that. Today, we still have the rest of our top 8 that's going to be happening. After our top 8, we still have our final Secret Boss Challenge. And, of course, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have our Season 4 preview from our friends and fearless leaders, Michael Murray and Harada-san. But real quick, we are going to take a short break as we come back with more of our Tekken 7 Online Challenge, so stay tuned. We'll be back.
What's up, everybody? We're back. This is the Tekken 7 Online Challenge US East Edition. We are wrapping up our open bracket. We're just about halfway through the top 8, I guess you would say. And my name is Anakin. I'm joined by Mark, man. We've just been, running through the motions, going through the bracket. We're finally in the top 8, and this is where it counts. As we take a look, one of these contestants is going to earn the chance to go up against our secret final boss later on. So once these guys play out, we're going to have that interesting challenge. And of course, coming up at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Michael Murray and Harada-san themselves come in and give a little bit, talk about some of the things to expect coming up in Season 4. But
Looking forward to that. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Of course, everybody, I'm sure, is waiting on that right now. But as you can see, we already saw, DrBlazinPeanut. That was a really good match against Nashi. It was a battle of who can weather the storm the best, and then Obscure. That was just a funky matchup. But both these guys, they're gonna be in winners finals. Who knows who Obscure is gonna play against Peanut? That's a battle of the Floridians. But in the losers bracket, we're finally gonna take a look at who's qualified. Mr. Whooppee, as you can see, we saw him fight earlier. The Negan player coming out of the DMV area. OdellTheFinest Wave. That's quite a name. I don't know who that is, Mark. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this player, but
not at all.
Yeah, I know, right? Rounding out the top 8, we got Spero, and Donte, 2 more well-known names, 2 guys you probably expected to be in the winners bracket, but instead they fell a little bit early, and they're gonna have to battle it out in losers. So only one can move on. And to make things worse, Nashi's waiting for the winner. So if, let's say, Spero wins, we're gonna have a BFF matchup. That's gonna be a sad one. But yeah, that's our bracket. We've got our top 8.
One of these players, as we talked about, again, they're going to have to not only win the tournament, but they're going to have to go up against the final secret boss. And don't worry, I can do solo commentary, Anakin. So if you need to leave for a little bit, I got this.
I mean, I can do commentary while I play, but I'm not, the final boss. So
all right, that's what you keep saying. Now, again, I'm suspecting red right now.
I don't have to worry about that, but I do have my stick ready to go. Just in case.
Just in case you really.
My name gets called.
Okay.
I'm not the final boss though, so you guys don't have to worry about that. If you're in a tournament and you're listening to this, don't worry. You're not going to be playing me. I promise.
All right. Well, either way, I'm excited for the rest of our top 8. We have more matches on the way. We are shifting over to the losers bracket, as you guys saw. And I don't know, man. Looking at the matchups that we have there, I think the one that's going to be interesting to watch is going to be Spero versus Donte. I think that matchup, which we're going to see right now, is going to shake up the entire losers bracket.
It is.
I think one of these 2 players are definitely players that can go throughout the entire losers bracket. So this part, or the bottom of the lower bracket, is going to be brutal.
Who you got, Mark?
And Tay has just been so consistent online. He's been so clean the way he's playing. I've seen these guys play against each other prior in other online tournaments, and Tay was able to convincingly win. So again, I'm going to stay confident with Donte. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like Tay is just really, really underrated. Like, when we're talking about players who can compete with the best in the world, you never would expect to drop this guy's name, but I'm picking him for the squad. If we got a big American team that we have to pick, I might pick this guy just because he plays like a real Law player. We talk about all the time how Law is top tier, he's top this, he's so good at that, but you never really see anybody showing out representing the Law. And this guy is out here doing it. He's taking out Koreans, he's taking out top Americans. You name it, he's ready. And he's just waiting for an opportunity to prove himself, and this could be it right here. Both guys, of course, just going to feel each other out in the start, and having no walls definitely helps them do just that. With a finishing combo, a little bit of style there. It was one of those things where you knew as a Law player, he only needed Legend Kick to get the finish.
Yeah, he was able to pull it off again. Donte, again, as you mentioned, really showcasing why Law is one of the better characters in the game. He really uses a lot of his tools to his advantage, and he pulls no punches. Oh, except that was an interesting use of a forward 1-3 there. Spero ready for it. There's no mix-up on that, of course.
I'd say both these players are more on the patient side. And,
ooh, nice pickup.
Tay is definitely the one who's willing to take more risks, while Spero is really, really focused in on his spots, picking his spots perfectly, picking his moments, and kind of dragging out the rounds as he takes a round right there, barely losing any health. These guys are tied up, still, I think, feeling each other out a little bit on how they're going to approach the set.
It's interesting how you kind of framed it, because both of these players are very defensively sound. They can play very solid, almost like a wall. But again, one
Look at
person
it,
has
yeah.
to crack. One person has to crack, and it seems Donte is the one that is taking liberties to go in, and Spero was ready there, especially with the wall setting 1-3.
I mean, I think Law, as the character that has more like offensive firepower, like it's up to him to go in and make things happen. Like Spero can
Ooh,
just
we caught him looking!
Yeah, caught him looking. Yeah, he's never gonna attack you. It feels like sometimes when I'm playing against him, and like he'll sit on like just the smallest of life leads and let that build from there. Like that is his game plan. You know what you're gonna get, but still, it's just so hard to break that defensive wall. Oh my god. Going under the high. Just perfect timing there on his 4-4-4.
Oh, good block there. Unable to get it because of the
Flip
flow.
over.
Oh man, Spero is so good with that move. Like, no one uses up 1+2.
It looks like he's done his homework. Just like that. The second time we're going to see it. Oh man. That's actually, I think they increased either the speed or the damage of that move recently. So I'm not surprised to see him using it a little bit more, because when the developers buff something, they're telling you to use it more, and just take their word for it and make it work.
That's the thing. It's not, sometimes when things are adjusted, it's not adjusted for no reason. They want people to pay attention to the move more. They want people to utilize the move.
Yep.
They feel like I think the balance isn't just about, how things move in tiers or in favor of tiers. It's also about, having fun with certain moves or certain characters. They have an ideal of how characters should play, and it may not be in the patch notes, but that's one of the things that you have to kind of read between the lines, right?
I think one thing that developers are really good at doing is they can really complete characters really well and develop characters, like especially in Tekken 7, we're seeing a lot more patches, so we're seeing characters evolve into more things. And in the past, when they've buffed or nerfed things, it was kind of clear to see that they wanted you to use this move, but now you kind of have to do some problem solving. It's not just as clear cut as, oh, they buffed this move, I gotta use it more. Sometimes it's more like, oh, they buffed this move so that it could work in conjunction with another move. So you have to put pieces together. You have to make new strategies, new game plans. But yeah, there's always a purpose for why they're changing things about your character, and a lot of times it's to kind of complete that character, make that character feel more like, everything is meant to be there. Everything works together with one another to kind of make that character unique. And a lot of times it's not about how good is this character compared to the next character. It's just about how complete they feel. Sometimes there are like those stance characters where you just wish you had that extra low move, or you just wish you had that extra option from the stances. And those are the things that they're looking to add and take away from characters, like make them feel more whole and more usable, whether they're good or bad.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, there's so much to think about when going into it. And, again, at the end of the day, a lot of people take it for face value, like, oh, they adjusted it to make it worse.
My character sucks now.
That usually isn't the case. So there's definitely a lot of thought that goes behind here. It's not just one person pulling levers in the back. Anyways, going into the match again, Duomo di Sirio is the pick here from Tay. And again, Tay, like I mentioned before, they played previously, and he was able to dominate in the matchup. Obviously, Spero has gone back to the lab, and that's something that he excels in. He is so good at analyzing his prior matchups, trying to figure out how we can come out on top, figuring out the optimal punishes or certain things that would beat out other things in situations. And he was able to really showcase in that last match that he was able to take control of the match.
Yeah, we're in Duomo di Sirio. It's not necessarily the smallest wall stage, but there are walls. So it's kind of like Tay wants the freedom of movement, but he still wants that ability to kind of, after knocking down or after comboing, he wants to take Spero to that sweet spot where he can throw in the hammer of the gods. A lot of Law's pressure moves work really well when he's got his opponent's back to the wall. Yep, there he was able to bait Spero into throwing something out, but he missed the punish. Maybe a little bit of pressure building up there, but he's still got a solid lead.
Yeah, again, but he's in rage. He's going to have to be careful. Oh, he got hit by his second hit. What happened there?
He had it too. The wall setting one, he didn't commit, and it all.
You hear the violin playing in the background?
Oh man, I hear the rain is coming in.
Yeah.
Dark clouds. I don't know. It's all unraveling right now for Donte. He had the round, like I said. While standing one, Spero went for it. Thought the slide was coming. He didn't commit, and that was for the win. I think Tay was just worried too much about losing the round, and eventually he ended up losing the round. Yeah, he wasn't worried at all about just going for it and winning it himself. He wanted Spero to make a mistake.
And that's the thing, is sometimes you really have to compartmentalize what your game plan is. It's like, instead of fighting for a certain aspect of the matchup, you have to think about the bigger picture.
Yeah, in that situation, like, yes, he had a great life lead, but at the same time, you have to look. And if you look a little harder, you would have noticed that Spero had the wall. And with that wall, like, that provides you with so many opportunities to steal rounds, make comebacks, and you don't even want to be in that situation where you have to deal with stuff. You'd rather just end it, you know, as soon as you can. So I'm not sure why Tay kind of pulled back on, you know, on his offense there. It could have been easily 2-0 Tay right now. Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, he was able to thread that needle there. What is going on with these combos?
Like I said earlier, that's Spero's special power. He'll punish your jabs with instant while standing 1-3, and it's something that he just loves to do.
Caught him ducking, and look at that, continuing the blender here.
Not the wall.
Eddy's legs are definitely getting a workout.
Yeah. Unsuccessful parry attempt from Donte. He thought that mid kick was going to come out from relax. But Spero, on the other hand, going straight for the kill. He's not going to leave the door open for Tay to make comebacks. No raise drives, none of that, you know? Because, like, when you have that big lead, it's the obvious thing to sit back and let your opponent kill themselves, but the unexpected thing would be to come in and try to just finish it immediately. So you have to think about what's the most unexpected and unexpected things and situations for you before you go for some strats.
Oh, nice. And Tay able to make the comeback. The thing is, he got that low parried earlier, so he is like really cheeky to be able to pull that out again, especially knowing that Spero was able to punish it.
I think that's better than just sitting back and let Spero get a comeback again.
Yeah. And you got to pick your shots. Right now, things are working out. He goes for it a bit too late. No punish for Spero.
He got away with
the rewinder. He wanted down 4-3+4.
He only pressed down 4-3 there, missed the 2-button input, and Tay got off easy there. He's lost half his life, but it could have been much worse, so he's feeling a little bit of relief from that, but he's got to make it count here.
Oh, this is going to be big. He's going to get the
be
wall.
But
what's the mix-up?
Is it?
Oh, he just ate it.
That move was safe, but he ducked. Yeah. Super slow move. I mean, I don't know. The pressure, it builds up. It makes you do weird things. And Tay ducking by the wall probably was trying to block a big low because he needed that big comeback. But yeah, that move does a lot of damage. Up back three.
It definitely does. It has a huge window as well. Tay now getting 7th place here at the Tekken 7 Online Challenge. So unfortunately, his tournament run has come to an end. But Spero now going to be matching up against Nashi.
Match. Yeah. It's the sad story. You know, we talked about how sad it was when the machineless kill each other. This is real life. These are two brothers going at it right now. But that'll be a little bit later. I don't know if we got the bracket ready, but probably going to look at the next losers bracket match, which is going to be Mr. Whooppee going up against the unknown player, Odell. Yeah, Mr. Whooppee was looking solid earlier. I think he was playing against DrBlazinPeanut. They went down to the wire.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, again, as mentioned, not sure who Odell uses or not familiar with the player at all. So I want to see that happen, and I'm always up for surprises.
It's going to be really hard to call it because we have no information on this mystery player and who he even uses or what's going to happen. But we do know one thing. He is in the top 8.
Someone mentioned, at least in the chat, and sometimes you got to trust chat, but someone mentioned Odell uses Zafina and Alisa.
If more than like 5 guys say it, then I'm taking it for face value in the chat. Zafina and Alisa, huh? Interesting. What do you think?
All right. Well, we'll see. I mean, anyways, that is the next match that's going to be happening. On the loser side is we try to figure out who is going to be getting out from the losers into the loser semis, and of course, finally getting into our losers final. But again, there's a lot more matches to go here in our top 8 as we kind of wind down. After this, of course, we still have our final boss challenge, and then later on today, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have our preview of Season 4 with Michael Murray and with Harada-san as well. So again, while we're here, I want to give a shout out to our friends over at Astro Gaming. They're back for another year, supporting the Tekken Online Challenge as the official headset and mix-up. So this year, of course, Astro Gaming is providing the top 3 of this tournament with our event champions with Astro products and some custom merchandise. So shout outs to Astro again for supporting.
DrBlazinPeanut already got his Astro package, right?
Guaranteed.
He guaranteed some nice Astro products. And I remember last year when they announced that Astro was putting in like another $100,000 into the prize pool. That was like one of the greatest moments from last year because the crowd was like, oh my God, nobody expected it. We don't have to play for $7,500 anymore. Like that was pretty cool of Astro.
Yeah.
And I feel like they might have done it again if we had the tour this year. Instead, they're supporting the online challenge, which is also great. Pretty cool stuff.
It is definitely good stuff. So, again, with this pool of players left, so obviously Donte just got eliminated. He's the first one out here for our loser side. I mean, do you still think it's going to be that bottom side of the bracket? Spero, is he the player to watch out for? You think we got
in my
Whooppee?
mind, I think Peanut looks really strong right now. I think it's about time for us to
Oh,
stop
that's on the winner side. I'm talking about the loser side.
Do I have any faith in the losers bracket players?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you think is just gonna make it out? That's the question.
Spero lost to SourPiggy originally, and if he can avoid that, then maybe I see him making it out right now. When it comes to him versus Nashi, I think Spero serves as more of like a mentor for Nashi, just like showing him a lot more about the game and helping him develop his game lately. So he's gonna have that advantage over him, that student-teacher matchup, right? So if we assume that Spero moves on, then he's probably gonna be fighting against like, you know, Whooppee or SourPiggy maybe, or this other guy, Odell, which is still like a mystery. And like the character choices, it doesn't help at all. Like now that we know what character he picks, it's not like we're gonna know how he plays just because Zafina, Alisa, you can do whatever you want a lot of times. It's really, really hard to even hit Zafina. Different way, a lot of different ways to play these characters. So I'm curious.
I mean, credit where it's due. I mean, they made it into the top 8, so it'll be interesting to see, and that's why I'm excited.
I mean, looking at the names that he took out in the tournament,
making full use of that Smash GG. Look at you. Go ahead, Anakin. Doing the detective work.
I'll be honest, I don't really see any big names that Odell. So he, you know, usually there's that one guy that benefits from having that light bracket path.
Yeah.
I don't want to call anybody out, but it's not like this guy beat like obscure or anything like that.
So Odell is using Geese. Someone gave me some bad info in the chat.
Yeah,
they said Zafina and Alisa. So, all right, let's go into it. So Mr. Whooppee, we have a battle here between Fatal Fury and The Walking Dead.
I got Whooppee.
All right.
It's off the fact that since the chat was wrong, I feel like this is kind of like a strategic pick for Odell. And when, you know, in the tournament, some people psych themselves out and they go for their strategic pick a little too soon without even giving their mains a chance to kind of like prove themselves, you know what I mean? Like there's no character loyalty. And I think that's what loyalty means. It's like just giving your character a chance before you actually go ahead and switch to that counter pick. Just because like if you lose with your counter pick and you don't give your main character a chance, looking back, you're always gonna be like, man, I should have did this. You're gonna like be livid with yourself if you don't even give yourself like the best chance to win. Right? Yeah, bat. Small stage. Anybody can walk area here. What the?
And he was able to get that big launch, pushing toward the wall. He might be able to close it out. Oh, the sidewall.
That's a new thing, and they added it recently where Negan is able to transition into his bat stance off of just 1-2. So now you can like drop some damage on the punish, not go for the 1-2-4, and just hit him with the 1-2. Now you're sitting with a wide array of like options to go for.
It's crazy because you were just talking about earlier about how, you know, between patches, between seasons, that they would kind of flesh out these characters and give them a bit more life. And, you know, that's definitely what happened to Negan. He definitely got some quality of life changes where it made him feel like a more complete character.
You're just in a position to use those stances a little bit more now. And that was kind of like probably one of the complaints, along with him not having like a legit low from the stance. And they gave him that. And now he can do like a lot more attacks that transition into that stance. So you're flowing more naturally now when you play with Negan. So they did almost kind of like, I guess you could say like a soft rework, even though they only added like one move, right? Just giving him the chance to use his tools in more situations really, really helped him out, like stacking up the other really strong characters.
Oh man. Look at this pressure right now.
Yep.
And taking liberties, Odell has really, you know, hasn't found his way offensively.
Yep.
He's still trying to find an opportunity, but, you know, Mr. Whoopee's doing a great job of just mitigating the risk here. Oh, nice sidewalk.
When you're playing like a very, very short set against Geese, something that you can really take advantage of are the opportunities to duck some of these high moves that he's got, that Jay can or whatever. A lot of people are not going to expect you to duck it. So the first time around, if you're fast on the trigger, you can duck that second hit high, get a launch in, and from there you're dealing like, what is this? That was the worst use of meter, followed by the worst use of rage.
Is it back to back? There's no, oh my gosh, he's done. He is completely done. Rashomon for the win. But look at that. I mean, Whooppee, he choked there. He choked. I have no idea what was going on.
Yeah, that was a hard. Like I said, there was no reason for him to throw out that super. He used all of his meter, and that's 3 full bars. And I was like, what was that? Like, he was nowhere near chip range. And then right after that, we had a panic rage art. It was kind of like, if I'm Whooppee, I'm like, oh man, he just gave me a chance. And he just proceeded to kind of like blow it, I guess you could say. he's really kicking himself about that because that was like 2 huge mistakes. Like you can take advantage of a meterless Geese in that situation. Like Geese can't do back 3-2. He can't do anything to bail himself out. But I don't know. I guess he was so surprised by that that super that it made him do Rage Art. That's my only guess, right? Yeah, a big surprise on how that match ended, even though it kind of looked like Mr. Whooppee was kind of getting the hang of that matchup. And I was kind of like mid-sentence talking about how there are opportunities for if you're fighting against Geese to duck the half circle back 3, the J-Ken or whatever. And then you've got they always love to put you in that mix-up, that quarter circle back 2 into the mid or low mix-up. But the key to that is not even having to guess, but rather to predict when they're going for it so you can duck the high that precedes the mix-up. And if you know these little matchup things, and you're able to capitalize and get a punish early in the set, it kind of changes the way that the set flows, the dynamic of the set, the way that the things that Odell could have used. Like Odell was running that the whole time. He's running a lot of duckable strings just because Whooppee wasn't capitalizing. So because of that, the matchup went totally different than it should have, I think.
Yeah, and again, that scramble at the very end as well was just a bit out of nowhere, right? I mean, I don't think anyone could have expected that. But we have a character switch. This is big. So Whooppee switching over to Leo. And I feel like this maybe enables him to play a bit more solid. But I don't know if it being solid, aside from that scramble, was really the key there. I mean, I feel like he was doing pretty well utilizing that character. I mean, who knows? What if Odell knows how to fight against his character? That could be a big thing. And I feel like that's the problem with Leo and a lot of matches with Leo is once people have a comfort zone against that certain character, it makes you have to work way harder.
I know that Whooppee mained Leo before Negan came out, and once Negan came out, it was kind of like just pick Negan, never look back. Yeah, immediately took the back seat. But here we go. He's pulling her back out. It could be because he was just way too unfamiliar, uncomfortable. He doesn't have enough Negan Geese. Those are 2 DLC characters, and it's rare to get those matchups. So somebody like Leo, he's probably had way more like matches, way more reps, way more years of practice, just because Negan is brand new, and Leo's not. So I think he'll be a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, interesting use there, but nice block, gets the punish, not getting the wall splat though. That's big.
This could be dead if he does it right.
It should be dead.
Yeah, he went for the easy route.
Yeah, so good stuff there, able to clutch it out. So OdellTheFinest wave, able to take that round again, extending his lead.
Oh man!
And Mr. Whooppee,
because he did everything right up until like the last pixel of health, that he needed to take, and just got his low jumped over. It's unfortunate, but it happens. You just want to put yourself in a position where they can't steal it. That's what you should be worried about. Just some annoying fireballs.
Is that why they call him the wave? Because he is definitely waving that fist with those Repukens.
I think that was more of just like sitting back and having time to think about their next move.
Okay.
I think that last round, the way the last round...
That side step 3 just got all the way around him, and this is unfortunate.
He could have used meter. He could have used meter. He could have taken all but like a little bit, but yeah, he might come back to bite him. He's got the wall pressure, no more meter for Geese. He's gonna make it count. Oh no!
Look at this, looking to close it out. This should be it. It should be all they wrote, and it might be a final round opportunity. One more round, I should say, for OdellTheFinest. Whooppie's gonna have to pull out a miracle here because you have to win.
It's 2-0 rounds right now, but those were 2 close rounds. It's just Mr. Whooppee fell apart at the end, and that's like the worst thing to happen because it could easily have been 2-0 the other way. It could have been 1-1, but instead it's 2-0. And you're left thinking like, I didn't really make that many mistakes. I just suck at the end of the round. So once we get to that part where it's like, here we are, where Whooppee's gonna get this combo, he's gonna have to find a way to finish the rounds off. He needs to stay solid right here. Not like, for example, Ida staying to Ida back 3-2. He does a good job there, but he's got to do it 2 more times now.
Yeah, and like you were saying, staying solid is key here. Not giving an opportunity for the opponent to even clutch it out again. Not putting him in a position where the rage can become such a detriment to the comeback. Oh, what is that?
Wow.
Caught him looking. Flashed the parry right in front of him, too. And look at this pressure here from Odell. Nice hop kick. I like it. Okay, pushing the other side.
Whooppee could lose in 1 hit.
Oh my gosh! Are you serious? The conversion. That might be it. Oh no, never mind.
Too much scaling. Like, he burned the meter. It paid off. That's an example of using the meter when you got it. Try to kill. Try to finish it off.
Well, OdellTheFinest making waves here in the losers bracket, now securing himself a spot further in the bracket. But man, I did not expect that.
SourPiggy now.
Yeah, but that should be a good one. So SourPiggy against Odell a little bit later on. Then we
SourPiggy,
also
Odell.
have Nashi and Spero, which should be coming up next.
Okay, that's definitely a good one. We've seen these guys play a million times, but still, like,
Yeah.
I'm always down to buy a ticket to see that match. Honestly, just cause.
Well, we got the best seats in the house, I'll tell you that. So if you guys can take a look at the bracket right now, you are watching the Tekken Online Challenge. This is the US East event. We are down to our final 6 players. Of course, getting closer and closer. In our winners final, we have DrBlazinPeanut going up against NG Obscure, a battle of 2 Florida players going at it. Of course, one of those players will be going into our grand finals, but we have to look into the losers bracket, and that's where all the action is going to be coming up. We have Nashi versus Spero coming up next, and right after that, we should have SourPiggy versus OdellTheFinest Wave, who we just saw winning with that Geese Howard.
Man, if anybody in the chat's listening, I'd love to hear where Odell is even from, like what region he plays in, who are like the people that he plays with.
Can we look that up on Smash EG?
Yeah, if we can get more information on this player, he's killing it. I mean, he just took Whooppee out 2-0. I think we should be putting more of the attention on this player. Like, who is this guy? And that's kind of like, that's something that is like a strength for Odell, just like that unknown factor. If people don't know how he plays, don't know who he uses, they're gonna have to do all the work figuring him out. Meanwhile, he's probably got like hours of SourPiggy, hours of Nashi, all these guys in the tournaments. You can look them up at any given time, find out like what they like to do, their setups, their styles, and formulate some kind of a game plan. And when that match starts in the tournament, like, he's already got a sense of what he wants to do, and then the other guy is like stuck just trying to figure it out, put the pieces together. It's tough. Chad saying Chicago. Chad saying Chicago. Whoa. And Atlanta. Which one's it gonna be?
Well, he's from your backyard? Surprise, surprise.
Dude, we got so many new players in Atlanta that it's actually impossible to just like know everybody now. You know, back in the day, you could like know everybody in your community by name just because there was like 20 players, there's 30 players.
I think that's the beauty of Tekken 7, though. It's blown up in such a way where even at your own locals, you're like, who are these guys? Which is a great thing. I gotta add, it's a great thing, but it's crazy to see
new faces everywhere. And even now, like, it's like 2020, 3 years into the console release of the game, there are still people coming in halfway through, midway through. Like, I started playing Season 2, I started playing Season 3. And Tekken 7 has just provided people with a lot of, like, I guess, like, attention-capturing moments, where if you didn't play before, like, you see, like, Lil Majin do his thing at EVO, then right away, like, you're immediately captive. You want to play Tekken, you want to learn it, like, stuff like that. We've had a lot of moments, you know, with Rangchu winning, Kudan's winning, a lot of inspirational moments, where if you were just happened to be watching Tekken that day, that might have been what it took to get you like in the community.
All right, guys, going into the matchup. Here we go. Nashi versus Spero. All right, here's the follow-up. Let's see what we're going to see out of these two. Again, these guys play each other a ton. Nice, able to get the big hit, the follow-up. Look at that. This is crazy.
KO. Round 2.
This is the student-teacher matchup.
Okay. Wow, look at that. Able to get in. Again, these guys have a lot of playtime together. Nice conversion there with the side step 30-4. And the follow-up. Sorry, I had to do it. That's the
St. Louis style?
Yeah, that's the St. Louis style, baby.
Say sidestep 34. Oh my god. I can't.
Yeah, it confused me too when I first heard Tasty Steve say that. Shout out to Tasty Steve, of course. We miss you, brother. Anyways, look at that. Nashi right now picking away. Oh, he tried to get the crush, but unable to do it at the right opportunity time. Look at that. Wow. Nashi is putting the rush down here on Spero.
Instant running 3 with Feng. That's not easy to do.
I'm the master now. Wow.
2 quick rounds from Nashi.
Round 3.
Spero probably came into this thinking like, well, I just gotta do what I usually do when I usually beat Nashi. Look at him now. This is new and improved Nashi, by the way. Definitely somebody who's put a lot of time in to try to make that next level leap. You know, it's so hard to improve once you get to a certain point. Like, it's the little things that you have to work on, things that you might have to like go back and erase bad habits, and those take a little bit of time just to make those small changes. Nashi thought the slide was coming in. That's the typical slide mix-up. You run in there with Eddy, you do down 3-3, you get the mid. Ooh, backstep off the grab. Spero still got a chance. He wants to make this game count. If he's gonna lose, he doesn't want to lose that fast. Three straight, one hit away.
All right,
2 minutes.
back to back. A forward four is looking to close it out. Spearojin, Spearojin, in my opinion, again, one of the kings of clutch. Oh, look at that low parry. The follow up. Nice. Oh, no launch. He went for the 4-2-3, which is, of course, one of his quicker punishes. Not safe, of course. Okay. Nice. And he went for the handstand down 34 into the follow. Sorry, I had to hesitate there. Down 3+4 from handstand position. Able to get the launch. And look at that. A sliver of life left for Nashi. Nashi's going to have his work cut out for him. Gets a counter hit. This is big.
Final round. First game. Spero coming all the way back after being down 2 rounds strong. It's that I know the way you play. Stuff playing out right now. Nashi losing a little bit of steam. He's slowing down.
Ooh, big counter hit.
Yeah, he was trying to find something, anything.
It's going to be close. Follow-up 3 guaranteed. And look at this. What is it? The mid comes out, and Spearojin able to take the first match. Coming from behind pretty much the entire time. You know, Nashi was on fire. Got the 2 rounds early on, and then Spearojin just clutching it out again. Solid play throughout. And again, I feel like these guys have to play so outside of the box since they fight each other and they train against each other. They know their tendencies. And, you know, it's something that maybe the chat and the crowd that's watching here on Twitch, they might not be able to see, but these nuances, these guys are definitely trying to outplay and outthink each other at every end.
I'm pretty sure there's even going to be things that we don't know that they have, you know, between those two. They have probably thousands of games experience, to say the least. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be instances where we don't know why a certain player will go for a certain strategy, but to them, it's kind of like probably something they've been through time and time again, right? Spero, he's the type of player, you know, even if you're up 2-0 on him, like, don't be surprised if he becomes 3 straight, because he has that never give up mentality. Until the announcer says KO, he's going to try everything he can to make that comeback. Whereas a lot of players, they might have already mentally packed it up, you know, if things aren't going their way. And that's exactly what was happening. Like, Nashi came out and just destroyed Spero. We were kind of making fun of him, thinking that he was going to, like, win real easily. But then, you know, 1 round down, 2 rounds down, 3 rounds down, Spero. That's how you got to approach those comeback situations. You can't win all 3 rounds at once. So he broke them up into 3 different pieces. It looked like he was trying different game plans each round too. And leading up to the final round, that's where he kind of got his craziest. He was able to, he was the one willing to make the first move. And I don't think Nashi was ready for that. He's used to that, you know, typical Spero defensive style. And that's something that works out in Spero's favor. Like, anytime he could flip the switch, at any time he could go in. And it's not like Spero can't throw flip coins on you. He can't just, it's not like he can't, you know, employ mix-ups in your face and play aggressive. He can do all that, but he really, really likes to pick his spots on when, you know, when the time is right. And that's kind of what he does best. His timings, his defense, his keep out, it's just too good. That Eddy backdash. There were no walls that stage. Nashi probably was not happy with that.
Well, it looks like we do have walls this time. So the Dragon's Nest, and I feel like this is probably his favorite stage.
Probably. It's the Feng stage.
Yeah, got to, right?
Feng stage, Eddy's wall carries and wall combos aren't really that good. Like, especially his wall combo. It's very, very underwhelming. I could see that getting maybe an enhancement in season 4 if they decide to do that. But I know that from like the Eddy community, that's something that they've been longing for a long time, since like all these characters keep getting like souped up wall combos. And Eddy's like, when is it my turn?
Wow, he went for the Johnny Cage there. Yep. I like how we all know that's what it is, but that was awesome. Here we go. Try to keep up the wall. Went for, I don't know if that was a misinput there with that junkyard starter, the 10-string starter, or the string starter, I should say. Try to keep him there. Let's see what happens. Again, these 2 players know each other so well.
Punish for a jab. That's the power of Feng Wei 4-4, that deceptive range. And all it takes is just a normal hit to stun and get the combo. Nice backstep. Going to create some distance to where the post-hit rage drive situation is not that scary. Nashi just needs 1 hit, and Spero can't win with a combo here.
Oh, yeah.
We can now.
Well, definitely
that
can.
made all the difference. That
Wow.
one low poke.
Nice, he dashed in, went for the wall standing one, able to get it. Nashi again, you know, winning the rounds early on. Oh, and he got baited by the power crush.
Yeah. Since we saw what we saw last game, like even if Nashi gets out to a strong lead this game, it's kind of like, well, we just saw Spero do it, so I'm pretty sure he could do it again, right?
Like a moot point, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh yeah, he's down, but it doesn't matter. He can make a comeback.
We literally just saw this happen.
Yeah, I mean, Spero, king of clutch. I mean, he's one of those guys that lives by the mantra. I mean, it's never over till it's over. Oh, you always got to put some respect on his name there. You know, Eddy not really known for crazy comebacks, but has the ability to if you guess wrong. That's the thing. You guess wrong, you're going to get put in the blender. And Nashi just has to do something to make sure he doesn't get put into those situations where he has to eat a potential 50-50 or more damage opportunities. You can't leave yourself open for a counter hit either. Eddy is notorious for, having some crazy counter hit damage.
Spero sitting on his life lead for a good 10 seconds while Nashi was trying to find an opening. He makes a mistake. Sidestep 34.
Nice. It's an epidemic, man. It's catching on everywhere.
That move is actually one of the best Eddy moves for playing Keep Out, just because of the way it works. It's so weird.
Are you talking about the from crouch 4?
No, sidestep both kicks.
Sidestep, yeah. It definitely is. It's crazy too because it's punishable, but it has this really weird phantom range
Not all
that
the
can
time,
clip
right?
you. Not all the time. That's the thing. It's totally distance dependent too, right? And you can
Crazy.
you can
There it
recover
is.
crouching from it. You can recover standing, obviously, but that's the thing is you got to put some respect on it.
There's like that, if he whiffs it or if you block it, you don't even know what you're supposed to do after just because of the distance that he creates. It's an unfair move. Uh-oh, I think that was counter hit. He didn't.
I mean, that's his sidestep pretty much. That move itself is his sidestep.
Yep.
And Spero able to close it out. He takes it over Nashi as he moves on. I told you got to watch out for that bracket. The match between Spero and Donte, I feel like, is the match to watch out for. That player. Whoever comes out of that match will set the tone for the rest of the loser bracket. And look at that, Spero going as far as he can now as he waits for the winner of the next matchup, which is going to be coming up.
Yeah, Spero now with momentum on his side. That's what's scary. Like a tournament veteran, also who's played in a lot of online events and just came off a dominating performance, beat somebody who you said apparently Donte, who dominated him last time. To get that off your back, that was really nice of Spero to be able to achieve. But I've never seen Spero against DrBlazinPeanut, and I haven't seen Spero against Obscure in a long time. And if Spero is gonna try to win this tournament, emerge and come back from losers, he's gonna have to get through one, if not maybe both of these guys. Especially DrBlazinPeanut. He is the true X factor right now.
Oh yeah.
Like Lei Wulong and just having legacy setups. We saw the power of Sukin and Lei when he was the final boss going up against speed kicks. It's just really, really hard to deal with that. Like when you have 10 plus years, almost 20 years of Lei setups, even though he's gone through a lot of changes, reworks here and there. You cannot account for everything, especially in a high pressure tournament environment. So yeah, that's gonna happen. We also, like I said, the winners finals, DrBlazinPeanut, Obscure. Who would have thought? 2 Florida players.
So I see a lot of people in the chat asking, there is going to be a special presentation that's going to be happening at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys hang in there, there's obviously going to be a lot of tech in action. We still have the rest of our top 8. We have our final Secret Boss Challenge. Then, of course, we have our presentation from our fearless leaders, Harada-san and Michael Murray.
I cannot wait, bro. Every time that we shout that out, I look at the time just to get an official T- of where we're at. So if you're wondering, that's a little under 2.5 hours from now. So we are getting ever so closer to kind of the unveiling of whatever it is they have for us on season 4. I am super, super stoked.
All right, I just got an update here, and this is a pretty big update here from our tournament admin. So, unfortunately, for Odell, he is now DQ'd from the top 8. Unfortunately, he was not honest about his location on his profile, so the staff has DQ'd him, and Mr. Whooppee now is moving on in the tournament since Odell shouldn't have been in the bracket in the first place. So, staff caught onto it as soon as it was brought to our attention. So, apologies for everyone. This may have affected in the tournament, but again, this comes down to you have to be honest about
you
when
have to
you're playing
know
in these
the
tournaments.
rules.
You got to know the rules, and unfortunately, Odell did not play by the rules, so he's now out of the tournament. and DQ'd. So Mr. Whooppee will be moving on. Just unfortunate. I mean, you hate to see this kind of stuff happen. This is just not cool.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, you know, it's not like he's not going to get a chance to prove himself. There is a Tekken 7 online challenge central region.
Well, he's also banned from that.
And unfortunately, because of his dishonesty and, you know, lack of integrity, it's going to cost him. Now, not only is he eliminated from this event, but yeah, he's not going to be allowed to participate in the central region event. And that's unfortunate because, you know, we're just here playing games. We're just here playing Tekken, and all you got to do is follow the rules and you're good to go. But unfortunately, not everybody thinks on the same wavelength. I think this is not like the first time that this player Odell I'm hearing is like having trouble, you know, has had issues with his integrity and whatnot.
So resurrection clause, we're bringing back Mr. Whooppee.
Yeah, that's cool.
Resurrection clause.
I love me some Mr. Whooppee, man. Like, there isn't a lot of Negan representation going on right now out there in tournaments. And we were talking about just a bit earlier about how he feels that much more complete now. And I remember when they made those changes recently, Nee started using him a little bit more in tournaments.
Yeah, which is crazy because Nee was one of the first players to call out that Negan is not a character.
Right. And with the new buffs, just simply being able to do a low with the bat and just going into the bat stance a few more times, like that helped him out a lot. He was already known as like a solid character because he didn't really have that many moves, but the moves that he did have were really, really good. Like the pokes, the launchers, everything, they were good. He just didn't have that much. So like, what else can you do to kind of make him feel more complete? You put all the pieces together, you let him transition from here to there a little bit easier, and that's what you got now. I think Negan is also currently one of the slept-on characters now. He's really good. Really, really good.
All right, so just in case you guys know, you guys probably just saw that Mr. Whooppee got eliminated earlier, but again, that was due to the fact that there was dishonesty in the bracket. You cannot lie about your location when playing in these tournaments. So unfortunately, Odell is out and banned from this tournament and also the follow-up central tournament. Mr. Whooppee is now replacing him as the matchup that should have never happened. Anyways, going into this right now, Mr. Whooppee and SourPiggy, this is part of our losers bracket action. Winner of this match will move on to fight Spero.
If you look at the top of your screen, both these guys are representing the collective. I think that might be what the group out of the Maryland, Delaware, Virginia area calls themselves. So, you know, that just means that both these guys have definitely logged plenty of time playing against each other. Round one from Mr. Whooppee. Another matchup, another case where we might see a lot of like mind games play out between these two that we probably haven't seen before, or things that, you know, these guys know about each other but we don't. And it might like cause for a few weird situations. You never know. We'll see what happens.
Oh my goodness. Round two.
I think that SourPiggy might kind of be caught off guard a little bit, having probably expected to play against Odell for like a few minutes now, and at the very last second, you know, it switched up and now it's like a regular training partner of his. We'll see how that affects him. But I doubt it. You know, these guys are pros. These guys are vets. Played in plenty of tournaments. So Whooppee took the first round, but he's down big in round number two, trying to throw the kitchen sink at SourPiggy. That's a nice sidestep. He was on the verge of making that comeback too. He was probably like 1 or 2 hits away. The perfectly timed sidestep from SourPiggy.
Yeah, that was
get him
big.
this first round. Yep.
I mean, looking at the matchup here and how it's playing out so far, I mean, looks like these guys obviously know the characters. They may have a bit familiarity with each other.
Yeah.
So it really is going to matter how these... Oh, he had the duck locked and loaded there. I thought he was going to go for the wall setting too, but a bit too slow there.
Very, very late attempt to punish. I think he recognized the high a little bit too late.
Anyway, SourPiggy looking really good right now.
Oh man, that's the second time he got that trade. I thought these guys knew each other. That's like a typical Negan trap where you trade on the push and you get like a big boy launcher off the trade. That's a quick 70%, 80% now.
Look at that huge lead here for Mr. Whooppee,
man.
keeping that pressure by the wall. But again, Julia, she is so scary when she has her back to the wall as well.
Just chipping it down there. He's gonna take game one. Oh, to start off the round, launcher, man. I guess you might as well take the risk when you have more life to lose. Wow, he wasn't ready for it. Wall pressure to come. Nice, staying on the ground, threw that off. SourPiggy, no wall pressure. Here's more laying on the ground.
Oh, nice sidestep attack into Mad Axes, and he's gonna oh no, it's close.
Yeah.
One more hit.
Maybe the second time of laying on the ground wasn't the right play, but I saw what he was doing. The first time, he was in a really bad situation, but he threw SourPiggy off, but he lost his chance to kind of make the comeback. He never got on his feet. Never got up.
Never had a chance. Again, there is another match, of course, so we'll see how that's going to play out. SourPiggy, man, playing just very, very solid here using that Julia. And, hasn't even used Anna from what we've seen in the tournament. Just been sticking to Julia the entire time.
And the way that he's playing Julia, I think is more of like a low-risk style, where he's able to drag the matches out and he's able to see how his opponent reacts to a lot of these situations before he might pull out some of the more risky stuff. I mean, we saw him play Obscure, and there was a big moment where he took a risk that kind of really, really backfired, and that was a big turning point in the set when he went for that bow and arrow. So that could be playing a part, playing into effect like how he's playing now. Like that could be a factor that he's thinking about. Like, man, maybe I'm too risky, maybe I'm too crazy. Maybe just try to tone it down, maybe slow it down, see what happens. And that worked out pretty well for him. Even though, like, that last round, it started off kind of rocky, that launcher.
Yeah. Tough stuff. But again, we're going into match number 2. SourPiggy does have a lead right now. Thoughts here? Do you think there's going to be some adjustments? Are we going to see Whooppee able to come back from this? I mean, we saw Whooppee in the match. It shouldn't have happened. We saw him using Leo as well. Do you think there might be a chance for a switch?
I don't think there's going to be a Leo this time around. I don't know. It's just like a hunch. That game was really, really close. And it was like a really, really silly reason that Whooppee lost that final round. Like, not being able to get to your feet and, like, defend is kind of like a rookie mistake. Just not tech rolling and laying there. And I think he just committed too hard to that strategy of trying to escape the wall pressure. So it really just came down to that one mistake. Outside of that, it was a neck-and-neck game. And you really don't want to, like, just choose an entirely different character just because you make one small mistake. You don't want that coming back to bite you. So I don't think that he will switch. Also, like, when Whooppee played Leo against Odell, that was even worse than he played when he played Negan. He didn't really get to show off too much with Leo. It's probably too rusty for this tournament. Maybe something he'll try in a future event, but, like, I'm pretty confident he'll just stick with Negan.
All right, going into the matchup again. Here we go. He is going to stick, kind of like you said. We're going to the Devil's Pit, and this is where we're going to have either, SourPiggy, if he gets this match, he's going to move on, and he's going to fight against Spero, or Mr. Whooppee will have another chance to fight for that right.
I think Spero would really rather fight Mr. Whooppee here. I know that Party Crasher is just really hard to deal with as Eddy. Like, you're not going to be able to lay and relax that comfortably. That elbow hits just low enough to get Eddy out of that stance. And if he's in handstand, that's gonna knock him out of it. So Julia, she plays that pretty well. And with against Negan, Eddy, how we talked about Spero always loving to go under highs. There's gonna be more opportunities for him to do that if he plays against Mr. Whooppee. Survivor Spero, I think that I'm hoping that Whooppee can make the comeback, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see. And Julia just one of those overall, I guess, I don't know, stacked character. Really has so many tools for so many matchups. And I think that's a matchup that he probably wants to avoid. But you never know. You never know. Sometimes people want the challenge. I know Spero is a warrior. He's a gladiator. Yeah. I'm sure he'll take on anybody.
I also forgot to mention that I think it was SourPiggy who sent him to losers. So is he the type to want to avoid the guy who beat him, or is he going to want to get that revenge? You want to kind of turn the page on that one.
Some people like running it back.
Yeah. I think Spero is.
SourPiggy continue with the lead. Gets a nice hop kick series here. That should be able to get to the wall as well. Goes for the down 1+2 finisher. Trying to keep him there. Kept him grounded. Oh, and the frame advantage into the wall standing through. That's going to be lights out. SourPiggy with a very impressive round number 2. 1 round away. No walls here at the bottom floor. 1 round away from taking it. Nice wall standing 2 from Mr. Whooppee. This is his time to shine. Let's see what he does with it. Oh, just continuing the offense. Ooh, got him with the low. And look at this. Big counter hit, though. Uh-oh. There's no walls, so you're going to have to modify things. Goes for a mix-up into Mad Axes.
Nice spacing.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move there, too. Oh, and look at that. Wow. Perfect spacing there from SourPiggy. Able to clutch it out. Now, moving on in the loser's bracket where he's going to be facing off against Spero next. So what do you think? What do you think?
That was fast, man. We're going to get the run back, but I thought that Whooppee was going to be able to slow it down a little bit more, but, sometimes when things don't go your way, it only goes downhill from there. It's like it kind of just, the momentum was too much. But Spero versus Whooppee. Ooh. And we are still in just like 2 out of 3 territory. That's important to be noted, I think, because I feel like a longer set would favor Spero. since he's so good at wearing you down, and that's kind of how he plays. Like, we're still in short set territory. I would have loved to see how that first set played out, because that way we can get a better idea of how or what to expect rather. But there's no telling how it went. Like, it could have been like neck and neck. It could have been like domination, and Spero just wasn't warm. It wasn't ready enough. But Spero's looking good now, and I think SourPiggy is also looking a little bit better than when he played Obscure, because that match was really like shaky. Just because I think that Ganryu pick threw everything off. He's looking a little more stable, especially that last domination match. So both these guys are probably going to be feeling really, really good coming into the rematch. Probably more so SourPiggy, since he's already beaten Spero.
Oh yeah, so now we are down to our final 4 players here. And again, out of these 4 players, only one will become champion. And I mean, it's hard to undermine, you know, the players that are in the winners finals. Those guys obviously have the best course towards the championship, right?
Yeah.
But between the two, I don't know which one is going to take the trip to the grand finals. It's hard for me to kind of envision, and it really comes down to, I mean, I would assume Obscure is going to pick Alisa. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll pull out Ganryu.
I feel like we're a long way from figuring out who the favorite is, because out of the 4 remaining players, yeah, we saw SourPiggy lose. Yeah, we saw, you know, Spero lose, and we saw Obscure looking a little shaky. But at any point, any of these players could turn up and kind of just elevate their game. Really, when you know who's left, and you start to get a sense of like, I can beat all these guys, I think, and then your confidence just shoots up a little bit higher. You're playing a little bit differently now that the field is whittled down. You don't have that many players to worry about, and if you're somebody like Spero or you're somebody like Obscure, you probably have a lot of experience against these characters, these players. I think those are the 2 players that have the most momentum going into like these last few matches in the tournament. Just Spero, like he's probably the most experienced out of everybody in the tournament. Probably like he has as much experience as everybody combined, right? And that's
he's entered more tournament, or what was the line that Reinhardt used before? I forgot it. I mean, that hit so hard.
He's won more than these guys have entered, and
yeah.
I think Spero is definitely in that category.
Yep,
he's ancient. He is, and he loves tournaments. He loves competing. I can never count Spero out, just because I've seen him do the craziest things. It'd be pretty cool to see him get the run back, get into the grand final.
Ooh, look at this matchup.
What do you think?
Ganryu versus Ganryu?
skill.
Yeah, I think this is good for DrBlazinPeanut. I honestly think this is good for DrBlazinPeanut.
I agree. Just because, like, when you're picking your side character, the biggest weakness for your side character literally is somebody like DrBlazinPeanut.
Oh yeah.
Like your side characters are the weakest to the funky matchups.
So again, guys, this is winners final. Just to remind you guys, this is a longer set. This is a race to 3. So first to 3 matches, 3 out of 5 for all the marbles. And this gives obviously some extra padding, some extra insurance for these players. They are not, after losing the first match, they are not stuck to whoever they pick as the next character. So they have some time to play around. So we already know Obscure has used Alisa as well in the tournament, so it gives him some ability to test his Ganryu here.
At least one game, maybe, especially if it doesn't go out really well, if it like backfires, then I think we might see him run to Alisa a little bit faster. But depending on how the first game plays out, that usually determines whether or not you're going to switch for the next game.
Oh yeah. Oh, and he gets again the power crush. He's been using that move so much in competition so far, but DrBlazinPeanut does have rage. You can't count him out. Nice, that was a good answer. Oh, yo, he has a built-in slip and slide. He's been working it the entire time.
And for a long one, first
no punch parry?
Unfamiliarity. He probably doesn't have enough experience with like utilizing that punch parry.
I think that's another big problem with characters that aren't your main characters, is sometimes you can't instinctively just do things without thinking. You have to have that split second where you're like, okay, I have to do this now.
Yeah, I remember Jimmy J tweeting out something that, you know, it's unfortunate to see those instances go, you know, not played properly, like those character-specific situations or opportunities. Like, since if you don't have that experience, then, you know, it's not gonna, you're gonna miss a lot of chances.
Okay, here we go. The follow-up here should be some decent damage. All right, keeps him at the wall. Look at this pressure. Ouch.
He tried a lot of 4-4-3.
Yeah, no punish there, but again, getting caught in the blender. That's Ganryu. Oh, big counter hit. This could be big. Huge opportunity. He's going to go for the Rage Arc. No,
he went for the reset
combo instead.
He went for the reset. Luckily, he's alive. Oh. Comes Obscure with this unorthodox move selection. He was able to earn a small life lead because of it. Funny trade.
Oh, again, making use of that forward forward.
Wow.
Here we go. This is a big opportunity for DrBlazinPeanut.
Big wall damage coming in, and a chance to kill as the follow-up. Aye, no low, the mid.
Final round.
This is still the first game, guys. Peanut brought it all the way back.
See what he does again. Could be anybody's match. Big counter hit. Oh, this is how it starts. DrBlazinPeanut is putting the momentum, shifting it towards his favor. Oh my gosh, he went right underneath the running 1+2.
Like, it's like Ganryu ran out of gas. You know, he started off really strong, caught him off guard, but expiration date, man.
Yeah, look at this damage at the wall though. But because of scaling and not getting a solid launcher hit, it is a little bit different. He gets, oh my gosh, this is it. Rage Art doesn't even need it.
Doesn't even need it. No BM Rage Art. He just knows it's gonna kill. That's that lane mastery. It's like somebody who's played their character for a long time and he knows what he's working with versus like the exact opposite. Some guy who's just trying to get by with his new character and hopefully it gives him an easier time, right?
Yeah.
So
and sometimes it's worth testing out, right? Like you said, it's worth testing out to see whether or not you can do it with your other character, because I mean, maybe you don't want to have a longer set or a longer read with your main character. But either way, I have a feeling chainsaws are coming out.
In the first of three, you do have that luxury of maybe kind of like sacrificing a game for some information, whether it be information on the way your opponent's playing or information on which character would be the best for you to fight with, right? And that was a I don't know. It's like Obscure is a weird situation because that was a final, round situation and it was down to the wire. But if you like move backwards a little bit and take a look at it from a bit of a further perspective, you'll see that Obscure was winning at first, and then Peanut kind of got the read, and he was kind of like running over him. And you don't want that to happen again. If you go with Ganryu, I think the Obscure knows there's a chance that he's figured out, and there's a chance that he could be throwing away this very, very important second game. I don't know what he's thinking, because like I said, it was a very close game in the round count, and he still had a chance to win, even though DrBlazinPeanut looks like he's kind of picking up momentum. It's kind of like this mind game of what, pick your poison rather. And I don't know what it is about Obscure and Alisa that he's kind of opting to go with a side character first. I don't think that, I never really took him as someone to try it like that. He's always main
thing.
first.
He's always used Alisa, and this is, again, probably the first time I've ever seen him use any other character.
Yeah. And the times that I've seen him use other characters, it's usually after Alisa has lost, right? Like, we have barely even seen that character today. And I'm not sure why he's not putting that much trust into her, that much faith. We're at the point where it's like, this is winner's final, and the trip to grand finals is on the line. Sitting in the winner's side, like having to lose 2 sets, that's a huge advantage that you don't want to just give up.
And you remember, only top 3 gets prizes, only top 3 gets money in this. So there's definitely a lot on the line for this particular match, because it guarantees, obviously, it's tough. There's a big difference between first place and third place. So you got to make sure that you choose wisely, and you don't want to have the harder path.
You want to go to that bonus round too. You want to fight that final boss, man.
Yeah. Anyways, going into it, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. This is the Tekken Online Challenge. If you're watching right now, we are down to our final 4 players. Right now, we are in our winner's side finals, where DrBlazinPeanut, DrBlazinPeanut, is up 1-0 versus Obscure, and Obscure has picked Ganryu yet again. Anakin, thoughts on this?
Oh man, there's gonna be no walls this time. So Obscure's defensive runaway style. Of course, he picked the stage. I think that's what he's counting on to kind of tilt the scales in his favor. Since the last match was so close, he's thinking maybe, with no walls, that might, maybe I'll win this one, right?
Yeah. He got the wall. It was a random stage. This was a random stage.
On the other hand, also there could be a chance that Obscure is really, really looking to put Ganryu in the rotation seriously. This could be like a test run, and in his mind, no matter what, right, he might want to stick to Ganryu just to see. And sometimes you have to make that commitment to put your side characters to the test to see how strong they are. And this could be just that. I don't know. Like I said, it's the first 3. What if he loses this game and pulls out Alisa and tries to make the 3 straight, right? Anything could happen right now.
Just combo here.
Yeah, just as I predicted, Peanut's kind of getting a grasp on the set.
Yeah, that's the thing is the more time that he's able to have. I mean, this goes for both of these players. The more time that they'll both have it to adjust. But DrBlazinPeanut has been in control of the match, and that's where the difference lies. Well, let's see how this is going to play out. Of course, less damage overall because there are no walls. However, more freedom to move around for both of these players as well. Oh my God! Did you see that? He knew. Uh-oh, this is going to hit.
Ooh,
never mind.
That did a lot of damage.
Never mind. That did way more damage than I thought it would.
I thought a different attack was going to come out where he could actually absorb and kind of kill, but damn, he went for the big hit. Smart. No wonder he's a doctor. Oh, that's punishable.
Okay. Keeping that rush down. They trade blows, but again, the knockdown in favor of DrBlazinPeanut. Oh, he has tech. He has tech here. This is crazy. That back three, or that whatever the
it's back three, because regular three doesn't take the step back, but if you hold back and press 3, he does that step back, and it kind of makes it a different move just because of the way it works.
Oh, the sumo bomb and the while standing 3 is too
Peanut.
fast. You're not gonna beat the while standing 3. That is the fastest, one of the fastest while standing attacks in the game.
10 frames.
The crazy part is like it's unsafe on hit too, right?
It's not unsafe on hit, but it's minus, I think. Who knows? I could be wrong.
Anyways, here we go. The follow-up. And again, DrBlazinPeanut, he is putting in work. And look at that, the forward, turned him sideways, got the follow-up with the combo. What's the mix-up?
I like the play, though. He tried to go for the steal. He's going full steam ahead, even though he's up a game, up 2 rounds.
Like it.
He can still steal it here when he launches.
Oh, but he got him.
He tried.
He definitely tried, but unfortunately he was in that, that weird stance on the low side. Here we go. Obscure fighting back. He needs this. No jabs. I feel like DrBlazinPeanut has collected so much data now in the matchup and how Obscure is reacting to Lei. I mean, come on. We got to at least put this out there. Lei in our winners finals? That's kind of crazy.
And Ganryu.
Yeah. Here we go. What's the mix-up? He's going to put him into some kind of 4-4-3. Ooh, he caught him looking. And again, Obscure just trying to guess here what's going to happen. But DrBlazinPeanut,
no.
He could have closed it out there.
It's fine. DrBlazinPeanut knows what to do when you're up. No matter what, he's always going to come at you.
First off, why is he blazing? And second off, why is he a peanut? And why is he a doctor?
Gotta ask him. Maybe you gotta ask him in the interview.
Ooh, if he can make it there, if he can make it there. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. Jeez, man, this has been crazy thus far.
Yeah, that was exactly what you don't want to have happened. If you were scared, like I said, you did not want to just get destroyed that game and throw it away.
Oh yeah.
Now he's in a super big hole, and he should pick Alisa, but he has to win 3 straight games, and like that's very, very scary no matter what. Like no matter who you're playing, like to pick your main character and force yourself to have to win 3 straight. It's not easy. That kind of pressure, that's putting even more pressure on yourself that there already was like in the first place. Now he's thinking about, oh, I gotta come back. I'm already down 2-0. He's young, so it could get to him.
Oh yeah, but again, it's 2-0 right now. 2-0. This is, again, the toughest hill to climb. I mean, you're in a long set, especially when it's a 3 out of 5, and you have to win 3 straight just to make sure that you don't get knocked into the loser's bracket. Loser bracket is going to be a lot more tough. I mean, sometimes the mentality, too, you going in with a loss, it could, sometimes for some players, it causes them to falter and not even be able to come back. Sometimes they take losses hard.
Yeah, like, this is going to really, if Obscure loses this next game and loses 3-0, that really does a number on your mentality when you go into the losers and you have to fight against a guy who's been winning on the loser side. Like that losers finals matchup is usually a matchup between somebody who just got like their hopes and dreams shot by losing the winners finals, and then the other guy is like, I'm doing it, I'm winning winners finals, and he's made it all the way back, and you just don't want to lose like the winners finals. It's very, very heartbreaking because you're just almost there, falling a little bit short.
All right, Obscure has made his choice. He is locked in with Alisa. He has to win with Alisa now. He cannot change any more characters because any other loss will put him at elimination, or not elimination, but sending him to loser's bracket. Either way, we're going to go into this. Let's see if he has what it takes to come back here against the DrBlazinPeanut, the doctor.
Yep.
Anyways, guys, thanks for tuning in. This is the Tekken 7 Online Challenge for US East. It's been a fun-filled day. We are down to our final 4 players, as I mentioned. We're going to find out who is going to be our champion. Then we're going to follow up with our final boss challenge. And later today, we do have a special treat for you guys where we have more Season 4 information from Michael Murray and Harada-san. That's, again, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So stay tuned for that. Uh-oh. Look at that. Sidestep 2? It's been hitting, too.
2 times.
Sidestep 2 has been hitting. You know, usually that's like a block tactic move, kind of, and you don't really use it to as offensive pressure. But yeah, as pressure, but not as to hit, right?
Trying to take advantage of the block stun.
Yep.
Hey, I mean, if it hits, I'm sure Peanut's not going to complain.
It's a pretty chunky hit, too. Okay, mix up no and Obscure ready this time, showing that he was going for the Wall Standing 1 series, just in case he tried to dedicate himself to a mix-up. Oh man, maybe this is what he needed earlier.
This is what he should have started off with, you know? I was saying, God, give your main a chance.
Yeah, and right now he is running through DrBlazinPeanut. So right now the onus is on BlazinPeanut to see if he can adjust and really change the momentum in the matchup. And the thing is, he has 3 games to do it. He has more of a comfort zone. I mean, obviously he's up 2-0 right now. He has way more of a comfort zone.
I think he's gonna need it too, because I've seen some spots, and I know Obscure is seeing it as well, where it kind of shows the limited knowledge that he has on this matchup, on this character. He's letting a couple things slip by, and Obscure is definitely gonna take note of that and continue to pressure, continue to push forward. And I know that BlazinPeanut's up 2-0 right here, but if he just gets stomped this game, then that lead is whittled down, right?
Oh my gosh, he caught a back turn. Not going to get the second hit. Oh, and that could be it. That should be it.
Yeah, that was
Look
ugly.
at that. Switches to his main, wins 3 straights. I won't say without a problem. I mean, there was a close round, just like you guys saw right now.
I would say without a problem.
He's playing with confidence, though. You could tell he's playing with confidence, right?
Much more confidence than whatever Ganryu was trying to do, right? Like I said, Ganryu, not your main character, and you play against that funky character, that Lei Wulong, you're not ready for anything that's going to happen. You're not ready. You pick Ganryu because, you know, you're targeting certain players, you're targeting certain matchups. I doubt that he had the pocket Ganryu ready in case he were to fight a Lei. Like, that's just not how it works.
I mean, that's the thing, is like, I would not bet on it that he picked Ganryu specifically. Oh, Lei, I have labbed this 1,000 times.
I got Ganryu. This is the one. Like, that's some knee pick stuff right there.
Yeah.
But I know.
Speaking of which, that was so crazy. When I saw a knee pick, I mean, I feel like that's like one of his secret powers. Pick Kazumi to fight against Ulsan. That was insane. If you guys haven't seen that, make sure you guys check out the Tekken 7 online challenge on the Bandai Namco Esports YouTube page. That is one of the craziest sets I've seen.
I was watching that set with no sound, and I know they did an interview like after the fact, so I'm just super curious. I might go back and watch it just to see what they each had to say on the matter. Like, I can only imagine how like confused that he was when going into the match, because I saw like the pregame interview where Ulsan was talking about characters that, you know, he might pick, and he was just like, I might bring a few dudes to the table, and it was like, okay, he might pick Brian, he might pick this.
Yeah, I was excited. You know, I was thinking Devil Jin, Paul. You know, his classic roster of characters that he uses. You know, his strongest characters.
I feel like I would have expected like a Falcon round before I saw Kazumi, right? Like, why you challenge the world's best Kazumi with Kazumi, right?
That's the thing. And Knee, I feel like that damage that Knee did in that matchup, in winning that matchup, has got to put all other players on notice. They must be scared. They gotta be. And you know, the most prolific follow-up I saw to that is Chanel. Afterwards, he tweeted he got bodied Zafina versus Zafina, Alisa versus Alisa by Knee before. So he was just telling the world like, yo, this is what it feels like.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because if anybody's been following Tekken for a while, this is what Knee's been doing since Tekken 5, right? He plays every character perfectly, knows everything about the game, and as a result, he just has so many tools and options available to him if he wants. So really, it's like a matter of what's he supposed to pick. Like, that's kind of like the challenge for him. Like,
exactly.
What am I even supposed to pick?
I feel like that's a huge credit to Ulsan, though. He knew that Ulsan was such a strong character that he could play the same character to his tendencies. It's like he became that same player in almost. This is crazy to me.
Times I've seen Knee beat like the world's best players with like a very, very off character in a deathmatch. Like, that's the classic Knee. But anyways,
back to the set.
US East Tekken, baby.
Anyways, Obscure right now playing with a different level of confidence.
It's just running right through him. BlazinPeanut can't do anything right now.
He's running out of Blaze, I'll tell you that. He needs to start doing something, and that Razor Rush is not going to do it. I think he's going to have to start taking a bit more risks here. Namely, things like, you know, the Rave Sweep, down 4, maybe annoying him in different ways.
Yeah.
Stepping and getting that down forward too.
What it is that whenever he goes for something, he gets shut down, and then he shuts down for the rest of the match, rest of the round, instead of, you know, being persistent and continuing to push, because that's what earned him a spot at this winner's finals. Like, he never really changed up his style at all, and this is not the place to do that, right? You made it this far, just keep going, don't give up.
Nice, and look at this, making great use of late stance transitions, able to get a launch there.
His favorite move.
Oh my god, do it again.
times.
3-piece, baby, let's go.
I know he's gonna do it 3 times.
Nice block, bad punish. He did not do it in time.
Late punish. Just a couple more hits, Uh-oh, scary.
Oh, he got caught looking at the chainsaw.
Right here, number 1 fear is raise drive for Alisa. Just go ahead and block it. Do not get hit with raise drive.
Oh my god, he is a wild man.
No rollback. He's gonna go for low. No.
That was a huge
Gave
comeback
it
there
all
from
the
Obscure.
way.
And the taunt, okay.
That's
Look
his
at that.
style.
Definitely feeling it right now. DrBlazinPeanut had that round too. You know, he was up so much.
He had it, and that is the turning point right here. Okay.
Yeah, some people might say he never had it like he never had his car. But again, we're not even in grand finals.
Uh-oh.
All right, having an opportunity there. Oh, and the back, the jump back.
Sick.
That was super sick. Beat the Tiger Mix. Oh my god, that was brilliant.
Styling on him right now.
Yeah, and look at that. Just like that, we are all tied up.
Too easy, right?
Definitely too easy. Why did he do this from the start? Too much faith in sumo?
I think it was, I don't know. Like you know, they're from Florida. There could be some mental warfare going on.
I forgot. How
Or
often do these guys play each other?
Or the ultimate answer, Obscure was so confident in his ability to 3 straight that he wanted to sacrifice 2 with Ganryu and come storming back because he's played DrBlazinPeanut so many times. He knows he can beat him. That's an option too. You never know. Don't count that option out.
Sometimes people have pride. Sometimes pride gets in the way. Sometimes it does.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. But I mean, either way, I hope we get to interview one of these players and ask about that maybe later on. Who knows? I want to know just how often these guys may have run into each other in the past.
That round where that last game where DrBlazinPeanut was set to go up 2-1, I was really feeling like he was gonna do it then, but like he got the round stolen. Next round was ugly. He was eating a lot of like just straight hits. Like he'd get up off the ground and he'd eat running 2. And you're like, those are things that should not happen. And he's starting to make more and more mistakes. Right now, Obscure, I would say for sure has the momentum, and it is not looking good for DrBlazinPeanut. He was, like I said, he's the best when he's not afraid to go in, and he doesn't have the most experience with his game, probably just recently having come back to play and everything. So he's not like polished in T7 and everything. So go on that route of, oh, I'm going to be solid and block everything you do. I don't think that's just the winning strategy for DrBlazinPeanut. I really don't.
All right, so I got to ask you then. So DrBlazinPeanut obviously went out blazing, right? He had 2 matches early on.
He was blazing.
He only needs 1 match. You still have to think about it in that regards. He only needs 1 match. He has not, and we got to be honest here, he has really not changed his game plan the entire time. He has played lay his way the entire time.
This could be the chance.
What happens if he does change it up? What happens?
This could be the moment, like for him to just maybe sneak around in, hopefully the first round, because this is going to be a very, very important first round. If he gets ran over like he's been getting run over, I think he's going to pack it up right there mentally. But if he kind of like picks up some steam, does a little bit of drop kick action like we saw last time, go for that. Was down back 4-4, the rave or whatever.
Rave sweep.
That's the move that gives me the hardest time, right? Because it's a move where you know what's coming, but like you never know when. So even if he's in your face, like you're blocking low, you might still end up getting hit with that sweep anyways. It's just too fast, and online with the conditions and everything, it's just a lot better of a move. I'm surprised we're not really seeing that many more from him. And also, one thing he's doing is that he's trying to do the combo off the sweep, but instead of just going for the 2 hits, that's kind of costing him a lot because he's dropped that combo a few times now.
All right, look at the pressure here from Obscure. Obscure already opening him up early on. Oh, and the back turn attacks. He really likes that move, man. I'm telling you. Here comes the rave sweep, so this is where things can change.
Bad option. He put himself
Oh my god, he's doing it. He's blowing.
lucky,
Already evening up the match. Oh, he's dead. He's
That's
dead.
it.
Look at that. DrBlazinPeanut with the first round. Keeping it close.
A little too risky from Obscure to try a spring kick like in that situation.
Oh yeah, and you know, DrBlazinPeanut was ready for it.
Yep, got the whole back.
You think he's gonna drop kick again?
Oh
my god, second hit, still hit.
So many instances like that, you know, not ducking the 1-1, not punishing down 3. Like you can tell he's not fully comfortable in this matchup, but yet he still got a chance to win just because Obscure was messing around.
Yeah. It might come back to haunt him. You never know because it's not over. Oh, let's see what. You need to stop that. He has a counter of like 6 of them that he's landed so far.
Decisive 4. That's safe. Here we go.
Oh,
do not lose this
looking
round.
really good. He might take this, Anakin. Oh my God! He finished it.
I knew it.
I haven't seen anyone finish. I haven't seen anyone finish that since Tekken 3. That's crazy.
Obscure's been doing stuff like in a way that makes it so DrBlazinPeanut has to finish it. Like he'll do stuff like if he blocks 4-4-3, he'll commit to a big move where he'll get blown up by Lay's 4-4-3-4. That was kind of the same situation. It was like you better finish this newbie string or else I'm gonna kill you. But DrBlazinPeanut was like, all right.
He held that mix-up the entire day. He was waiting for that moment.
That was perfectly timed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, had an opportunity there. Didn't get it. Let's see what he does. Keeps him at the wall. And again, normal throw. All right.
I get sad. I get sad when I
the
see normal throws.
Here we go. Obscure fighting back. And again, he needs this because one more round, DrBlazinPeanut will secure himself a spot in our grand final. Okay. The wall mix-up, goes for the shot. And the follow-up hit. This is looking really good for Obscure right now.
Ducked way too many times this round, Peanut. We need some rave spins to
Oh,
get back in the game.
There you go. And look at that. Obscure taking it to a final round between these two. One of these two players, whoever wins this round, will move on to our grand finals. What kind of punish was that?
Not punishing anything.
Well, what kind of block was that from Obscure? He got hit by the low kick.
Let's see some 50-50s. Uh-oh, what the heck? This is where Obscure.
Maybe they're doing 75-25s. What's going on?
That's not good odds.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, keeping him there. Oh, that was crazy.
That was scary.
Why do you keep doing that movement? Why is it always hitting?
Yeah, it's like a 90% success rate.
Oh, they're about even on life.
He missed it.
No, he had a chance there. I would have rave swept him. Oh, he might be dead. He might be dead.
Yep. Too many times he got caught ducking there, especially in that last round and then the round right there. 3 big instances where like Obscure was crouching in his face, went for the big mid, and Peanut ate it. Like he was so mind effed that he was just expecting that low. And the reason why was because I think another round in that last match, he definitely like pumped it. So that got in his head, and that just he was only able to like think about the low. Just forgot about everything else, and Obscure somehow like knew that's what he needed to do. That was good stuff. Shout out to Obscure.
Yeah, shout out to Obscure as well. I mean, I did not, I didn't think he was going to be able to pull it off. He ended up doing it, obviously, because there was 2 rounds, quick and early to DrBlazinPeanut. He was in position to be able to take it, right?
Dude,
but then
it's crazy when he went up
Obscure,
2-0.
He started tightening it up.
Man, DrBlazinPeanut threw away so many leads, and I feel like that was what he was doing to other people. He was like stealing rounds.
Do you think?
And, like,
do you think this is the long play? Do you think DrBlazinPeanut is just waiting? I mean, he did do a few mix-ups here and there. Do you think he's saving it for grand finals?
No, he's not. Like, you could clearly.
Is he out of gas?
He's not even that, but it was just like he found the weakness. So many times where Alisa did down 3, and there was no punish. So many times where like DrBlazinPeanut was supposed to do something, but just did not even show any signs of knowing what he was supposed to do. And that's unfortunate because that's not something you can overcome in like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, all right, guys. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap up the tournament. We are down to our final 4 players. When we come back, it's going to be Spero Jin versus SourPiggy, the Faded rematch. Don't go anywhere, guys. We still got that Season 4 review. We're back soon.
Welcome back with the Tekken Online Challenge for the US East. My name is Mark, and I'm here with Anakin. Anakin, what do you think about the matchups? We're down to our final 4.
Yeah, I really enjoyed like that back and forth affair of winners finals because you see it all the time where like one player's gets off to like 2-0 lead and he's doing everything he can to like prevent the other guy from making the comeback. Like that really brought me back to like it was like I was watching a live tournament match and watching the struggle play out, you know, of DrBlazinPeanut just trying to secure that last round. But Obscure, he's super battle tested. He's taking out Kudons. He's beating me. He's beating a lot of dudes. So like, he's probably done that plenty of times before. That was probably my match of the day. My favorite match so far.
Sure, I'm sure Obscure was feeling it there. I mean, obviously the pressure was on. He had to make a comeback after going down 2-0, so he was able to clutch it out. You know, speaking of clutch, I got to give a shout out to our friends over at Astro Gaming. They're the official headset and mix amp of the Tekken Online Challenge. So lots of love to them for always supporting the Tekken community. You know, we have a lot of Tekken events that are going on right now. There's another one this coming Tuesday. It's the Bud Light Beer League featuring Tekken 7. These are Tekken 7 online tournaments that are happening. If you guys want more information, make sure you guys check us out over at twitch.tv/Bud Light on Tuesday evening. So I believe the West Coast is coming up next, right? Or is it? No, it's East Coast again.
East Coast. Big money up for grabs. Big money up for grabs.
Speaking of money up for grabs for our friends over at EU North, October the 10th weekend, we have our open online challenge tournament happening. If you're part of the regions, whether it's Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, make sure you guys check us out. Join in on the fun. Sign up at TekkenWorldTour.com. Again, that's going to be happening the weekend of October the 10th. And, of course, that leads us to another series of exhibition matches that are going to be happening that same weekend as well. So, again, just like we've been doing for all these online challenges, it's going to be a fun-filled celebration of Tekken action the entire weekend.
Man, if they don't get the main man for the final boss on that one, somebody's messing up. Like, I really hope that could go down. I want to see him. I want to see him in action, man.
I mean, people always think he's going to be the final boss. I see him in chat all the time. It's like we could be doing something on the other side of the world, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, main man in 10 minutes.
I'm sure people think he's the final boss for this tournament.
All right, let's go look at the bracket and how we got here real quick.
All
right. Look at that. I mean, this has been a path of fury the entire time. Looking at all this action that's happened. Spero crawling all the way from the loser side of the bracket. Obviously, SourPiggy was on the winner side as he started off, but they're going to be facing off against each other. Winner of that matchup is going to be facing off against DrBlazinPeanut, who was just knocked into the loser's bracket from NG Obscure. So this is going to be the last short set of the tournament where it's going to be a race to 2. But after that, it's going to be our loser's final. Who do you think, man? What do you feel here?
SourPiggy against Spero. Both of them looked really strong in the last match.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're just tuning in. We want to kind of point out that SourPiggy was the one who put Spero Jin in losers, and I don't know how that's going to play out. I know Spero Jin's usually the type to be hungry for the run back, the rematch. He's probably going to be able to try things that he didn't try in the first set. As an experienced Eddy player, he probably cannot unleash all of the tech, all the plays that he has in a short 2 out of 3 set. So to get another chance to play the same player, you know, and kind of like an extension of that first set, I think those conditions play out in Spero's favor just because he's going to be able to try more things now and see what it is exactly that he needs to do against SourPiggy to make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. SourPiggy, on the other hand, like he's a vet, he's battle tested. He's going to come into this with the momentum of having already beat Spero Jin, but yeah, it's tough to call it just because like Spero is the type that wears you down, and I know you're able to beat Spero 2 out of 3, but can you beat him in another 2 out of 3? Like, can you win another like grueling war of attrition that Spero always wants to put you through? Like, we're gonna see it unfold once again, right? Where Eddy's playing that keep out game. You cannot get in, and you have to find your spots. And Spero, he loves that while standing 1-3.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
You know, Spero's one of those players who is like, he's just like a saying, you know, the more you beat him, the more dangerous he becomes, because he will go back to the drawing board. He'll try to learn that matchup. He'll try to learn those specific instances that he lost in to try to figure out ways to get around it. And if you're not constantly changing things up or being on top of your game, it could prove detrimental. I mean, we saw him come back and beat players that, you know, he's lost to before, and, you know, it made it look very one-sided. He's obviously he's the kind of player that does his homework.
When it comes to like actually Julia versus Eddy, the character matchup, Julia's got a lot of tools to deal with Eddy's like tricks and stances. We talked about power, party crasher, but also she's got down forward 3, which is a really good pickup move too. That's really fast, and a lot of situations where you're blocking something of Eddy's that puts him in relax, you need a quick mid move, and that down forward 3, that knee, does just the job to pick him up. So let's see if SourPiggy can actually put that to use. Ooh,
Nice.
power crush.
He tried transition. Yeah, and that's a good thing. I mean, Uh-oh, here we go. Has him at the wall with the mix-up. Goes for the relax 1-3, guaranteed natural
Spero
combo.
loves that. He loves laying in your face when he's in relax, and then like proceeding to do like a delayed relax 1-3. Just because, you know, when that initial threat of getting hit with the trippy kicks off the relax is gone, people aren't really looking for that low anymore. So Spero, he waits for that timing to pass where the opponent's worried about the low, and then he hits you with the low that does a little bit less damage but has more range.
Wow, he got the pickup off of that. That was crazy.
It's that Julia strength.
And yeah, that was all she wrote, man. One key sequence there from SourPiggy, able to close it out.
1-1 right now. Plenty of floors to break. Uncharacteristic. Yeah, no throw break.
Oh, and that punch, that lunging punch, so hard to react to. I mean, obviously it's a high, but I mean, you put yourself in so much danger because of the other options that she has as well.
Break. And that particular moment, Spero was just like running in, right? He was like running in. Maybe he tried to block, but it was too late. He didn't get like counter hit or anything, I think.
Oh, this is a scary place to be here, especially. Gets the follow up. Nice.
Get some breathing room. That's a perfect move to use to get some breathing room because the opponent has to guess. SourPiggy in a position to steal it.
Definitely gonna steal it here. Goes for the rage drive that has a resplat.
One more hit.
Oh, the second hit. That gets everybody. That gets everybody.
Yeah, especially like when it first came out, like, it was getting me every time. But
every single time.
At this point, you know, maybe you have a better chance of blocking it. But damn, that was like super tense moment. I don't blame Spero for trying to press button.
This time, SourPiggy taking a little bit more liberties with his pokes here, using that down forward 2 into the dash. It's gonna be tough. Gets the pickup.
Missed the opportunity to float, but that's okay. He's sitting pretty.
Yeah, definitely could have, you know, done count cancel down forward 3 into more stuff. Still looking really good, like you mentioned. Ooh, guaranteed.
One more hit. Man, he's really throwing Spero off here. Where Spero is usually rock solid, he can duck under a lot of highs.
The second hit, he wasn't ready for this delay.
He needs a little more. One more mix up. Oh, that's it. Yeah, usually I'm used to Spero just ducking hella highs and getting launchers, but he's kind of like missing out on those right now. So maybe like it'll get better if he can start to land some of those. But you know, he's holding his own right now as it is.
Nice. He dedicated himself there, went for the back 3-4 follow-up, but unfortunately unable to get it. Now Spero turning up the offense, but the get-up kick interrupts that.
He tried it again.
Oh, I thought he was going to launch him after that. What's he going to do? There's a big life deficit here. Spero's going to have to pull something out. Back 1+2, the classic. He loves that. Oh my God. Was that a rollback catch?
Yeah, it was.
Go. Big damage opportunity.
He might lay there and try the relax trick again. Oh, the classic. The classic. The down forward 1-1 into the stepping punch.
He got that twice in that match. In that particular round, he got it twice. Crazy. SperoJin able to squeak it out, get that first match. Again, this is a racist too. SperoJin looking to take out the person that sent him into the loser's bracket.
It was looking kind of scary there for a moment. After he lost that heartbreaking round where he got caught mashing, he tightened up, played a little bit solid.
I felt like Julia was doing so much work. I felt like SperoJin lost that match. Even though he won, I felt like he lost.
He did. Like, Spero did a really good job of dealing like a bunch of damage at once. I think that's what it is. Like, you would go from having full bar, and all of a sudden you're like one hit away from death somehow, and you're like, how did that happen? I don't know. Spero, like, he's really good at striking when the time is right. Like, he did sidestep, trip up that one round, spear the round. There were a lot of clutch moments that Spero really needed to work out in his favor if he were to have a chance of winning. And luckily for him, it worked out in his favor. And I only see things getting better for him here on out because he did seem to kind of like struggle a little bit to start off.
I mean, like I said, we call him the king of clutch, right? You know, he has amazing ways to close out the match. But I also mentioned earlier that this guy, the more you beat him in this particular match, the stronger he'll become. In this time that he lost to him, because he lost him earlier in pool play, right? He probably laughed. He probably thought about everything that went wrong, and he probably figured it out. Obviously, things are working out here. He has the match lead right now, but SourPiggy, it was close. It went down to the final round.
It did. The moment Spero probably found out that he was like there was even potential for a rematch, like he started like digging up all the files, all the things that he remembered from the last set, just to like see what he could try differently. Like I said, we're not sure how that first match played, how close it was, or maybe it was like a run through, like SourPiggy might have destroyed Spero, trying whatever it is he tried, and here we're now seeing like a new game plan develop. I like what I see though. Like Spero, he's, you know, I think he's more aggressive than he usually is, actually, to be honest.
All right, we got a random stage. It ended up being the Mishima building. Going into this action again, SourPiggy is now down 1 game here. Spero up. Spero with the momentum. Sometimes, you know, some of the most dangerous stuff that you can provide for a player is momentum. Anyways, we're going to go into this. Again, this is the last short set of the tournament. After this, we will have our loser set finals.
Here we go. There are no floor breaks on this stage. And
to get to the potential final round, we get a little bit bigger of a stage, right?
Yeah. I think it's the same size. I'm not sure. I may be wrong, though. I'm usually wrong.
Actually, we could probably check later. But, yeah. I mean, that's on the character select screen.
The exact dimensions and everything.
Yup.
Really
floor plan, the blueprint. Here we go. Eddy at the wall. Down 2-3. Follow up here. What's the mix-up? Nice block. Nice punish. SourPiggy. I feel like he's being put into uncomfortable territory right now because Spero is definitely picking the shots here and he's dictating the offense. Oh, and look at that. That's what you called out. He loves it.
And he missed an opportunity last game, but it looks like he's a little bit more aware. It looks like he woke up this game. I think it was because of like the pressure that SourPiggy was applying last game and kind of threw him off. Now it's kind of like really you can see like this Spero's game right now. It's a slow pace, like taking up all the time. Yeah.
But yeah, Spero is definitely playing at his pace, or the pace that he prefers. Waiting for his opponent to come to him, kind of bait certain things out. You know, he was really able to showcase it in that last round as well. But nice low parry. This is
very good parry. Very, very good parry.
Yeah, and he needs that because the wall carry. Oh, look at this. Probably decided he hesitated quite a bit there. Maybe he was going for the big stomp.
Spero once again using up forward 3 to try to give himself some breathing room off the wall. Tables have turned. Now he can steal it. He's got enough life to take a couple of pokes, work his way back. Depends on what happens next. It all depends on what happens next.
Oh, and that was big. Gets the hit and the follow-up. He went for the spring kick, but the down one was a bit too fast there.
Got
tied
floated.
Up on rounds.
Bad luck. Got floated.
That hit that time. Oh, the power crush almost had him again, but this time blocking in time. And that's, I think, the bad thing about that particular power crush. He's going for it again.
He's going for it.
Oh my God, no launch.
He's going for it like he's up 1-0 in the set, which I like, you know. Oh, surprise, rodeo.
Oh, he figured it out. Is he going to go for more rodeos?
This is very scary for both players. If you're SourPiggy, you don't want to get this round stolen. Sidewall, sidewall. That's not going to be a factor.
I don't know if that's going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough, but better to be in a position to kill than to like hold on to your raise drive not knowing what'll even happen, right?
That's true. Oh my God, I can't believe he went for that.
What are you doing, Spero?
Oh, he was doing that. He was doing that. Oh, he can go for downward 4 or anything.
Choke both ways, everywhere. Somebody save him. These guys, the nerves got to him that round. It was getting ugly. I couldn't even process with so many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily done, you know, down 4-3, 1+2. There was a lot he could have done there.
Spero did standing 4 because he thought it was going to be enough to kill, but he should have went for like a 4-4 or something more reliable.
Oh, again, he gets a sidestep 3+4, which is probably the only sidestep move that he has.
Oh my God, why did Spero do back 3-3 after the raid?
Oh my gosh.
Last round. I'm so puzzled.
All right, he gets a pickup. That's what we want to see. But again, the wall messes him up. Woo!
Throw.
He's got to give. Something's got to give. There you go. What's the mix-up? Goes for the mid that time.
Raise drive, stuffed.
You called it. You knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, it's funny. I called throw and Spero just did like a mid-screen throw. That was funny. Raise drive stuffed. I mean, of course you knew the raise drive was coming, but Eddy's raise drive, it has that like a crushing property. You don't want to like jab to try to interrupt it. SourPiggy threw up that quick mid to the spin. That was a good option. Like that was fast enough to stuff the raise drive. He didn't have to worry about it going under the jabs or anything like that. But just had he been just a split second later,
yeah,
it would have been Spero's.
I mean, I feel like SourPiggy that entire match was kind of like waiting for those opportunities to really strike, and I think he had good placements overall. He was able to stop a lot of the stuff, kind of finding his own rhythm and really overpowering what Spero was trying to do. So it's up to Spero again to go back to the drawing board and see if he can outplay the offensive pressure that Julia has. And,
goes
not
back,
an easy feat.
It all goes back to I think it was that third round or something like that where he did the rage art. And he was supposed to get Oki, but before SourPiggy even got to his feet, Spero did back 3-3.
Yeah, and that was such a weird situation there because,
you know, when people make mistakes, you try to figure out, oh, what were they going for to potentially even make that mistake on the inputs, right? And I'm trying to think, like, what could he have been going for right there to make him mess up and do back 3-3? Can't think of anything. He definitely, like, coughed it up there. And then there was another situation that happened right after there where Spero had the back. He went for standing 4, and it was like, oh, man, if I'm Spero, I'm just like, I'm not happy with myself. Wow.
Either way, we are going to our final match here. And it's going to be a doozy because, again, winner of this match will move on to our losers final where DrBlazinPeanut is waiting, where that is going to be a 3 out of 5 race to find out who will be going into our grand finals. So if you guys are tuning in right now, Tekken 7 Online Challenge, US East, we're down to the final contestants.
Final 3. Spero's probably going to go no walls here, just my guess. More than likely it'll be the snow stage. He'll have all the time in the world, all the distance in the world to kind of pick and choose his spots, which is what he loves to do the most.
Called it. You knew it. He picked.
Hey, it ain't my first time watching Spero play in tournaments.
It's not your first time at the rodeo throw, I'll tell you that.
It's not. It's not my second either.
Anyways, we're going to go into this decisive match between these players. SourPiggy and SperoJin. Again, not a match that we aren't used to because these guys have already faced each other once before in the tournament where SourPiggy ended up sending SperoJin to the losers bracket. And now SperoJin looking for revenge, looking to move on in the tournament as well.
Let's pay attention to how they open. Is somebody going to try to make the first move, or are they both going to back up? Let's see.
Oh, they both swinging.
Swinging. That was probably the last thing I would have expected.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, if you're going to get into one of those fights with Julia, she has huge outswing priority over what Eddy has. I'll tell you that.
She can sidestep. You can. It's like, man. Her down 4-2-1, it kind of like sucks you in. It's got like deceptively long range.
Yeah. Oh, and she has counter hit ability like no other. Like no other. The risk reward, I would say, on her counter hit is way better than Eddy's.
Yep. Right away, you see SourPiggy dropping off some damage to try to get like a better position for Oki. It's good to do that early in the match, early in the set, just to see if you can kind of like snowball and build off of that. Spero's last chance, raise drive.
All right, you call it like right when you saw it, and look at that, SourPiggy getting the big launch while standing 1.
Too risky, like. I'm used to Spero trying to tough it out, grind it out, even in that situation. But he kind of rushed it there.
True. I mean, you know, the problem with that range is like, I mean, if you're not within that slippery kick range where it's going to trip, I mean, really, what's he going to do here other than, you know, maybe relax 4? But he's not playing it safe enough, you know?
Right. Where are the elbows? Where are the elbows?
I think SourPiggy's scared too.
He is. Where are the elbows from Spero? Like, they stuff a lot of Julia's things.
Oh, nice. I mean, he's not afraid to go for sides at 3+4, I'll tell you that. Picks up.
Spero needs his
round. He could have caught him there on the rollback.
Second Mad Axes, I think. I knew he was going to do it again. I didn't even get a chance to call it out, but that was, Spero knew as well.
Yeah, he definitely has a good read on him from seeing that situation before, but a running slide. Oh!
His time is winding down, even if Spero gets launched.
He needs a launch. He needs a launch.
He needs a lot.
But, I mean, her combos take so long, you know?
Yep, there's not enough time for here.
All right, good runaway. SperoJin able to close it out, tying up the round count here. Yeah. Again, this is the final match between these two.
Time to think long and hard about what you're going to do this round because this is for the 2-1 advantage. Final set. I'm sorry, final game in the set. Gets it this time to trip up. Combo. What's Spero going to do after? Is he going to play lame? Is he going to...
Wow, he just threw it out!
Yeah.
Was that an elbow that accidentally went into while standing 1? Who knows?
He did jabs. He ran up and did jabs. So uncharacteristic, but I think he's going to...
Oh, he missed!
Get away with it. I don't know. It's scary.
Interesting. Spero just started using the low jab there after the elbow sequence.
Good. You need low jabs in your game. Standing 4 are probably going to be what he tries to do.
Yep. Definitely called him out, man. I think Spero's so lucky that you're not playing against him.
I might. Maybe I'm the final boss. You never know.
But that's the thing. Will Spero make it, though? Will he make it?
Caught him looking like he's...
Oh, man. SperoJin is in there. He has a huge lead right now. He's going to backdash. He's going to chill.
He's flowing. Man,
maybe not. Maybe not. He's going to go for it again. I hope not.
I mean, last time he tried to double up on the Mad Axis, he got destroyed for it. You got reads too, Mark? I think that's it.
That should be it. If he gets it right, down 2-3, follow-up, and that should be it. There you go. SperoJin taking it getting his revenge match, and
That
now
was-
securing a spot in the losers finals.
That was dense. That was a really good match just because, man, I thought Piggy was going to take that just because when he like randomly launched Spero trying to go and like do jabs, I thought that could have been a turning point, but then Spero just like quickly put a lid on all of that. So it's good to see him clutch it out, not really throw it away like he did like the last game.
Oh yeah.
Not even talk about that one.
Yeah, you know, we're down to our final 3 players. It's been a fun-filled day of epic Tekken action. You guys can see the bracket and how we got here. In the winner's side of Grand Finals, we have NG Obscure hailing out of Florida right now, right?
Florida, I'm just going to say Florida. Yeah, that's where his family's at. So he's a Florida boy now, and he just beat his fellow Floridian, sent him to the losers. So it's 2 Florida in top 3. That's something to be said about that, you know, especially since we never really knew Florida as like the Tekken powerhouse before. So this could be the start of something new, like a 1-2 combination of Obscure and Peanut coming back, taking tournaments by storm when we have offline tournaments. It's a cool storyline developing there.
Oh yeah, we definitely like to see that kind of stuff happen. I mean, especially if we have more online tournaments. I mean, there's even, you know, just next Tuesday we have the Bud Light Beer League where we have more Tekken action for the East Coast. So hopefully a lot of players show up for that.
Bud Light Beer League next week. Week after that, EU North TWT Challenge. So another open bracket tournament, another set of exhibitions, another final boss battle, another like weekend of just Tekken. I feel like every week there's been some good Tekken. If you know where to look, if you know who to talk to, you know what I mean? If you know where to go, you can get your fix. And here we are right now watching some good ass Tekken.
Yeah, hopefully everyone enjoying. Again, like I said, we had a fun-filled day, but it's not even over. We are getting towards our finals. We have our losers finals coming up with our grand finals as well. We had a special guest earlier today. We had WWE Zelina Vega, Thea Trinidad. She joined us for some of the broadcasts, and she will be back a little bit later. But at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have a Season 4 preview from our friends and leaders, Murata-san and Michael Murray. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. And, you know, like I said, it's always a good time to be a Tekken fan.
Preview is like an understatement. That's all I'm going to say right now. It's boom. Anyways.
All right, matchup is getting ready. Losers bracket action. This is a race to 3. And we're going to find out who is going to be facing off against Obscure in our grand finals. So DrBlazinPeanut with Lei, Sperojin with Eddy. I feel like, you know, Sperojin knows the character matchup, but does he know the player matchup?
I think DrBlazinPeanut does really well when his opponents try to like rush him down, steamroll him, because he can kind of utilize the Lei evasiveness and kind of like set traps and everything for the opponent to fall for. But Spero's not the type to fall for any traps. He'll sit back all day if he has to. It's going to cause a lot of problems for DrBlazinPeanut. When Lei lays down the ground, does all that stuff. Eddy's launcher kick,
bro,
out of while standing or quarter circle forward, that just has that arc, that perfect arc.
I hope they have a relaxed battle and they just fight on the floor. I want to see that. Let me see that. Both of them just laid out right away.
Shoot, in the first of 3, we got plenty of, you know, opportunities to see some funky stuff.
All right, the trade in his favor. He didn't go for the follow-up. Why not?
They traded.
Could have definitely had at least the standing 3 go for the screw. Did not get anything out of it. Again, slight light lead, of course, for DrBlazinPeanut. Let's see what he's able to do. But look, he baited it out there. Could have had a bigger punish. He went for the down 4 instead of the while standing 3.
Peanut's kind of testing the waters a little bit, not really committing to big moves, but he still got caught right there, unfortunately. He's got a lot of life. Let's see if he can survive right here, survive the wall.
Oh my gosh. This time, Sperojin kind of scouting that out.
That stuff's not going to work against Spero.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Man,
I don't think he's going to stop trying. That's his move.
Yeah. Unfortunate for DrBlazinPeanut right there, that round, because that was actually, he blocked it low. He could have killed Spero, but he didn't know to stay grounded to duck the high that follows. It's 2-hit string. Gotta know your stuff.
This guy is mad. He lands that at such a high success rate.
I'm gonna pick Lei and only do that move. See if I can have the same.
This is like he must think of this move as like his electric wing godfist or something. Oh, nice! He beats the evasive tactics. Oh, never mind. No combo.
Sidestep 4. He's really good at using sidestep 4.
Nice adjustment there from Spero, getting some added damage or more damage potential, I should say.
Balcony break is near.
Gotta be very mindful of it. Oh, he caught him out there. See what he does. Oh, and look at that. Able to get the whiff punish and looking to close it out. That should be it. Is that going to hit?
Spero was sitting. He was sitting on it the whole time. He's waiting for an opportunity to balcony break. But luckily, Eddy's 14 framer puts him in a really good spot to break that wall.
Here Here we go, here we go. Sparrowjin on the verge of taking match number 1, but BlazingPeanut still fighting.
He's trying to find something. He did not get anything started this game.
Yeah, other than landing his favorite move. But sometimes, I mean, sometimes your favorite move has to be a good move.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Sparrowjin looking to take the momentum back. He's playing it safe. He's not taking any risks. Look at this. Oh, and back turn again. You know, tail of the tape from what we've been seeing so far is Sparrowjin is just getting whiff punish after whiff punish.
Yeah, he's sitting back, and it's working out just fine. So no reason to, you know, change anything up.
Oh, he thought something was coming
He'll
out.
lose this round here, though. Yeah, he definitely thought something was coming out.
All right, DrBlazinPeanut with the round there. 2 rounds to 1 now. Looking to tie it up round-wise. Sparrowjin probably going to go back to his old game plan here. Oh, never mind. He went in offensively. With a good whip punish there from DrBlazinPeanut. Jeez.
Actually missed it that time.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are, they're definitely going for aerial antics. These guys are trying to throw out all kinds of moves. Oh, he got him with a classic.
Crucial. Side switch, too. This is still the first game, and DrBlazinPeanut does have a round, so he's still in the game. He steals this, anything's possible.
Oh, do something. He goes for the down 4 into the mix-up.
Do something. Wall combo. He missed it. He just
Oh,
let it
this is
drop.
big. This is huge. One mix-up could do it. Oh, he caught him, and look, he's going to get the kill here.
One of the coolest grabs in the game.
Oh,
In my
yeah.
opinion. Just because of the fake out that he does. Like, oh, man.
I mean, the crazy thing, too, is he gets, you know, guaranteed follow-up afterwards, too.
Yep.
He does so much damage off of that
I
sequence.
don't even know if people these days know about that.
And that's, it's an old thing. You know, you got to be an old man to know that kind of stuff.
Dude.
Oh, he baited him.
He is clawing his way back into the game, man.
Yo, he got some blaze left in him, let me tell you.
Oh, he's still blazing.
All right, what's he going to do here? Sparrowjin, king of clutch. Do you really have it? Oh, is he going to get the launch? No,
He's
4
using,
3 plus 4.
he's using the wrong move to try to pick up. He's
Oh, he
gonna
knew
use
to get around it. This is
that
crazy.
one.
This is crazy. DrBlazinPeanut has to be careful.
Yeah, he's in steel territory. He could lose the round in a single hit.
He's looking for that rage drive. Oh, never mind. Bro, I got an electric in my foot.
Dude.
DrBlazinPeanut. Oh,
I
my
can't-
God.
I can't make sense of this. Why is that move hitting like 80% success rate, Mark? You tell
You know,
me.
some players have an innate talent. You know, when it comes to Tekken talent, a lot of players have crazy talent, whether it's the ability to close things out. DrBlazinPeanut's talent is landing that move.
That's a special, like,
That's his special skill. You
If
know,
he was
the
a
mutant
mutant-
power.
if
Yeah,
he was a
exactly.
mutant, he would have the ability to land that. That would be his power.
Let's say I'm using my my machine to find out more talent in the Tekken pool. Let's call it Cerebro.
Mhm.
Yep. That guy's gonna
Tekken
follow.
Cerebro?
He's gonna show up in my phone. My phone right now says like, oh, this guy, he's from the school of 4 3 plus 4, huh?
Dude.
I'll swipe left on that one.
We need to do more investigating on that move. I think after today, we're gonna see more drop kick lays in the mix. You know, kind of how we saw a lot of Kazumis after
Yeah.
he did it. Yeah, we're gonna see some drop kick lays in America. I think. I mean, he earned it.
Yeah,
He trademarked it. That's the BlazingPeanut now because nobody else really uses that move.
It's crazy because, you know, he's hitting the move, right? He's hitting the move or he's whiffing the move. We haven't seen it blocked yet. And I know he gets put into the stance position where
No
it's blocked.
punishment, no retaliation whatsoever.
No need to. I mean, if it works, it works. Just keep shooting, right?
I guess that's what you're supposed to do when you're on fire.
Yeah, when you're blazing.
When you're blazing.
All right.
Ooh,
Anyways,
I missed-
first match to BlazingPeanut, which, you know, Sparrowjin made it look like I thought he had it in full control. He was whiff punishing left and right. He got out to an early lead, but BlazingPeanut out of nowhere. Don't sleep on a peanut.
that match felt like it took forever. I thought Spero was already up 1-0 by the time BlazingPeanut was making a comeback, and I was like, wait, we're still in the first game?
That was definitely the first match.
Dude. Yeah, Spero wears you down, man. This is going to be a long one if it's going to play out the way that I think it is. That's fine. We get to see more Tekken. We get to see more mind games developing. This is game 2 here. The thing about Spero that he's not doing that I thought you're supposed to do is maybe like quarter circle 4-3 to get him ungrounded because
Yeah.
you might like have a small chance to relaunch. You might have a chance to kind of pick him up.
What? What's going on here? He really wants this. Okay, never mind. Sparrow's back.
You do have a chance to interrupt Razor Rush punches if you are on the money with it. Love
Especially if they start to delay it too. All right, let's see what he does here. Again, about even on life. It's anybody's match. Is he going to get impatient? Is he going to go for the running 3? No, he goes for the down back 2.
I would test him with a rodeo here. I remember like.
Oh man! And again, I'm so glad you're not playing against Spero right now.
It's like I remember
Blazing
Peanut getting grabbed a lot against Alisa, even the normal grabs, right? And I don't even know if Spero remembers that. I don't know if enough time has passed to where he doesn't remember, but that's one thing I remember that was like set defining against Obscure. A couple moments here and there, but also like crucial grab breaks. Little like easy dummy things that beginner players should have down, but just like little mistakes from Peanut. Might be the rust.
Man, Peanut is doing so well offensively in this round. Let's see what's the mix-up. 1-3, that's his favorite. Ooh! They almost traded there. That could have been bad for Spero. He's dead.
No.
He's dead. What kind of combo is that? But he's
it
dead.
looked like he was just standing there, but all of a sudden he got hit.
Yeah, it's the magic, man. His ability to land forward attacks.
It's the timing.
You got to put respect on it.
The doctor has timing too good.
Yeah, he is using a surgical knife right now, and he is cutting through the competition. Yes, you got to be precise. To land that move, you have to be precise. Okay, caught him on the floor. Now what? Oh, relax back to you. Let me hit you with my slippery kicks.
Counter hit.
That lay wop. Oh, he's gonna get it. Never mind.
Mini combo. Lay.
Oh, no punish. Yes, he gets the pickup.
Lay's got a million raise drives. He might choose for one here.
What is he doing? He's not even going for damage. He's going for mix-ups.
No, he missed the combo. He was trying to set up that I think it's Panther stance. He was trying to set up a raise drive mix-up.
Oh, never mind. Out of the air, it's gonna kill. Yep, nice adjustment from Spero Jin. Good stuff.
Little jousty there.
Spero Jin again. He's been in this position before, where he needed one round to win the match. But BlazingPeanut has always come back. I have a bad feeling about this. Never mind, the rodeo's back.
The grab gets through, like I said.
You know, BlazingPeanut has not been breaking any throws.
Nothing.
Whether it's normal or command throws, he has not been breaking throws at all.
But the thing is, if you pick up on this tell, you don't want to like take advantage. You don't want to cash that sort of tell in right away. You kind of want to wait till they're in a position where like they have that 40 points or 35 points.
No.
They want to have like just enough health left to kill. That's when you might want to go for a throw to make it count, you know? But Spero getting a lot of mileage out. He did like half damage off throws just this round alone.
The drunken stance here.
Yeah, he went for the
threatening there. Look at the life lead. Oh, this is big. He can get Rage Art. Never mind. He's dead. He's dead and tied up right now.
So unfortunate. Bad luck that the tailspin whipped, because I think that was BlazingPeanut's round. He did have enough damage. He did have enough resources to kill, but no adjustment on the combo. That's like a weird thing that happens with Lay, the inconsistency back.
I was gonna say very much a Lay problem right there. I don't want to call that out on BlazingPeanut, but sometimes Lay's combos just slightly off axis will not connect.
Will not. Just the wrong place, wrong time. Everything just not working out. But he still won the first game. That game was, I think I would say, rather competitive. Both players, Peanut's still in the game for sure. He's got Spero falling for his traps, and I didn't think that was going to be something that happened too often, just because Spero is going to play it safe. But he's baiting Spero in a little bit here, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's putting him through the motions, and right now, again, tied up on matches, and this is a race to 3, so there's still a 2 out of 3, a normal set in here, where we're going to find out who's going to come out on top. Again, if you guys are tuning in right now, my name is Mark, man. I'm here with my boy Anakin. Yep. This is the Tekken Online Challenge for US East. We're whittling down to our final. We are at our final 3 players, finding out who's going to be in our grand finals, and it's been quite the treat so far. We've had amazing matches throughout the entire day. Now in our top 8, of course, we have our final boss challenge, which is happening after this, which we do not know who the final boss is yet. So stay tuned for that. We had special guest Selena Vega earlier today. She has a championship match tomorrow, but she made some time to join us here for the broadcast. I believe she's going to be jumping on a little bit later as well. And then we have at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, a Season 4 preview from our fearless leaders, Harada-san and Michael Murray. So again, stick to it. We have a lot more Tekken on the way. And right into the matchup again, we got Spero Jin versus the BlazingPeanut.
All right. Since I think Spero won that game, it was Peanut's turn to pick the stage, and he opts to go for the smallest stage. Not the biggest surprise. He wants that pressure. He wants Spero locked down, in a cage. He wants that close quarters combat.
All right. Looks like it is the random stage, as mentioned. Souk, my favorite stage.
It is? I didn't know that.
It Definitely not my favorite stage.
whose favorite stage is Soup? You know,
Jimmy J Trans.
Is it?
It seems
I thought he favored the Night Pad.
Oh, he definitely does. He likes those wall combos. But anyways, going right into this, let's see what happens.
Okay.
Spirojin is, oh my god, they're breakdance fighting. They're Zoolandering all over the place. Here we go, DrBlazinPeanut putting him in the blender. Don't look at it. Don't get caught in the Tiger's eye. That is such a scary mix-up, especially how fast the Tiger 2 comes out.
He tried to
Razor. Oh! Counter hit me. Let me counter hit you.
He tried to ramp up Razor Rush with a slower launcher. Maybe he might go for back 3-3 next time.
Mix. Oh, he got him.
Can't kill him.
Oh, do something.
It's getting ugly.
Oh, why?
What's happening?
Why? on whiff, you go for the. Oh man, this is nuts.
I knew it was getting hectic.
Oh my gosh.
You know, it sucks to lose that round. You got to get right back into action. You got to get your mind right back in the game. If you lose a clutch round like that, you cannot sit on it for too long.
Oh yeah, don't miss a step. And look at that. Oh, this time he used it way too much. This time Spero ready for it, getting the duck on the 4-3-1.
One more hit. Spero doesn't want to make a mistake like he's been doing when it's time to kill.
Oh, he went for the power crush.
Slow, but oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, this is big. Is he gonna? Okay, he gets the rage art.
Yep, that's enough.
It should be enough. He should be able to get the kill. He's going to tie it up on rounds here. DrBlazinPeanut with the surgical knife here. And the incision across Eddy's Achilles, which is, it's bad.
Yeah.
He needs that. He needs to dance.
Dude, that small stage is playing out. We're seeing a lot more scrambles, a lot more like exchanges, little skirmishes, a lot more than we would on the snow stage, that's for sure.
You know, there's obviously the telling. You know, Spero knows. He has to know that DrBlazinPeanut is not comfortable going against throws. He has not teched a single throw once.
Yep.
You got to imagine that he's going to try to pull that out at some point.
He might try to chip him down a little bit, then go for the rodeo, just because it's like a game-winning play. He might not even need it here. Might not.
Ooh!
Why would you disrespect him like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no other option other than that. It's either you do the move or you don't. So he went for the low parry regardless. Oh, he caught him again. Is that dead?
Bro. He messed it up.
No, he messed up. He screwed up.
He messed it up.
What is he doing? Low? Oh my!
Clutch.
That is one way to deal with the
I've never
mix-up.
seen that. I've never seen that. That was clutch. I don't even know if he knew that was going to work, but he definitely was willing to try it.
Yeah, and that was crazy too, because really, what other move would have hit? There was nothing that was going to hit through that backswing. So the fact that Spero committed, it forced him to eat that hit.
Spero likes that option maybe a little bit too much that time.
Nice, keeping him there. This time the float, no! Nice punish.
That's hard to punish.
Oh, and that's a great option to beat it afterwards. What now? What are you going to do?
It's about that time where Spero lost the last 2 rounds with 4-4-3. That's probably going to be on his mind moving forward.
This is probably going to be the biggest round of the set so far. Again, being up 2 is huge. Let's see what happens.
See, they're both playing it safe.
Whoa, what are you doing? He's going crazy. They're both going crazy.
He missed the launch, but it's okay. Peanut.
You went for the low instead on back turns. Oh my gosh.
I mean, pressure, it's a factor, Mark. Who will make mistakes no matter who you are. You can be the best player in the world. Float opportunity, just okay, gets a little tailspin. I was going to say, he just dropped it. What? That was on a combo.
Big too. Down 2-3. No, he goes for the carry. Oh, he blocked it, and that might be it.
That's it.
The wall might mess it up, though.
Maybe. No.
Oh, never mind. Spero clutched it out. Look at that. 2 rounds to 1. He is now in the lead of the set.
I really hope that
DrBlazinPeanut is in trouble.
I hope DrBlazinPeanut didn't assume he was going to lose right there, because it looked like he wasn't ready for that last mix-up. Like, we thought that it was over. We thought Spero had it, but like when you're competing, you cannot give up. He got up, just ate the low.
Never over till it's over.
That was a good one. He almost came back and stole the whole game off of just 4-4-3. And that's kind of like the move that like lower ranks I feel like use, just because it's like it gives people a hard time if you don't know how to approach it.
Oh yeah.
Peanut was just straight up landing it. He was catching Spero moving usually, just because it has really good tracking and everything like that. It catches players in motion a lot of times. But still, Spero manages to barely escape with the win. I think that's a good sign, falling for a lot of tricks and still winning the game gives you a lot of confidence for going into this set closing potential set point here.
Yeah, again, super important. Anyways, we are potentially down to the final match here in Losers Final, and, Obscure waiting in our grand finals. He's been using Alisa, a little bit of Ganryu throughout the entire day. Let's see if this is going to help at all. Obviously, he's in a position where he gets to watch his opponents. He gets to kind of figure out what he wants to do and how he's going to approach the battle plan. Obviously, he's played against both of these players before in the past and even in the same tournament. So let's see what Obscure is going to be able to do, regardless of who he's going to be facing opponent-wise.
As like a spectator, I feel like I'm more interested in the Spero Obscure matchup simply for the fact that we not only haven't seen that one, but after seeing how Peanut versus Obscure plays out, you kind of get the feeling that Peanut should maybe go back to the drawing board and get a little bit more familiar with Alisa before he can kind of come to the matchup and play Obscure at his full strength. When watching that winners finals, it was kind of like there are a lot of mistakes that he was making that he shouldn't make. You know what I mean? If it was any other character, he wouldn't make those kinds of like mistakes where he was kind of sleeping, doesn't really know what's going on. But with that being said, I feel like we kind of know how that would play out if they were to fight again, right? Obscure just doing a lot of Alisa tricks and DrBlazinPeanut just trying to find something that'll stick, trying to find some game plan. But on the other hand, if you get Spero Jin into that grand finals, even in that situation where he has to win 2 sets, Spero is like he's won every single match in losers, coming from losers bracket and having all that momentum. He'll be ready to go. Obscure, he's been sitting on the shelf for like a good 30 minutes now. Might be a little cold. You never know.
That's always a factor. But anyways, going into the matchup here, the classic, what's going to happen? No walls here in this stage. Less damage overall.
There's the pickup, the right kick to use. Use it again right there. Could have.
What's he gonna do? He's definitely hesitating now the way he's picking his shots here. Man, he did that before. Spero Jin is not gonna fall for it again. Okay, this time going for the Tiger 4, gets the follow-up with the juggle.
Spero trying to slow it down. Anti-air.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta do an air-to-air action, man.
Yep. Especially with all those drop kicks that Lay's been doing. Nice.
Oh, nice relax.
One mix-up left, I think. One more hit.
Again, Rage is in play for DrBlazinPeanut.
Not enough time for Peanut. He's got to make it happen right now. He's got to stay in. He's got to keep going. Don't back out. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Spero's going to chill. Yep, definitely too late.
Yeah, it gets to the point where there's literally not enough time for you to make a comeback, so you cannot reach that point now.
Anyways, let's see what happens here. Right now, Spero Jin looking to extend the lead further. I mean, this is his match. He wins this match, it's going to be all over. He's going to secure a spot. Uh-oh, back turn. Down 2, nope.
He knows the adjustments.
Oh, this is scary.
He's comfortable enough.
Stay on the floor. Oh
yeah.
My gosh.
When he charges, he's comfortable enough to actually go for something like that. He's not really worried about what the drawback, what the consequences could be. He's just looking to set him up. Finish, go for the kill right now. I like it.
That was like a Tekken 3 mix-up combo. I don't know what's going on over there. That was crazy.
That was definitely some tag 1 back turn lay stuff right there.
Oh, he missed. He was out of range. Nice low parry, looking to close it out. And there you go, DrBlazinPeanut staying alive here, tying it up on rounds.
Just doing what you're supposed to do, When that move comes out with Eddy, the low's coming, you just got a low parry.
All right, waiting for the opportunity. Again, running 3.
Yep.
I feel like, as he approaches here, DrBlazinPeanut is not walking, not stepping, really giving Spero Jin more opportunity to throw out moves.
For a while, Spero Jin was going for a lot of mid options out of relax just because he got a lot of mileage out of the lows. I think he had noticed that Peanut was going for the lows. But the mids weren't really working either, so Spero just went with the low there off of the max.
Oh, he's cashing in.
He might switch it up. Yeah, perfect time to cash in. Set point. One more hit. Probably go for a low.
Time. He's going to have to do something again. Oh, look at that. He got baited into that. That is not going to happen against Relax.
Everybody's got their shoulder tactical baits at this point in the game. Just since it received an extra buff, armor move and everything like that.
Ooh, that was a great whip punish there.
People are going to set it up.
But what kind of combo?
Yeah. Spero Jin right now, set point, on the verge of eliminating DrBlazinPeanut. We're going to need some Lei Wulong magic.
Cashing in hard right now.
We haven't seen a drop kick in a while. Nice.
Got him with the mid.
Not that much damage though. No punish. A lot of mistakes.
You're gonna need 10 of those, bro. Yep. Oh no, that's unfortunate.
They're adding up. They're adding up here.
Oh god, he landed the last kick. That's probably a Guinness World Record right there. Landing the last kick twice in tournament.
A little bit off axis. I don't think it matters with Eddy. Peanut just needs this round to stay alive. He's still in the game. Uh-oh.
Oh, he didn't fall for it that time.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Next hit wins pretty much.
Here we go, and that should be it. Spero Jin with the big counter hit, closing it out, and there it is.
Plenty of time to spare. Nice work for you, Spero. That was a good moment. Both players were turtling it out. But that running slide counter hit. They buffed it recently. They gave it a little bit more range. I think they also might have buffed the speed. Can't remember. But Nice usage of running 3 there. And like you said, cashing in on those throws.
Yeah, super important. But of course, guys, we are down to our grand finals. And before we get into the grand finals and before we do all other cool Tekken stuff for the rest of the day, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more from the Tekken Online Challenge. See you in a bit.
Namco.
You have to be prepared for anything.
Intruders were just detected.
We have to work together.
Or the world will be destroyed.
We have so many different powers.
Let's do this. You have your ways of doing things, and I have mine.
Welcome back to the Tekken Online Challenge. My name is Mark. I'm here with Anakin. Lots of love to our friends over at Bandai Namco Entertainment. You see all those cool games that are out now or coming out, so make sure you guys check them out at BandaiNamcoEntertainment.com. Anyways, we are going back into the Tekken Online Challenge. Again, it's been a fun-filled day. I got to give shout-outs to our friends over at Astro, the official headset and mix amp of the Tekken Online Challenge. They've always been supporting the Tekken community, so lots of love to them. This coming Tuesday, we also have the Bud Light Beer League, where we feature Tekken 7 as an online tournament. We have the US East coming up as well, so make sure you guys check us out at twitch.tv/BudLight Tuesday evening for more action for Tekken. But either way, guess what, Anakin? We're in grand finals.
It's time. Is it time to crown a winner?
It can be. I mean, right now, let's frame it for everybody. So we look at all the action that's happened today. NG Obscure has fought his way all the way from the winner's side into the winner's side of the grand finals. And Spero coming all the way from the losers bracket, losers in pools, making his way all the way into grand finals as well.
And it's funny to think that Obscure actually almost lost one of his earlier round matchups against, you remember the Akuma player who played Geese and everything? Like, he lost a game against Akuma, and it almost like looked like we were going to have our first upset. But nevertheless, we made it all the way through. No Akuma, but we do have Obscure sitting on the winner's side against Spero Jin. I don't know how to call it, but Obscure is looking strong. He's kind of like been tucking his Alisa in a way where we don't really know what he's bringing to the table, what his really plan was. He ran over DrBlazinPeanut, but against Spero, this is probably a match that it's not going to be, this is not the first time these two have played. There's probably going to be some prior information going into this matchup. And I'm not liking the Ganryu pick already.
Oh, he straight up picked Ganryu. This is crazy.
Yeah. You don't try, like, Ganryu's been in the game longer than Obscure has been playing. And so, Spero Jin's been playing for about that long. So it's not like there's going to be any unfamiliarity you're going to bring to the table. It's not like you're going to be able to surprise him with anything. I think when it comes to Ganryu and playing against Ganryu, Spero Jin has seen a lot of it, if not all of it, from the very beginning. Like Ganryu and Tekken 5, Ganryu and Tekken Tag, Spero's seen all that stuff. So
he's seen the best and the worst of it, right?
Yeah, he's seen all of it. I don't know what Obscure's going to be able to do that kind of like creates problems for Spero or throws him off. I really can't see anything, honestly. So I'm predicting a game 1 stomp run over for Spero.
I'm just feeling now the Obscure's love for this character must be super great because he's constantly going to him, really trying to, I guess, make moves here with this character. He goes for the run and tackle.
He's definitely trying to make some kind of like a play for Ganryu, just giving him more stock, maybe setting him up for future tournament appearances. I think he really just wants to see what this Ganryu is made of before he actually does switch and commit to Alisa.
All right, here we go. Goes for the running 1+2, going again. This time, oh my God, Spero is like, get out of here. Don't use that Ganny. I've been fighting against Ganny since the 70s.
The thing is, if you're Obscure and you're playing that game where, I can lose a reset, I can lose a whole set with Ganryu, like, you don't want to do that against Spero because when he resets it and then you want to try to play your main character, it might be too little too late. Like, I'm telling you, Obscure, this is not smart.
Yeah, I mean, giving, the crazy thing about Tekken is you cannot give an old man momentum.
It's grand finals.
Gives him too much power.
There's a lot on the line here. If you want to be crowned the champion, you want to go up against the final boss, then you shouldn't be playing any games in grand finals.
Hey, Spero's definitely making a point here. It might be Obscure's chance to switch over to Alisa. I know it's not the end of this round yet, but he might have to go to the character select screen right now. Who knows?
There's been nothing, right?
What?
A drop combo, that's not going to help you.
I mean, I like Ganryu too. Ganryu is actually my preferred character over Alisa. But not like this, Obscure.
Before we were talking with Zelina about what's your favorite character and what's your best character, this is probably like a case where dude's playing his favorite character right now and not really trying to get his best character a shot. I don't know. All right,
he has the wall here. Let's see what happens. What's the mix-up? Goes for the mid that time. Tries to bait him out. He's been using the sidestep 1+ for so much in that sequence, but right now he does have rage. Oh, man, this is bad. He just did it, and look, Spero was ready for it. 3 round straights, a no round brown.
Destruction. And the question for Obscure right now is whether or not he wants to play the second set or he wants to give himself the best chance of winning and switch to Alisa right now because
I wouldn't mess with it. I wouldn't mess with
it, man.
Out the gates, I would pick Alisa.
I mean, if you do that and you lose, that's going to be all you're going to hear about for a while. Your friends are going to make fun of you. People who aren't your friends are going to talk trash to you and use it against you. Like, you don't want to
I won't make fun of them. I won't make fun of them on stream.
You're right. You don't want to like be that guy. Right? You don't want that to be what you're known for. Especially right now, we got a lot of extra people watching the stream, probably trying to see what season 4 is all about. So there's a little bit more of an audience today that Obscure is playing in front of. I wouldn't play around with it. I don't know, man.
And speaking of which, I mean, thank you everybody for tuning in. I know it's been a long Tekken day so far, but there's a lot more action that's happening. We're smack dab in the middle of grand finals. We still have the final boss challenge that will be happening later as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying all the action. And as mentioned before, we have a season 4 preview that's going to be happening at 6 p.m. Pacific at 9 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that right here on twitch.tv/Tekken or wherever you're watching on the official Tekken channel. So appreciate that.
At the top of the hour is going down, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes. And that's not that far from now. That is not that far from now.
It's right there. Like every time I look, it's now 8:30, and so they can't hide from us any longer. They got to spill the beans.
Oh yeah. You know, there's always people in chat that's asking, do we have an announcement? Do we have a trailer today? You know, they might come in there and they might start trolling. And today's your lucky day. There is something that's going to be going down. And look at this. He switched to Alisa. This is the match I want to see.
Yeah. This is if he's going to win a tournament, it's going to be with this character. Like Spero, he's not going to let stuff fly, man. I think everybody
I respect the Ganryu pick. Ganny's cool and all, but he is not your best character.
And it's good that he had the awareness to recognize like when to quit while he was ahead. And not to just like invest too much faith into this Ganryu pick. You know, you could do it against SourPiggy in top 8, but you could do it in winners final against DrBlazinPeanut, where you barely got away with it, right? But now this is a different beast. Spero took out DrBlazinPeanut, so what are you gonna do now?
All right, back into the action, guys. This is Grand Final. Sperogen up 1-0, but he's on the loser side, so he needs to win 2 sets to become the champion here from Tekken Online Challenge US East. 3rd place earlier today, DrBlazinPeanut going out in a blaze of glory? Is that it?
He had a chance to float Spero there, but he's still off to a good start. See what I mean? Like, you pick your best character, good things happen.
That was a nice back and forth right there. He gets the... No, he could have had the float. What's going on?
Mistake. But just the comfort that Obscure is playing with, you could tell it's on another level.
Oh, he got clipped there. That's not a good look. He's going to have to be careful. Nice. Ikimas able to land a hit there. Obscure on the scoreboard, finally getting around here in the set. That was quite the drought here in the opening round. Okay, nothing. Oh, he gets the second hit, still able to pull it off. He should be able to push towards the wall here. Never mind.
Not quite just yet. Spero capitalizing off the mistake, the combo mistake. Sidestep. Oh no, got countered though.
It's big. He's going to have the wall opportunity. No, he goes for the damage instead. He tried. He knew that there was a special getup that Alisa had, so he opted for the relax too. So great presence of mind from Sperogen.
Yeah. Obscure loves that getup option too, that Alisa specific.
I feel like anytime he has a chance to do it to stop momentum, he'll go for it.
Yeah. It's kind of like when Kuma players get into that position, they always do that grounded swipe on the ground that they love doing.
Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad. Now back to the wall here. Nice duck. Oh, this is going to be bad.
Going for damage.
Oh, nice. I like that. That one saved him. That one definitely saved him.
Round 4.
Spero was trying something there, definitely. So.
Another big chance there. This time getting the follow-up here of the Forward 3 series. All right, Obscure looking to even up the set here. You know, he's doing pretty good after making the switch over to Alisa.
Very nice. I think it was recently his birthday too, so this would make a really, really nice birthday present if he's able to win this for himself. You know, a little gift for himself.
Yeah, I mean, this is big.
26.
So early, I mean, belated happy birthday to him. So good stuff to Obscure. Able to get that match as well. That's huge.
Cool. So he's still pretty young, despite being in the scene for a while. I know Tekken Tag 2 was when he first made his debut. He was living in Georgia at the time, and he would play offline with us from time to time. But now he's repping Florida. He's doing his own thing. He's got his own band, and it's really cool to see that, you know, these young vets are starting to emerge now. Guys who played when they were really, really young. And with Tekken 7, you know, kind of winding down now, they've got like 2 games worth of experience. And they were there when the boom happened, the Tekken boom, you know what I mean, when all the new players came in. So now it's kind of like they've been promoted to the role of a vet with all the new players coming in, just having been around before all these players came in. It's really cool to see Obscure use that experience to his advantage.
Of course, and again, let's talk about what's on the line here. So, you know, these players obviously playing for the prize money, but not only that, whoever wins this has to go up against the final secret boss later on, where they have a chance to double their money if they're able to win. That's a lot of money, actually. I mean, can you imagine that? Just like double up right there. However, if they don't win, they don't get that extra cash.
It goes to the boss.
No, it doesn't even go to the boss. It disappears.
It should. I think it should be a future thing.
It goes to season 4. It goes to season 4, man.
It goes to the TWT prize pool next year. That's what we need.
Yeah, but it definitely doesn't go to the winner. I'll tell you, or it definitely doesn't go to the person that wins.
Yeah, to sit there in your room, you know, all day playing in a fun online Tekken tournament, and you're winning like $1,000 off of that. Like, that's a win in my book. You know, it's not like you were gonna go out and make $1,000 elsewhere in one day. So What better than to just sit, chill, play some Tekken, press
In
some
the
buttons.
comfort of your home.
Yeah. And then you get to brag to all your friends about what you did on Saturday, like how you had a very productive Saturday.
All right, here we go. This is, again, we have a set. This is going to be now from here on out, since it's tied up 1-1, it is a race to 2.
Yep, for this set at least.
If Obscure is able to win, he will become our champion here for the U.S. East. However, Sperogen, if he's able to win, we will reset it and we'll have another 3 out of 5 set afterwards.
Round 1.
But this is, I think, where it's going to start getting interesting, since they're now all tied up.
It's too early to tell what's going to happen, whether or not we're going to be looking forward to a second set. This is the game. This is the one where a player is going to go up 2-1 and have full control of what they want to do.
Nice block.
He looks strong. He looks good.
Yeah, it was interesting. Interesting that Sperogen actually went for that sequence there. You know, obviously highly punishable, very telegraphed with that follow-up hit, but maybe he thought he was going to go for a jab or a high move.
Man, I don't like that Spero went off the wall there. He was trying to do a resplat, but like if you miss it, you know, your opponent's back is not to the wall anymore. You could have had corner pressure and Obscure take the round, but instead gets slapped to death. Oh my god, that was ugly.
Yeah, that's probably one of the worst ways to die too. It's either from a get-up kick or from that.
That's one of the worst ways for sure, because you didn't break the tackle and then you got slapped.
Yeah, it's just like insult to injury, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice block here. Oh, and he tried to get him. He didn't get because he was still in crouching stance.
I like that he stayed back when he knew that Spero might do something. He's staying right out of range of all the big threats that Spero has when he's in handstand, when he's relaxed. It's just like Obscure just knows where to place himself to kind of avoid all the big problem moves.
Yeah, definitely got a throw there too.
There he is, back out again, avoiding everything.
Oh, he went for the low there.
Yeah, almost got it actually.
Got jabbed right in the face here. Here's more pressure. Has him back to the wall. Sperogen's going to have to be careful here.
Missed the punish. He had a late attempt.
Oh, man, he's been getting all these throws.
Yeah. Actually, if you remember him against SourPiggy, there were a lot of unbroken mad axes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There were a lot, actually. Surprisingly, huge number of missed throws. Oh,
he should be able to get this here.
Yeah.
Time's a wasting. He should be able to close it out with the 3 follow-up, though. Oh, he went for the 2 for insurance, yeah? For insurance.
I think he knew that was what Obscure was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely went for it there, too. He was, as evidenced by the hit animation as it landed.
Crucial round here. Spero looking strong. No wall pressure after this, though. Just outside of it.
He trade blows.
Obscure's going to run in. He's trying to get some breathing room. Yep, now look at Spero. He's getting closer to the wall.
Nice conversion there, too. Gets the wall standing 4 into the quarter circle 4-3 and the follow-up here. Oh, this is huge.
That was such a Hail Mary from Obscure. He just did it. And he's going to try to close it. See the deal here with something quick.
Goes for it. Oh, he went for the power crush, but the low beat it out, of course.
He's got
power
rage
crush
drive.
is losing to lows. Oh, he went for the slide. That's
I did not
crazy.
expect that. That actually surprised me. If it was me, I'd probably get hit. So
Yeah.
can't fault Spero for that one. Because like when Alisa has one of those rage drives where she'll almost always use it every single time. And I think that's probably the main priority in Spero's head at the time. Not like some kind of running slide.
Yeah, don't get hit by the rage drive, right? You just don't duck. Don't get clipped.
Don't duck, don't backdash wrong, don't jab wrong, don't do nothing wrong.
Oh, he gets a counter hit bait. He throws it out, but the wall's going to mess up the combo.
Yep.
Oh,
Rodeo.
the rodeo. He's going to take him to it. One more hit could do it.
Spero trying to survive. Nice.
Oh, and he goes with the low. This is huge.
The break, clutch, break. Obscure, trying to get some space.
Oh, he got him. Initiated the slow motion quite briefly there, but look at that final round here. This is a huge round. A huge round.
Wow, get off me. To the wall, here we go. Spero's gonna have to survive here. He's gonna weather the storm. What's gonna be the mix-up? Low. There it is. Another low, he tried it.
Yeah, he's fighting back, making sure that he's not getting hit by it.
That's
Oh,
Obscure
he had to be
spacing.
careful.
Obscure spacing, man. It's too good.
All right, keeps him by the wall here. I like the positioning here, and he gets him with the chainsaw follow-up.
He had it ready. He had it ready on the throw break. I think like that was like some
He labbed it. He definitely
interstellar deep level meta game right there where he's going for the throw so it can get broken, so we can have an opportunity to get Spero with this on the wall. Like that's the Alisa specialist stuff right there. Stuff you can't do with Ganryu.
You definitely can't do it with a Ganryu. But I guess you could look cool trying.
You can look cool trying to do, you know, little thunder palm, little raise drive here, but the character switch, it's really working out. It's really paying off. I'm glad he switched while he still had a lot of breathing room in the set, because let's say he loses the set with Ganryu and there's a reset, he picks Alisa, he's not going to be as comfortable for sure, just because of the score count, right? And that might lead to him, force him to have to play a different way. But now his Alisa looks really comfortable, especially now that he's up a set, up 2-1. I mean, it's his game to lose right now. I'm pretty confident that Obscure's going to take it.
And so just in case you guys are tuning in late or didn't catch all the action up until now, Obscure is up 2-1 here in the grand finals, and it's obviously in his favor. He wins this next match, he will win the entire tournament. So Spero has to fight back, tie it up, and then eventually try to win it in order to reset the bracket, to reset the bracket.
So all of our top 3 are getting paid out. They are getting graced with the Astro Gaming, custom package, and they're gonna get us that care package and everything. But what we are fighting for now is that first place money and the chance to go into the bonus round to fight the boss, who we will reveal as soon as the grand finals ends. I'm looking forward to seeing who that's gonna be. But yeah, that's a big difference. First place, second place money, it always is in a tournament. Like the winner gets the lion's share of the prize. That's how it's always been. So yeah, while these guys did, earn a little bit of money for their troubles today, you do not want to get second. You do not want to get second, especially if you had a chance to get that first.
I don't know. There's some weird people out there. Some people aim for second place.
Some people are good enough. It's good enough for them.
Man, I gotta say, after people have gotten embarrassed by the final boss so many times, maybe it is safer to get second place. We've seen 3 successful boss attempts where they just put the hurt.
Final boss, I don't know what it could be, but I'm worried for the winner of this tournament. If it's gonna be Obscure, I'm worried for him.
Going into the matchup, guys. Here we go. Right now, again, Obscure is up 2-1.
The Kinder Gym. You know what's funny is that in Tekken 7, if you go to your player information page, you can see your win rate on all the specific stages. And I didn't really know that, but I recently learned that I have the best win rate when I play on this stage.
These stats are maddening. I mean, some of these stats are just like, whoa, I didn't know I always win on this stage.
Very eye-opening. Like, I have like over a 90% win rate on this stage, and I'm like sitting here wondering what it is about this stage. I don't know.
I'm telling you, man, it's the lights. It's the rotating lights, the gobos, stuff like that.
The colors.
Maybe it's the pastel colors, the clouds in the background. Spero is putting in work right now.
Oh, out of nowhere, that could happen.
All right, has him in rage, and this is where he has to be careful. So Obscure has so many options here.
Be careful.
He goes to the chainsaw. But he tried to power crush back. He's a maniac.
Oh, snap. Nice. That was weird. That was a very, very long power crush move. Ate up a lot. Nice. Punish. Spero. 3 straight here, maybe?
Nice.
He has
the wall. He got the float. This is big for Spero. Nice block. No punish there. Oh, he definitely had an opportunity, but this is big. Has the wall now. What's the mix-up? Goes for the low.
He's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, that's pressure. He should have hit him there. He could have had a mid.
No mid. Okay.
Oh, Spero with a very fierce 3 straight rounds here. A no-round round. Dude. Right back at you, and we're now final match.
We just jumped into that game. We just jumped into that game, and it's over just like that. We were all over Obscure, talking about how good he is, how ready, the spacing. We didn't see any of that. I think that was just an example of him kind of like rushing, maybe. I don't know. Usually I'm expecting, since they're both defensive for the rounds, the matches to last a little longer, but he got steamrolled there. I'm wondering if it's because he tried to run into that brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, I don't know what it is. Maybe it was us talking about the stage. Who knows, Anakin? Maybe it was us talking about the stage. It kind of has the spell on him.
He shouldn't be listening to us commentate while he's playing his match.
I feel like he is, because anytime we called something out, he was like ready and doing it.
Yep. That's kind of the one.
Inadvertent coaching, unacceptable.
Plus, like, it gets in your head when you're listening to things we say that happened like a long time ago. Like, you want to be focused on what's happening, at that time. You don't want to hear what I had to say 10 seconds ago. So definitely not a good idea to have like the commentators playing. I know it's cool to see what they're saying about your game, what they're saying, but those are all things you can look at afterwards.
Yep.
So if anybody's out there competing in these tournaments, trying to hear what people are saying, like, you want to eliminate all the distractions as much as possible, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, you got to stay focused. I mean, whether you're playing in the tournament, whether like even us, like if we're doing commentary, don't look at the chat.
Yeah.
Number one, commentators, don't look at the chat. My bad.
Just focus on the task at hand. That way you do a good job, whether it be commentating, whether it be trying to win this tournament, like Obscure is trying to do right now. Which is why I don't think he's listening to the chat. He's a veteran. Yeah, he's dialed in. He's the type to really, like, he has an intensity about him when he plays. The way he sits forward, the way he coach, he rocks his shoulders when he plays. He's a very like passionate, like, and emotionally invested player.
Yeah,
and I think he feeds off of that a lot of times. So I'm wondering if that could kind of affect him, not really playing in front of a live crowd and everything like that. He usually feeds off stuff like that, and he powers up off of that, I think. All
right. Going into what is the final match of the opening set here. This is big because I mean, this is whether or not it's going to decide, is Spero going to get the reset? Will he live to fight another day, or is Spero or is Obscure going to be the champion? But there are no walls here. We're in the Infinite Azure 2.
Obscure's choice too.
Round 1.
Anyways, going right into it. Starting it off. This is going to be big. Who is going to come out at the advantage early on? Oh, no, forward 3 right over there gets the crush and the follow-up here.
Yep.
But here we go, other way. Not going to do too much damage because he was in a floating state.
Spero pushed a little bit too hard there. He's still going.
There's the follow-up here. Again, not going to do too much damage. Here's the follow-up, though. Decides to pull the brakes.
Small advantage for Alisa. Oh, no. That's not going to kill. It's going to do a lot of damage. Put him in a great position.
Whoa! No. This is bad. He's not going to get the kill, though.
The drop, man. Nice.
Sit back.
For the
I can't believe he tried to swing like that.
Yeah.
He went for the back 1+2, but obviously both of those options would have beat it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably one of those pressure moments where he thought it was good, but it actually was a losing play all along.
It was the panic button. Definitely the panic button. Okay, follow up.
Wow, solid defense from Obscure. He made a lot of mistakes. Both players opening up a little sloppy there, but yeah, he dropped the combo there as well. That was a good break on the rodeo, at least, not letting things domino.
Here we go, nice. Gets the running 3 here. Obscure opting not to step against it, but right now he's taking a lot of damage. He's put into range.
The small hits added up, and now here we are.
Not again. I've seen this before. Don't let her tackle you. She's not Marta.
No. Rage drive, one rage drive away from the steal. Man, his defense is clutch.
No, he went for it. That could have been bad. Time is a wasting. Oh, and he gets a throw. This should be enough to get the lead.
Yes, it's enough to steal.
Oh my gosh. What a brilliant sequence there from Obscure. 1 round away from winning the tournament.
Here we go. Spero fighting for survival. He's gotten off to a bad start every single one of these games. He's losing a lot of life. Too much life.
Oh, and he caught him.
Reruns?
Yeah, this is not looking good for Spero right now. Spero has to start making things count.
Yep, Obscure's tightening up. He has a huge lead. He does not want to let it go. He's going to make Spero earn every single round, every single hit. Don't worry about this. He's still in the lead. I wouldn't worry about it.
He try to roll forward.
Got him.
This is huge.
Last
not going to kill,
Spero.
but this is a big mix-up chance.
Last chance for Spero. Burns it. Trips it up.
Oh, this is big. What's the mix?
Still in the game, guys. Go for the Oki.
Oh, he went for the rodeo.
Clutch.
The trade. But in favor of Obscure, and Obscure is your US East champion here for the Tekken Online Challenge. Spero getting 2nd place.
Man, that was a heartbreaker. I mean, you could tell Spero just did not want to lose. He used everything he had. Rage drive. He even got a few last hits in. He was in position to steal, but that trade, man, Obscure, quick on his feet, threw out that quick down forward. You know, when you're trying to kill, you just want to use your fastest attacks, and whether it be mid, low, high, whatever, that's a perfect option. That mid quick kick caught the trade, man. If he was just a little bit slower, maybe Spero wins that round. Maybe we continue, but Obscure, clutch.
Yeah. So wow. Great stuff so far. I mean, it's been a fun-filled day here for the Tekken Online Challenge. I've been told to let you guys know to stay tuned. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to do the final boss challenge just yet. However, we'll be back at 6 p.m. for the announcement where we're starting to talk about some of the Season 4 stuff here, where we're going to have Michael Murray and Harada-san talk to you guys about all that action. But afterwards, we are going to continue with the final boss challenge, and who knows, maybe there's more.
All right.
So, Are we going to break? Are we good? I mean, before we geek out about that stuff, man, Obscure, he definitely tightened up. I am glad he stepped away from Ganryu. That final match really showed off how strong he is as a player. It was insane.
It was all thanks to those first 2 rounds that he won. Those were really, really close matches. Like Spero kind of let 2 quick rounds slip, and just before, just like that. He's down 2-0, trying to make this comeback, trying to make the reset. The odds were just so against him, and it's just a really tough position. Even if you are Spero the hero, one of the most clutch players in the country, it's too tall in order for him today.
Yeah, not the end of Spero, though. We will see him tomorrow in the exhibition series as well, and obviously that should be exciting. And again, it's a fun-filled weekend of Tekken action, so I hope you guys stay tuned for that. I believe we are going to go to a break, and then we will be back again 6 p.m. Pacific,
Yep.
9 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys tune your clocks, take a break, whatever you guys need to do, and we'll be back with more from the Tekken Online Challenge, where we'll see the final boss action, but also some of the Season 4 information. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the official Tekken channel. We just finished our Tekken Online Challenge where NG Obscure ended up winning the tournament over Spero Jin, who got second place, and DrBlazinPeanut getting third. And of course, we have the final boss challenge that's going to happen after the Season 4 talk, which we have coming up. Anakin, what do you think of all those matches that we had?
Oh man, those were really good matches. Like I said, the obscure matches when he actually played Alisa, they were really good. They got to show what he was really capable of. Like I liked that he made the comeback, and I really was surprised at how well he played against Spero. Right, he was spacing out really, really well. So I really think that the best player won today. And of course, you know, just seeing DrBlazinPeanut in the top 8, that was really refreshing. I'm hoping we'll see more of him in the future.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And we have the Season 4 discussion that's going to be coming up. Both Michael, Murray, and Harada are going to be joining us to talk about all the cool stuff that's going to be happening. You know, it wasn't that long ago where we had the developer roundtable where some of the Japanese game devs talked about it, and Season 4 was announced. So, of course, exciting time to be a Tekken fan. We get to see, of course, what the Tekken Project team has planned for all the cool stuff that is in the future for Tekken, you know, with all the stuff that we're doing with things like, you know, Tekken Online Challenge, you know, there's even the Bud Light Beer League. There's a lot of stuff that's going on in the Tekken world. However, that's in the past. We have to look forward to the future and see what is going to be happening. And I'm excited. You know, they talked about, you know, making some improvements to the netcode. They talked about all kinds of things to look forward to. All these characters getting new moves, this and that. So I really wonder what Michael and Harada are going to show us.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like with us getting Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, it was the first time we really had seasons like that. So I didn't really even expect Season 4. I was like, you know, we've done this, so it's time for a new Tekken. But they really surprised me with Season 4. I'm looking forward to playing Tekken again next year, man. It's gonna be dope.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be fun times. But I've been told that Michael, Murray, and Harada-san are finally in the building. They're going to show us what Season 4 is all about. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Get ready for the next battle.
はい、バンダイナムコエンターテインメント、鉄拳プロジェクトディレクターの原田です。皆さんお久しぶりでございます。というわけでこちら。
皆さんこんにちは。鉄拳のプロデューサーのマイケルです。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。というわけで皆さん本当にお久しぶりですけども、結構コロナでみんな大変で。我々開発の方も、実はですねもうほとんど在宅だよね。
そうですよね。だんだんみんな慣れて落ち着いた感じはありますけど、
まあだけど結構大変です。今シーズン4頑張って開発続けていて、ようやくちょっと5月とか6月よりかは効率出てきているので、今日はちょっと楽しい情報を持ってきたんで皆さんにいろいろ話していきたいと思います。よし。
でも原さんあれですよね、皆さんは多分シーズン4の情報をすごいもうワクワクして待ってると思うんですけど、その前1個ちょっと報告しなきゃいけないことあるんですよね。
なんだっけ。
600万本達成しました。鉄拳7が。
じゃあ皆さん拍手。はい、拍手。ありがとうございます。はい、というわけでシリーズ全体で累計5000万本というわけで、鉄拳7が家庭用がいつ出たんだっけ。
ちょうど3年前ですね。
3年前だから3年で600万本いったので、結構いいペースで、皆さんにご支援いただいていると思います。ありがとうございます。ということで記念イラストね、今回はちょっとだけ、趣向を変えまして、このねテレワーク、の、ね、お家でみんな仕事してるご時世ですからということで、このちょっと時代を反映させようじゃないかってことでガラリとイラストを変えてきました。というわけでイラストをどうぞ。
前回もそうだったんですけど、今回も、謎のおじさんが、どっか隠れてるので皆さん見つけられますでしょうか。
今回ね違和感なくて僕も最初見つけれなかったんですけど、結構いろんなネタが細かく入ってて、割とねいいんですよ。この手前にリリがいて、このリリが使ってるパソコンもね、これ多分みんな見たことないと思うんですけど、結構多分特注のめっちゃ高級なやつなんでしょうねこれね。で画面にもうみんなが映ってるというところで、キャラも普段見たことのない格好してたりとかしてるんですけど、こういう絵をただ壁紙にするだけじゃなく、画面のバリエーション変えた絵とかで逆に作って、なんかいろいろグッズができてみんなが手に取ってもらえるような形にできたらいいなって思ってる。皆さんどうでしょう。もしこういう記念グッズとか そういうのもっと欲しいっていう人いたらぜひ、マイケルとか僕のツイッターの方とかにぜひ、ガンガン意見ください。というわけで600万本皆さん本当にありがとうございました。引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございました。
はい、というわけで、もう早速ね大きい情報いきましょうか。
そうですね、シーズン4のトレーラーを見せて、その中の最後の方だったかな、みんな気になるシーンあったんですよね。
ワンカットね。
はい。
ワットって出てたんですね。
謎のシルエットがあって、
あれはみんな憶測いろいろ読んだと思うけど、割とね俺思ってるみんなすぐ当てると思ったんですけど、半分ぐらいわざとみんな言ってんのかなってぐらい外れてて。
いやー、あれじゃないですか、鉄拳はみんな想像してないゲストキャラも入れたりもします。
俺はちょっとやっぱ鉄拳ファンのね要望に応えたいなっていうところはあったんで、結構時間かけて今いいものに、仕上げていってるところです。というわけでどうしましょう。早速見てもらえますか。
行きましょう。
はい、じゃあ早速 VTR スタート。
は聞いていましたが、大したことなかったですね。それでは妖刀頂戴します。やりましたよ、お母さん。
はい、というわけで正解は国光というわけですね。ただ 国光は国光でもちょっと今回は、実は2代目になっているというところで、初代はですねちょっと実はお面をちゃんと取ったことはないよね。
ないです。ないはず。
かたくなに取らなかったんですけど、タッグ2の時にみんなが改造してデータいじってモデルを剥がしてもいいようにちゃんと中作ってあって、実は結構こうガッと目が見えないキャラという設定だったんですけど、今回その娘ということで、2代目なんですで直系の娘が、引き継いで、実は国光として登場しますというところです。で今回お面をねもうバッと取って顔を見せちゃってるんですけど、意外と顔もなんか鉄拳らしからぬ感じだよね。
確かちょっと方向性が違ってて、もう今回の国光変更点もすごく多くて、前回も確か喋らないっていうキャラじゃないですか。
ほぼ喋んなかったんですけど、今回ちゃんとセリフ喋っているので、意外と声がね非常に可愛らしい声で、いやそこもちょっと意外だったら、なんか鉄拳っぽくないといえばぽくないんですけど、結構もうイメージはガラッと変えた方がやっぱいいんじゃないかってことで、今回割と気に入る人も多いんじゃないのかなと思うんですけど。
確かにもうあんまり鉄拳って声優を押し出してるイメージじゃないんですけど、今回は僕の個人的な好みが入ってて、
本当に、
はい、楽しみです
で結構ねお面が売りのキャラだったので、外した時にインパクトがなかなか出なかったの結構僕もわがまま言って、僕が想像してたより可愛くなってるんでちょっと僕自身もびっくりして、
日本風の美女ですね。
そうですね、はい、でそうですね、この最初実は気づいた人は気づいたと思うんですけど、最初初代の国光のお面と髪型で出てるんですね。ゲーム内では専用の、お面と髪型でちゃんと2代目として出てきます。初代のつけたいよって人はつけれるようにきっとなってるはずなので、そこら辺はまた、リリースされたら楽しみにしてほしいんですけど、あとは
武器ですね。
武器かな、
はい、
クナイ持ってたんですよね昔はずっと。
忍者のあれですよね。
そうそう、便利なツールだったんですけど、今回ちゃんと小立ちって英語でショートソード。
ショートソードなのか。
ショートソードって言っちゃうとなんかちょっと雰囲気変わっちゃうけど、小立ちですよね。小立ちを持ってて、あとはね脇差し
ですよね。
脇差しは確かアメリカでも脇差しで通用するんだよね。これは不思議なことに、結構 MMO とかのゲームとかで脇差しって書いてあるもんね。
はい。
そういう脇差しもちゃんと持って、実は脇差しも強力な技で、小立ちは赤で脇差しは青の炎のエフェクトがついた攻撃をする。
通常は軌道に色がついてるんですか。必殺技だと炎が、そうです。
だとそういう風なエフェクトがつく。であとバトルの特徴はなんかどうなってますか。
国光ならではの忍者らしい、ちょっとマスターレイベンとか吉光とは違う動きの、前回から見てる人だと分かるような消えたりとか高速移動的な動きがあったり、あと投げとか特徴的でしたね。空中で投げたりとか、その辺のやっぱり、素早い動きと、攻撃で相手を翻弄するって感じですね。
割と格闘ゲームって忍者キャラが多いので、ちゃんとね個性というか差別化をやっぱ図ろうっていうところは結構ゲームの調整とかやってる人たちが頑張ってデザインしてくれてるんですけど、ちなみにやっぱ国光素早くトリッキーで翻弄できるんですけど、割と手数で勝負していかなきゃ、あとはうまくフェイント使ってみたいな、戦い方になっていくかなというふうに思ってますんで、リリース時期がこれは一応トレーラー上オータム、そのオータムホール日本だと秋、
鉄拳のオータムですよね。なので
そうですね、これね日本の気象庁が定める秋っていうのとまたゲーム業界の秋はちょっと違ってて、例えば有名なところで言うとさんのウィンターとかね、今年の冬じゃなかったりしますよね。さんとかなんか2年先3年先のウィンターだったり、あとさんなんかはリリース日を言う前にもうユーザーが全員リリース日を知ってるっていう、わかります？先に全部情報がリークされてるっていう特徴があったりとか、その業界の中でもメーカーによって発売時期とかリリース時期の、特徴があるわけです。例えば鉄拳プロジェクトでいうとアーリー2020みたいなとか言って、アーリーって普通ね みんなの中のアーリーってどれぐらい4月ぐらいまでかな、どんなに長くてもね。その年の1、2、3月がアーリーっていう人もいれば、まあ、4月までは許容かなみたいな人もいるんですけど、一応バンダイナムコの常識でいうとアーリーってね、6月10日は僕の誕生日なんですけど、僕の6月10日ぐらいまではアーリーらしいんですよ。なんでそこら辺はでもできるだけ早くには、
そうですね、
さすがにちょっと本当はちょっと伸びちゃったんですけど、巻いて今巻いてますっていうのと、
はい、
あと本当はねオリンピックがあったんでね、
本来ね東京オリンピック2020年だったはずなんですよね。
でこの話はどう関係してるかというと、国光ステージ結構国光をイメージしたとか日本をイメージした実はステージ用意してたんですよ、ね、いろんなところで、皆さんがこう映像だったりで日本を目にするときに印象に残るものみたいなところでオリンピック合わせで割とそういう風にやってたんですけどテレビで日本が映らない分こちらで日本の景色を堪能してもらおうということで結構美しいステージになってるんで、まあ、そちらも注目してほしいな、まあ、ステージ名がバーミリオンゲーツ。
そうです。日本人にはあんまり馴染みないかもしれないですけど、バーミリオンっていうのは赤っていう。
そうですね、鳥居の色とか夕焼けの色とかそういうイメージでやってますんで、ぜひそっちも注目してもらいたいかなと思います。国光の情報はそんなところですかね。
はい
はい、じゃあ国光みんな楽しみに待っててください。というわけでみんなにとっては、非常に大きいアップデートということで、どこからいきますかね。
まずシーズン3の後半から、プレイヤーマッチでスキップ機能だったり、
そうね、ちょっと便利機能、
はい、あとランダムステージセレクトだったかどうかの表示だったり、やっぱりそのオフラインイベントなかなか開催が難しくなったので、オンラインに自然と人口が流れたので、チームとしてもなるべくよりいい体験をさせたいので、こういった改善点は知ってますね。はい、
そうですね、結構やっぱり当初予定になかったアップデートで割とやってることがね多くて、ユーザーからの要望はやっぱり変わりましたね。このコロナで在宅になって、イベントもなくなって一気に要望が本当にバーッと上がっていくものが変わってきたので、まあそれに合わせて実は、そういう便利機能を入れたりで、今回はこれもやっぱ声が高まってきてたこの春ぐらいからですね。なんで、この夏いっぺんにこう大改修をしようということで、大きくは2つあって、
はい、
なぜか前回オンラインプレイを快適にするよって言ったら、この Wi-Fi 表示機能だけしかないってみんなになぜか言われてしまったんだけどいやちゃんと言ったじゃんと思ったんで、
そこだけインパクトが大きかったんじゃないですか。
そこがインパクト大きかったのかな、Wi-Fi 表示の話とオンラインプレイどっちも快適にしますよと、この2つは言ってて、で、まあ、Wi-Fi 表示の方はこれも結構今、もう3年経ってやっぱりユーザー非常にコアな人も多いので、そういう人たちからの、要望がかなり集まってたんだよね。特にマイケルのツイッターにかなり言ってたから、それでちょっと Wi-Fi 表示をやっぱぜひしてみてほしいということで、結構いろんなゲームで、導入され始めてる機能ではあると思うんですけど、鉄拳もこれがついに入りますということです。なのでユーザーの方々も要望には一つ応えれたかなというふうに思います。もちろんね、最近スマブラの桜井さんともよく話すんですけど、桜井さんも非常にこの件には興味を持っていて優先率とか無線率の話とかちょっと引用させてもらってもいいですかとか、あの人はすごい丁寧に。
そうですね、その発言で結構いろんな影響出てたんですよね。
あれも結構ツイッターで補足しましたけど、
はい、
実際に格闘ゲームをやってるうちね、ドラゴンボールだったり、ソウルキャリバーだったり鉄拳だったりってこう格闘ゲーム割とタイトル多いですので、これしかも全世界に数百万本単位で全部各タイトル売れてるタイトルじゃないですか。でしかも鉄拳ってヨーロッパとかにも強いし、南米もそうですけどオセアニア、中東も北米からバーッとワールドワイドに売れてるんで、結構データどのタイトルもいっぱい取れてるんですね。でその格ゲーで見た時には格ゲーと割と本来優先率が高い、方ではあると思ってたんですけども、全世界で見た時にはやっぱり6割ぐらいが、半数以上ですよね。だからつまりが結構 Wi-Fi
当然 PC ユーザーとか
そうで Steam とかは PC 版はもう圧倒的に優先なんですよ。で結構これあと地域差もあって、やっぱ日本は優先率やっぱ高いで ですね。あと韓国も非常に優先率は高いなんですけど、やっぱり、西側諸国の方に行けば行くほど Wi-Fi 率はどうしてもバーッと上がっちゃうので、そこら辺はでも実は鉄拳に限らずさっき言ったいろんなタイトルで割とその傾向はあって、僕ら格闘ゲーム以外にもいろいろデータを取っているんですけど、割と Wi-Fi って、最近高速にもなってるし、非常に電波も強力になってるんで、割と Wi-Fi の人も多いのかなっていうふうには思いますけど、パケットロスとかエラーとか防ぐためにもレスポンス的にも優先接続がおすすめといえばおすすめかなというわけでっていうところと、あともう一個、いわゆるオンラインプレイの改善というわけで、皆さんしきりにネットコードというキーワードを使ってそこももちろん改善していきたいと思ってます。いわゆるロールバックの機能っていうのも、これもう信用みんなしてるしてないみたいなところあると思うんですけど、本当にもともと入ってるんですよ。で、ディレイベースだってみんな言うけど、そういうことじゃなくて、いわゆる僕がよく言ってる、これを何フレームにするかみたいな可変するんですけど、0からもちろん1234566、最大でやってるゲームでも6フレームぐらいかな、ロールバックってね。で、鉄拳とかってやっぱそこまでやっちゃうとアニメーションが結構カクついちゃうんで、戻る量があんまりにも反動激しいんで、1フレーム目から結構滑らかにこう全部動いちゃってる、3D 格ゲーなんで、なかなか数字を大きくできなかったんですよ今までは。でなのと、あとはゲーム処理の問題ですよね。ゲーム処理はもう間違いなく背景情報、キャラクター情報を含めてアニメーションの数、制御してるエフェクトの数含めてもう格闘ゲーム最大なので、実は、振り切っちゃってるんですよね。もう処理は 100% なんで、結構そこで巻き戻してものすごく処理食うので、大変というところもあって、割と今まではいわゆるその僕がよく言って3フレームぐらいまでの幅で可変してたんです。可変してるんですよちゃんと。なんですけど、やっぱね、それでも全然追っついてないっていうのは、もちろん僕らもちょっと最近特にアメリカでいうと、例えば西海岸東海岸とかね、厳しいんだろうなっていうのは理解していたので、いろいろやりましょうということで、ちょっと大改修をね、人によって環境違いますから一概には言えないですけど、そのいわゆるできるだけ、レスポンスですね、こうやっぱ手触りとかを特に中心に、遅延に強くて手触りがじゃあ本当にみんながディレイしてるっていうけど、感覚的にやっぱりレスポンスが悪いっていうことだと思うんですけど、そこをちょっとできるだけ改善しようということで結構手は入れてます今回。普段はだったらすぐに機材持っていろんな国で試すんですよ本当に。ホテルとかでやったりとか、誰かの家でスタッフの誰かの家で海外でやったりするんですよ。本当に例えば西海岸東海岸、これがね今だけなんとコロナで僕らが飛行機で行けないという現地に、ここだけの話、その結構プレイヤーにね、プレイヤーというかコミュニティの結構やっぱり大会とかいろんな運営とかいろいろお世話になってる方々とか、皆さん、ご存知のトップ選手みたいな人たちがいると思うんですけど、そういうアメリカのプレイヤーとかにもちょっと手伝ってもらって、西海岸東海岸とかで、ちょっとテストを始めているという段階です。でそこでもちろん我々のテストプレイヤーとかそういう人たちも交えちゃってるんですけど、今テストプレイヤーの間では非常に好評と。
そうですよね。デバッグの人を使ってやるのも重要なんですけど、鉄拳分かるプレイヤーでやってもらう
一言でメールで返ってきた時はアメージングって書いてあったよねその人はかなりシビアな人なんですけど、一応その人がアメージングとは言ってくれてる。で一応ですね、いわゆるRTT でいうと100ミリセック、あっても快適、できれば150ミリセックでも十分対戦できるかなみたいなことを、基準にさっき言ったそのネットコードのところと、あと全体の処理を見直してちょっとやっているので、ここら辺はいろいろね、いろんな知識が多分入ってきて、自分なりの仮説が多分あると思うんですけど、その理屈の言い合いをしてももうしょうがないと思うので、しのごの言わずにもう触ってもらうしかないと思うんですよ。で触ってもらってレスポンス見て、良くなったなって思ってもらえば僕らも、やった甲斐があると思うんで、もうこれは本当理屈抜きでちょっと待っててください。でこのアップデートで、実際どう感じるかっていうところでまた、フィードバックもらえればなというふうに僕らも思ってるんで、遊んでみてぜひね感想くださいということでいいかな。はい、というわけで次の情報なんですけど、なんと全キャラクターに新技新連携というところで、ちょっと細かいところマイケルどうですか、説明。
そうですね、シーズン4のアップデートでさっき言ったネットコードだったりとか、 結構もう無料で追加してる部分が大きくて、でその中のみんな多分ワクワクする部分がこれだと思うんですよね。シーズン4っていうことはやっぱ大型バランス調整とか、全キャラが新しい技追加されたり、キャラのその特性を生かした新しい遊びができるようになってるんですね。でやっぱもう一個のその目的は、当然もう鉄拳3年も経ってワールドツアーもやってる、キャラが固定になると大会見てもつまんないし、もうちょっとそのいろんなキャラ活躍できるように、したいなっていうところで調整したんですね。
なるほどなるほど。
はい。あとシーズンごとにいろんなキャラとか新技で運びだったりとか、すごい減るとか、すごいもうじゃんけんが2回ぐらいしかないとか、そういったものがあったりしてたので、
そうね、これ2回で終わるのどうなのっていう話はしてて、
でようやくそこはちょっと調整しました、っていうのはもう一個の大きな目的で、
それが大きいところ、テーマだったわけですね。
そうですね、主に言うと、例えば壁コンでのその壁補正だったり、そのステージのギミックの壁破壊とかフロア破壊とか、そういったものの手入れて、一気に減らされるっていうシチュエーションが減るかなという。
あとあれだよね、実は体力値がちょっとだけ増えてる、若干ですけど、これ結構いろんなところ僕インタビューで語ってきてる、検証してきてもう明らかなんですけど、結構ね格ゲー長く作ってると見えてくることもやっぱあって、格闘ゲームってね、ライフバーを伸ばせば伸ばすほどバランスがよく見えるんですよ。わかる？
そうですね。
極端な話だけどライフバー2倍とか3倍にするとバランス取れて見えるんですよ。だから、鉄拳 5DR とか6の BR とか、あとタッグ2って結構バランス良くなったって評判高いんですけど、その時ってどのシーズンもね DR の時バッと体力伸ばして BR で伸ばして、で当たり前ですけどタッグ2はねライフバー2本ですから、だから結構それで割とよく見えてるところは実はちょっとあるんですよ。でその分それねデメリットもあって、やっぱさっき言った2回で終わるっていうのはじゃあイコール何なのかっていうと、実はですねよりライフバーが短いぐらい短いけど当たり前だけど博打になるわけですよ。でこれが逆にいいとこだったりするわけですよ。なぜなら実力差っていうのがちょっと生まれやすいよね。ちょっと下手な人でも上手い人に勝てる可能性っていうのがとても高まるっていう意味では、格闘ゲームのその緊張感っていうところはうまく出るんですけど、ライフバーを長くすればするほど今度は実力差が今度は開いていくんですね。なんでこれね、どのバランスにするかっていうのは実は鉄拳に限らずどの格闘ゲームは割と難しい、難しいところなんですけど、ちょっとそこも含めていろいろ今回は調整していますというところが1個、あとはあれだよね、そのさっき言ってたキャラクターバランスみたいなところ、ここも結構何世代か今鉄拳の調整ってやってる人はずっともう20年ぐらい同じ担当者たちがやってるんですけど、若い人たちもちゃんと入れて、鉄拳それこそ2とか3の時代から90年代半ばですよね、前半半ばの頃から僕がゲームセンターに行って、行ったらもしくは大会とか開いて、いわゆるその当時日本ってもう世界でも最強クラスですよ。最強クラスで間違いなく世界大会とかでも優勝してたんで、日本でも本当全国1位とか2位とか争うようなプレイヤーを実は、スカウトしてですね、そういう当時のトッププレイヤーって毎シリーズ入れていってるんですよ。で結構もちろん鉄拳のことよく分かってる。で必ずしも大会で毎回優勝する人間じゃなくても、いわゆるもうみんなが認めるところの強豪、鉄拳に詳しい人、コミュニティでことよく分かってる人っていうのは入ってきてて、これ、忘れもしない僕5の作ってる途中かなに入ってきたとあるトッププレイヤー、今や
って言っちゃったりするので、
知ってる世代の人知ってるんですけど、結構ね彼はもう今偉くなってるんですよ。で他のタイトルとかもね結構もうゲームデザイナーとしてやるようになってるんですけど、彼なんかもう入ってきた時はだいぶもう僕なんかだいぶ責められましたしね、そのなんでこう調整できないんですかと、バランスこうやったら良くなるに決まってるじゃないですかとだいぶ怒られまして、分かってるもう毎回言われるんだったらこうね、新しく入ってきた人に任せるから数字1回出してきてその通り俺入力するからと、当時僕は全部スクリプトを入力してましたからやるわけですよ。そしたらね、これ面白いことにその数値通り入れるでしょ、バランスは良くなるん ですよ。当たり前だけど、なんでバランスが良くないか。これね、どのキャラもだいたいどのヒットフレームも技のダメージもだいたい同じぐらい出してくるんですみんな。例えば16フレームがヒットにあってダメージは22です、15です、これは10ですみたいな3段階ぐらいで全部揃ってくるんですよ。どのキャラも大体同じ数字に揃ってで1ヶ月ぐらいそれでデバッグみんな回してるんですよ。そうするとその言ってた本人はじめ全員がすいません原さんとなんかちょっとバランスいいんですけど気になることがあります。面白くないんであやっぱりそうってじゃあどうすればいいと思う。じゃあちょっと待っててくださいで1ヶ月ぐらいするとパッと返ってくるのがやっぱキャラごとに個性がついてくるわけですよ。個性ついてくるイコールデコボコするわけですよね。強いところは強い、逆にちょっと弱いところは弱いって、まあ、結構個性をつけるイコールデコボコするイコール尖るわけですからグラフ的には綺麗にならないわけでそうするとバランスがやっぱり相性とか出てきたりとかするみたいなことが起きてでも面白くはなるんだっていうところでせめぎ合いをしてでリリースするとなんだこのバランスボッコボコに叩かれてその元プレイヤーだったチューニングチームの人たちがあれなんか僕らが入る前に自分らが言ってたことが自分らに言われてるって言って悩んでっていうことを繰り返してどんどんゲームをね良くしていくっていうことを、この歴史を繰り返しているんですけどだから逆に言うとねここら辺の数字が一番いいんだみたいなところはある程度出てはいるんですけどなかなかそうすると面白くならなかったり、まあ、あとは逆にそこにまた予期せぬ不具合が入ってくるんだよねこう全然意図してないことが現象が起きちゃったりとかバグとかミスとかでね非常に皆さんにはご迷惑をおかけすることがあってですねそういう部分も含めてちょっと調整ってとかなかなか叩かれやすいチームではあるんで、僕らできるだけそこは守ってあげたいなと思う反面できるだけもう鉄拳のコアに遊んでくれてる人たちの一番の、ね、興味がある場所なので、しっかりやっていこうよということで、今回かなり、相当力入れて調整してくれてると思うので、はいはい、そこは皆さん期待しててくれてもいいかな。もう何よりも全キャラクターに新技入ってますからね。
そうですね、
新連携新技これ結構もう、個性ができるだけそこ個性を伸ばすっていうところでそういうこともやっているのでこれで全キャラクター、いろいろまた遊び方変わってきて、攻略しがいもあるかなと思うので
これはもうシーズンパス買わなくてももう全員が遊べるんです。
これ本当はねもうこの放送する頃にはもう入ってるはずだったんだけどちょっとすみませんねいろいろ本当にね本当にコロナの影響でもう全てが2ヶ月3ヶ月遅れてる状況なんで申し訳ないですけど、はい、もうちょっと待っててください、はいはい、
ただそれだけじゃないですよね。
じゃない
新しい段位も追加しました。
あ、なるほど。
はい、
そっかそこら辺の話をじゃあ行きましょうか。
そうですね今最高段位鉄拳神10ですね。
10ですね。
でやっぱりそのランキング、まあ鉄拳が発売されて、シーズン重ねるとみんなもう、有名プレイヤーがすぐ勢い通してね、でそこでちょっとモチベーションが落ちたりとかもするんですけどもでシーズンごとにちょっと新しい段位とか追加するんですね、
なるほど。
で今回は追加するんですよ。もっとさらに上。
なるほどなるほど、はい、で追加した上でまあたまに鉄拳がやるちょっと仕切り直しですよね。
そうです。
いわゆる何段かみんなが落ちた状態からスタートします。
そうなぜかというと、まあ、キャラバランスも変わりますし、今まで、まあ、ちょっとあんまり注目されなかったキャラとかも今度こう注目されるし、一旦皆さんもう一回やってもらおうかなと、ただ、やっぱりいきなりじゃあ入門生からやるっていうのはちょっと違うなと思いますし、
まあ、そうですね入門生からやっちゃったねすんごい今鉄拳神10みたいな人が
一気にね
入門生に降りてくるわけ
僕らと対戦して
それは嫌だよねそうはならないのでそこは大丈夫だ、はい、
決まったポイントで、ここまで落ちるこの人がここまで落ちるっていうイメージですね、
はい、なるほど。
ただそこだけじゃなくて、もうちょっとなんか新しい遊びが欲しいなと頼んで、なんと新しい段位が鉄拳神滅っていうんですけどね滅で、その上でやっぱ競い合うっていうのがすごいもうドキドキした試合をやってほしいので、なんとがっつり減るんですよ。
内部的な数値が。
そうですそうです。なので僕が例えば対戦して俺2連敗だっていうところはもうめちゃくちゃ緊張するんですよね。
なるほど。
そこで負けたら
られない試合が
すごい落ちるので、
取り返すのが大変ってこと
そうです、もうちょっと加熱化できないかなっていうところで新しい
トッププレイヤーの人たちのそこら辺の緊張感もあって、あとは逆に言うとね、そんな上の段位じゃなくても一回ある一定のラインまでみんなが下げたスタートラインにこう段階的になるので、結構マッチングはね、このアップデートが入った後は多分かなりの速度でみんなすごいマッチングしやすくはなると思うので、そこは結構対戦しやすくもなるっていうところなのかな。
みんなドキドキすると思うし、こちらも例えば配信見ると、そのトッププレイヤーの緊張した試合とか見れて結構楽しいかなと思うんですよね。もう一個あるんですよね、新要素が。
なんだっけ？
鉄拳力。
そうだそうだ。はい、ということで、鉄拳力ということですね。こう鉄拳の総合力ですね、自分の。
そうですね。例えば対戦してたら、特定の強み、自分が例えばデビル陣は割と強い方なので段位が高めなんですけど、いきなりサブキャラに切り替えたらどれぐらいの強さって分かんないじゃないですか。そういうのはやっぱ鉄拳力はそのプレイヤーの全体的なスキルをこう表す数値みたいになってるんですよね。なのでやっぱりその全部のキャラでどれぐらいの段位までいったのかとか、その内部の目標どこまでやってるのか、例えば横移動で避けたりとか、
そういうのも全部内部的にカウントされてるんだよね。あとジャスト入力とか、
そうですね、
そういうのもうまいかどうかとか見てて数値が決まって出てくるんだよね。でどんどん蓄積されていくものなので、やればやるほど上がっていくみたいなところもあって、しかも全キャラクターの段位とかも合計したりするので、たくさんのキャラ触ったりしていくと、自分の鉄拳力みたいなのが上がっていくので、これ一つのプレイヤー資産というか面白い要素だと思うんで、ここはちょっと
そうですね。ひょっとして普段やんないキャラを自分の鉄拳力を上げるためにちょっとやってみて、意外とハマったりすることもあるのかもしれないし、
結構鉄拳力でプレイヤー名のなんか名前ね、色とか
色変わるんですよ。
変わってきたりとか、
ここはなかなか刺激されるポイントですよね。
色変わるだけでもだいぶ違うのかな。だから結構これが導入されるということで、ここは本当、もうトッププレイヤーからカジュアルな人まで割と楽しめる要素だと思うんで、ぜひ試してみてほしいと思います。
今回話せる内容はこんなところですかね。
結構実は盛りだくさんなので、アップデートも量も多いですし、できるだけ早い意味でのオータムになるように頑張っていきますので、よろしくお願いします。
頑張ります。
はい、というわけで今回は最初の600万本、そしてシリーズ5000万本突破ありがとうございますというところから始まりの国光、あといわゆる新ステージのバーミリオンゲーツ、もちろんバランス全体調整、新技とかも全部、入れていきましたよって、あとは、段位システムね、追加した上でちょっとリニュー仕組みもちょっとリニューアルして、マッチングも、みんなやりやすい状態からスタートしますよっていうのと、あと鉄拳力のその要素っていうのがちゃんと入ってきます。そしてもちろん、皆さんお待ちかねの、Wi-Fi 表示だけじゃなく、いわゆるオンラインネットコードを含め、快適にプレイできるっていうところを今、ガリガリ調整してやっていますので、これが全部入ってシーズン4ということで言ってきましたけども、
全てではないんですけど、今日の段階で話せるのはこの内容ですね。
そうですね、今の段階で言えるのはこんだけなんで、もう少し待ってもらえばリリースデートも言えると思うんで、もうちょっと待っててほしいかなと。
そうですね。フォールのもうちょっとその時期が近くなったら、詳細は、公開できるかなと思ってます。ただ今日皆さん見てたアメリカのイーストのオンライン大会もありましたし、今後それオンラインチャレンジも続きますので、ぜひそちらも見てほしいなと。
そうなんですよね、オンラインチャレンジちょっとみんなで、見ながらまたワイワイしたいんですけど、今年いろんなところに行く予定だったのが全部ぶっ飛んでるで、本当はね来年あたりはやっぱり行きたいですね、本当の大会ね。オンラインだけじゃなくてやっぱりちょっとぜひ
やはりね、皆さんのこう反応を見ながら楽しむのは、モチベーションにつながるので、そこがね
僕なんかは割といろんな大会とかにアメリカに限らずヨーロッパとか南米とか中東とかいろいろ回ることで生の声はできるだけ拾うようにはしていたんですけど、2月にポーランド行ったっきりコミュニティに触れ れてなくてですね、今後はぜひ行きたいんですけど、今なかなかねちょっと渡航するのも制限かかってるんであれですけど、来年あたりはみんなで会えるようになるといいですね。
はい。
ぜひ大会とかのシーンもねもうちょっと明るくしていきたい。そればっかりちょっと僕らがどうそうすることできないですけど、希望としては来年あたりはまたちょっとみんなで会いながらですねガーッと盛り上げていきたいですし、今日言える、さっきマイケルがね若干匂わせましたけど今日言えることは、
はい、
で全部じゃない、俺も忘れてたそれ完全に抜けてたけど、そうなの、これだけじゃないんですよシーズン4は。
そんなこと言うとツイッター加熱しますよ。
やばいね。
もう
でも実はまだ残ってるんでアップデート内容は。はい。そこは結構
楽しみ
にしててもらいたいなと思うんで、次回の放送とかで会えればいいなと思います。はい。そんなとこかな。
はい。
言い忘れないかな。というわけでじゃあまたいろいろご意見などください。この放送の意見というよりかこれがね配信になったらまたみんな実際プレイしてみていろいろ意見言ってもらえればなと思いますので、その時にまた皆さんお会いしましょう。
反応は楽しみですね。
そうですね。
はい。よ
ろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
じゃあ皆さんまた。
Oh, sorry, I had to wipe the sweat. Oh man, that was a brilliant series of just lots of information there from Michael Murray and Harada-san. It was great to see that. Obviously, we just saw the introduction of Kunimitsu back into the game. We haven't seen her since Tekken 2 in the canon games. So what do you think, Anakin?
It's been a long time coming, and I like that they did the second generation of Kunimitsu, meaning that it was not only Yoshi that kind of switches generations and stuff, and it was cool to finally see kind of like, even though it's not the same character, like the face behind the mask, it was really cool. I'm more curious about like how they kind of try to sneak in the fact that, oh, it's not like regular Kunimitsu, it's gonna be different, but we think you'll like her. And that just, that sounds like trouble when it comes to me as a tournament player, having to fight against Kunimitsu. I have some experience, but it's not what I normally expect. That seems kind of scary, to be honest, but I'm looking forward to it. And of course, there's probably be more surprises coming, but all the other stuff was really cool as well. That was a lot of stuff.
That was a big segment. Usually for Tekken fans, we don't get really treated. Usually we're used to seeing a trailer, like a short trailer, and I'm sure that's what a lot of people expected going into the 6 p.m. action. But I mean, we saw again new character, new stage. We saw some stuff about Tekken prowess, about how they're going to rebalance the game, but also talking about the online improvements. And I guess maybe we should spill the beans. Okay, everybody. So both myself and Anakin were among several of the test players that have had a chance to try the new netcode out. And, we tested it out pretty recently. Myself and Anakin were able to play, test it out with some of the balance team, but also with Michael Murray. And, Anakin and I are pretty far away from each other. And, we obviously have good internet connections on where we're from, so we didn't get to experience it, by having a bad connection or anything. So we're just telling you how we experienced it. But we played based on current settings in Season 3, and then we played the new Season 4 settings right afterwards. Yeah. And I got to tell you, Coast to Coast isn't fun, as it is currently. It's not the best gameplay experience.
Yeah.
But however, when we played the Season 4 netcode, I think Harada-san had a review from one of the testers, and he said it was just like one word in the email. Amazing, right?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, it felt like offline when we played.
Yeah, I really don't want to get everybody too excited, but it was really, really good. I mean, and of course we were talking about how it was supposed to feel initially before testing it. It was kind of hard to believe. They were saying, oh, you're going to be able to play with Mark, and it's supposed to be, pretty much resembling offline. And I was like, all right, sure, let's see. I've been playing a lot of online these days. I love just playing against, new players online. So we not only tested West Coast to East Coast, but you tested West Coast to Japan, and I tested East Coast to Japan, and those results were actually very, very surprising as well.
I mean, see, that's the thing is I don't think anyone expected, or we didn't expect, especially that we would be able to have good matches with Japan. And I think that kind of just speaks for itself. So obviously the team is still working hard at it. They're still testing a lot of things, but we were able to test it on a good wired connection when we were playing it on PC. And I mean, I'm looking forward to it. But guys, before we talk too much about that, we do have the final boss battle coming up. Are we going to show the trailer? What's going to happen? All right, let's go ahead and find out who the final boss is. Who is Obscure going to play against? Let's find out.
Final round.
Not only is he a strong American player, he has been making the rounds. You know, he's really started to blossom with his other characters.
One of the more thought-out Marduk players that we see out there.
Well, one of the only Marduk players that we see, even at the highest level. One mix-up afterwards could seal the deal. Ooh, seal he did.
The damage, what a on the ground.
Not a single hit of damage. That is a perfect on the side of Joey Fury. Wow. He seems pretty well. He seems like he knows.
He did some homework here for sure. Joey Fury though smart, get the wall stand, one full combo. Oh, he got it.
Wall stand, he won the wall again. The Fury.
Yo, that photo that Joey.
Looking rather dapper there. Mr. Joey Fury is the final boss. And, you know, the tradition that we've seen from many final boss players so far, they're definitely in it to win it. They're trying to put a stop at our champion from our online tournament challenge from doubling up their money. Will Obscure be able to bring a challenge to our final boss?
Yeah, I mean,
the other way around. We'll find out.
Obscure was looking really good. But when we talk about Joey Fury, this is a different level of a beast. This is a guy who was qualified as one of the top 20 best players in the world one year. And, you know, he's come close to qualifying other years. And somebody who's like known as one of the best players in America. When other players from other countries travel here, Joey Fury is a name that's on their list as players to scout, understand, get to know a little bit. You know, he's got that very, very unorthodox style where it's like he knows a lot about the game, but you know, he's really good at mental warfare. And he also brings like an underused character to the table, Marduk, who I also feel is very underrated. So this is a completely different monster that Obscure is going to try to take down. And it's only best of 5. So that might work out in his favor. He might be able to catch Joey off with some surprises, but who knows, man? It's an uphill battle.
Either way, I mean, you got to put some respect on the name, and that's why they're the final boss. So we'll find out whether or not Obscure will be able to double his winnings here from the Tekken Online Challenge. And, of course, that match is underway. I know briefly we were just talking about the netcode in Season 4, but we're obviously shifting back in time, going to Season 3 to find out how this is going to play out. And, again, I just have to say, I'm looking forward to this. You know, there's a bright future ahead for Tekken with all the changes, all the updates that are going to be coming up. And looks like it's Marduk versus Alisa. And, again, a race to 3. First to 3 wins will end it all. Will our final boss be able to put a stop to the heat that Obscure is bringing? Because right now he is on fire.
A little small tidbit of information. I think one of the last times that Joey participated, it was a WSOE tournament where he actually lost, I think, to an Alisa player off stream. So this character is a character that can give him trouble. You throw in the fact that Obscure is on fire right now, just took down the tournament. You know, fresh off that $500 win, looking for another $500. So he's hungry and motivated, and definitely this is his turn to prove himself. This is his time, kind of like to show everybody what he's made of. For once, I think he is the huge underdog in the set, and we'll see how he handles that pressure.
All right, going right into it right now. Obscure, starting with the low pokes early on. You know, Marduk is a huge target. He's one of those characters that's susceptible to huge combos.
Hella low jabs to start off. He's trying to do little unorthodox things. He's trying to like make it appear to Joey that he's playing differently, you know, and just trying to set up the switch, put the tables at the right time. But he's starting off a little bit strange. A lot of low jabs. You don't usually see that.
Nice. Goes for the wall standing 3. This time getting a punish. Obscure is looking really good right now.
First round Obscure. He draws first blood, but like we said, he's been playing in this tournament all day since 3 p.m. Eastern. Joey's been kind of waiting to wing, seeing, scouting, and it might take him a bit, but he's getting started up right now to the wall, to the mix-ups. What will he do? Will he tackle? There are so many options when Marduk gets his opponent to the wall. It's very, very scary. It's one of the best wall games.
One more hit could do it. Oh, he just hesitates, leaving him to live, but they trade blows, and look at that. Joey Fury able to take the round here. And the thing is, you know, with Marduk, you know, he's obviously frames-wise, you know, on paper, there's a lot of things that's punishable with him. He has the potential to deal a lot of damage, but that's the thing. It's all potential. It's not guaranteed. When he gets you to the wall, when he does those combos, when he does the tackle, it's not guaranteed. There's ability for his opponents to react to it, but if he guesses right and the opponent guesses wrong, that could be lights out.
It's a lot of like situations where you're forcing your opponent to guess. They can't run away from Marduk forever. Just like that, a second tackle and no break on the Obscure. He only has one chance to break that follow-up. Otherwise, he's eating a big chunk of damage.
All right, Joey Fury with the advantage right now. 2 rounds to 1 here.
I was just about to say, I was wondering when Joey Fury was going to open up with the tackles, but it looks like he's opting to, you know, start off a little early, get into Obscure's head a little bit. Oh, wow, the chainsaw is getting a lot of mileage. Committed
nice
over.
adjustment there. He's going to get the down back to the follow-up here. Has the wall. What's the mix-up? He went for the ground throw anyways. Wasn't a guaranteed situation where he would get the ground throw, but obviously he thought that he was able to squeeze it in. But tied up final round here, match number 1.
Yep, there are no resets. It's just a straight up first to 3 boss battle. So this first game is super important. The pickup, the Alisa specific pickup, is there for Obscure. Parry, he's rolling.
Oh yeah, he's looking really good. He does have a nice life lead here, but Joey Fury's gonna have to make some adjustments. But these lows proving to be so effective. Is he gonna make a comeback? Can he make a comeback? Oh, this is big. This is big because he has Rage Drive as well.
Yeah, Rage Drive can kill. Rage Drive can kill. Joey has to time it. Obscure spacing is really good.
Oh, and he gets the low again, and that has really been the tale of the match so far. Is the lows have been proving so well against the matchup here against Joey Fury, and he was able to just go low after low after low, chopping at the ankles. And Joey Fury now down in the set here against the final boss. Yep.
We see a lot of Obscure going for that. Man, it's too obvious he wouldn't try this low situation, right? Where it was so obvious that it's like the last thing that they expect. Joey Fury has a little bit of health left, and usually textbook Tekken, you know, go low for the kill. But usually it's a game of when is he going to go for low? When is he going to go? He's going to go second time, third time. But he went straight for it. You know, he's not afraid. He's willing to take the risk. And when you're playing from behind and when you're playing as an underdog, you have to be willing to take those risks. You can't out-pro the pro. You know what I mean? Joey Fury is a professional Tekken 7 player, has been for a while. And you cannot, you know, disrespect him. You cannot underestimate him. You have to just go for the kill when it's available to you because it may not always be available to you. You might not always have that chance to close out the game.
Definitely. And I guess the question here is Joey Fury, he has a number of characters, right? Marduk is the character, his flavor that he's been using most of the time, at least if we've seen him be playing online tournaments. But however, he has a very, very strong Paul Phoenix as well. Yeah,
he does. But, you know, he's probably the type to stick with it this time around. I think that's like just first game jitters, and he can't really make an evaluation on whether or not it was kind of like, oh, this is a bad, you know, character choice for me. One game, it's a little too early to tell, but unfortunately for him, we're only playing first to 3. So if he loses again, then he's in a really, really deep hole. But, you know, we saw Obscure go down 0-2 earlier in the tournament. He was able to pull through with a character switch. So, you know, we can't count Joey out, even if he sticks with Marduk and loses his next game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, you can never count out anybody until it's at the very end. But, I mean, Joey Fury, I have a feeling that, you know, he'll probably stick it out with Marduk. That's my guess here.
I think so. He had a lot of moments there. Like, it came down to it at the end there where he could have Rage Drive to steal the round, secure the round, but it just worked out the other way. So it was a close match. You don't want to just pack it up with your character just so soon, you know. And there it is, another Marduk game. We're gonna see it. Joey Fury picked the Dragon's Nest, so he wants walk care. He wants a small stage. He wants Obscure to not be able to run away as much as he's been doing.
All right, here we go. Dragon's Nest.
I'm expecting for Joey to kind of force the issue here, try to get off to a good start as best as possible. You know, when you sit back as a big character, you don't have as much mobility as maybe if you were playing like Paul or Brian or something. Marduk's a little bit bigger of a target, so it's going to be a lot easier for Alisa to run around and hit him. He's not going to be as evasive, so Marduk's definitely the one that wants to deal the pressure.
All right, going into it right away with the tackle. You know, he's here to play. Already able to get some damage in here. Let's see what he does. Oh, he goes and gets the low parry, and he's going to be able to get to the wall here. What's the mix-up, though? That's the question. Ground throw? No, he goes for keeping him there.
This is the Joey I'm used to seeing. The pressure, the Joey train has left the station.
I'm sure he just looked into the mirror. Joey, in between these matches, he looked into the mirror, and he was like, I'm the final boss.
Yo, he gave himself, I'm the final boss. Zelina Vega pep talk like he does in the mirror.
Yep.
He's ready to go.
Got to do it. You got to hype yourself up. Be your best cheerleader.
Another parry.
Oh, man. He has definitely awoken the final boss here. How is Obscure going to deal with this onslaught?
Yeah, Joey's storming it down. He's keeping the doors of Obscure.
Right, Obscure, I like his game plan, though. You know, he's constantly, constantly going for these low attacks. I feel like it's what he has to do, you know? Oh, no. He might be dead here.
Did he?
The walls might save him. Oh, he's dead.
Ow!
Oh, he's dead.
Look at that death animation.
Ouch.
She went flying into the wall. That was pretty funny.
Anyways, 2 rounds straight for Joey Fury here, looking to tie things up, and a nice big throw here from Obscure. Able to get the aerial rocket punch here. Yeah, Marduk should not be able to duck under that, by the way. He's a big boy. Big counter hit, follow up. Does not get the juggle that he wanted. Slightly off axis, of course. Nice delay. Oh, he ducked it.
Got a lot of ground to make up. He can't lose much more health before being put in a very tough situation. But for now, he's all right. He's got the wall. He's got rage. He's got a lot working for him.
Wow. Oh, that could be bad. Oh, that could be bad.
Nice patience. We've seen Obscure hit a lot of people with that back turn.
What is he doing?
Dude,
I think that was a bad VTS cat. So he won probably VTS 1+2, and he did it way too fast.
Yeah. Very uncharacteristic of Joey. But he's still sitting with a lead. He's all right. He's getting these low parries in, though, in game number 2.
Man, that could have been the best Stylone ever, but unfortunately not able to pull it out. What's the mix-up here? He goes for the wall standing 3 this time, or the VTS 3. Chopping away. Good stuff here from Obscure. Obscure with the lead in the round right now. And he goes for the corner one more time. You gotta watch out tackles. I feel the drive hasn't come into play yet either.
Not yet. All he needs is one, though.
Oh, the power crush from the shoulder tackle. Oh, this could be
Joey,
big.
he missed the opportunity to
he's
kill.
dead.
He'll get it right here.
Never mind. He didn't even need to do it. And he decharges just to make sure all 4 buttons are working. I don't think that's disrespect at all.
That one was intentional. I think
he
the reason
wants
why
to make sure they work.
He probably key charged because it's likely he has his shoulder button set to both kicks and both punches, so he could really like do the tackle fast. So it was probably a situation where he pressed both triggers kind of like too quick, too closely together.
Yeah, too close to each other.
Where it registered as just one all button input. I feel like I remember him talking about that once, but one of the few drawbacks of kind of like setting your buttons to the shoulders, you haven't been doing that for many years, is kind of a new thing in Tekken 7. So a little bit of just a little slip up there for Joey, but it didn't really cost him. He still won the game.
Yeah, someone has to tell him he needs to slow it down a little bit, man. Calm down. You're the final boss.
Chill.
However, I mean, Obscure, no slouch. He already won the first game. We're now tied up here. 1 apiece in this race to 3. Obscure, if he's able to win, he will double his winnings here at the Tekken Online Challenge US East event. However, Joey Fury destined to stop him. Will he be able to do it? I feel like more often than not, the final bosses have come out on top. Will Obscure be able to, even things up? Because it's, I believe, 2-1 in favor of final bosses at this point.
And this is all just going to come down to, is Joey going to be able to win a game on a Wallace stage? Because since Obscure won that first game, and Joey takes a second, now Obscure is going to get to pick home court advantage. He's going to pick his stage. And so if Obscure picks his stage and wins, he goes up 2-1. And if Joey picks his stage and he wins, we're going to Dragon's Nest, it'll be 2-2. But what happens when Obscure goes back to Wallace stage once it's his pick, right? So Joey has to steal home court advantage, as they say in a lot of pro sports. So he has to win a game in the Wallace stage. And then it'll be, in his control. But he has to get over that hump first.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a strategic match. Again, this is probably going to be one of the most important matches. As you mentioned, talking about the home court, Obscure opting to go for the open stage here. Obviously, less damage on both sides of the coin. However, Marduk, I don't think he really needs the walls that much, right? I feel like he could tackle anywhere.
They were just like extra bonus opportunities for Joey.
Oh my gosh!
He can throw you anywhere, doesn't need a wall, he can tackle you, he can do everything. Race drive.
Nice, able to get the hit.
It's about Obscure just trying to be comfortable. He just wants to be comfortable. He wants to be in his element. He wants to have endless room to move around.
All right, nice throw break there from Joey. Obscure doing a good job here, picking his shots, but he's going to have to be careful again. Uh-oh, big launch.
Wow.
Ouch. What a punish.
Super punish.
Oh, he tried to get it, but Alisa with a quick get up.
Careful race drive.
Oh my God, she got out of that too.
That's punishable. Joey knows. Good stuff. A lot of players were not punishing, even in the top 8 there.
I mean, and he has the reach too. Marduk definitely has the reach where he's not going to miss that.
Yeah.
Definitely not going to be a distance-dependent thing.
These little things working for him. He's big, but he's got range. He's easier to hit him, but he's got that extra length on his punches, on his kicks.
Oh, he dropped it, but he doesn't matter. Reset.
American reset. Only US East, baby.
Oh, and he was able to close it out with a back 1-2 sequence. And look at that, Joey Fury 2 straight rounds here.
The charge. The BM charge. Joey's trying to get
making sure his buttons work, man. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if he does it in the middle of the match, maybe that's different. Ouch! Did you see that damage?
Yeah. You always want to break 2, but then again, you never want to get comboed. So pick your poison, right? Oh my God, Joey Fury, he's a bully right now.
Well, I thought this was home court advantage. I thought this was advantage for Obscure. What happened to the open stage?
He missed the memo. He didn't get the email that he was supposed to win when it was his turn to pick the stage, and just like that, he's gonna have to do it again. Down now in the set. Joey Fury commanding lead, like we thought. Joey Fury, he's world class. There's a difference between being a really good player that makes top 8s all the time, but then there's world class Joey Fury, TWT top 20 guy. You know what I mean? That's a different class in its own, and you gotta give that respect when you're playing. You kind of really have to play that game where you're making as little mistakes as you can. I think that's what it comes down to when you're playing those super high level matchups. Both players are going to be able to punish each other for just the littlest, the tiniest mistake. So you just want to cut down and try to limit yourself and have some discipline, pick your spots. I think Obscure just got caught out of position too many times here.
Yeah, well, I mean, that last match, I mean, that has to play into his mentality. I mean, 3 straight rounds there. Joey probably landed everything that he wanted to. I mean, it really was a matter of like, lows were working so well for Obscure, right? But every time he got low, it was either a low parry or it was a punish, and Joey wasn't having it.
I remember seeing hella ground throws that game, and I don't know what it is.
Also, the right thing OQ-wise. I mean, Joey was able to put him into the blender. He got the 1 throw in the combo, and then he rolled back, he got up, he hit him with the down forward 1, right?
So many different situations. And with Marduk, he puts you in those spots where you're not even sure that you're supposed to guess. So you might be sitting there thinking, okay, I have a little bit of time to breathe, I'm on the floor, but then he's ground throwing you. That ground throw.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing is the mix-up is going to come into play, too, because, like, let's say Obscure notices that, he's going to start getting up, and that's going to put him probably into even more mix-ups.
Joey's got something for every option. Every option that the opponent has, he has something to beat them. So as long as he can narrow down his opponent's options, maybe based on how much life he has left or what he's been going for previously, he's honing in on Obscure's tendencies when Obscure has to get off the ground. And that's where Mark really shines. When you're getting off the ground, you're like thinking so many things. There's ground throw, there's lows, there's tackles. Oh, yeah. All of those 3 things Mark is really, really good at.
And it was random select here. So we are going to the Dragon's Nest, and this is home advantage for Joey.
I don't know why.
Man. I would have picked it. I definitely would have picked it. Maybe he didn't want that same smoke. He just wanted to let fate decide. Either way.
I do that sometimes.
I feel like he was just wanting to get back into the match. He was probably hyped, but he's going to stick it to Alisa. He's going to have to stick to Alisa for the rest of the set here.
Pick up.
Oh, nice. He was able to get it. Good presence of mind here from Obscure. He should go coast to coast. Now what? Uh-oh, nice break on the balance pseudo throw.
Well, Obscure just let Joey get off the wall there. He's really afraid to pressure. He does not want to get counter-hitted. This is a strange strategy for Obscure right now, but maybe he's onto something. He's up a little bit right here, but Joey's going to have one more chance as he gets up. Nice block.
Oh, and this time he blocks it, then he goes to Valley Tudo cancel.
He tried to ground throw again.
Be careful. Oh, he went for it that time. First time we've really seen him go for it there, but Obscure, again, I believe in him. He won the tournament. He was able to really take on all comers early on. It's a matter of time. He just has to whittle away, make sure he makes the right reads. He started making some minute adjustments here in the opening round where he, started sidestepping, going for hop kicks, really trying to open up Joey Fury. But Joey Fury, the thing is, you can't let him get the initial hit. Again with the hop kick.
Just like start snowballing once he is able to touch you one time. It's Joey's style with Marduk.
Oh, nice. Up forward 4, able to beat the mix-up situation, but hey, doesn't matter. He's going to throw his body at you.
Keep out tackle. That's pretty good. People don't really use that move as Marduk.
I feel like they should, especially towards the end of the round. I mean, think of it as the same thing as using like Brian's back 4 or something like that. Your aerial, what are they going to do? They're not going to fully launch you.
I saw Korean Marduk players, namely Narakov, using that a lot back in Tekken 6, and I don't think that move has changed that much since then, so...
Ow.
It's always something to throw your opponent off with. The big punish here coming for Joey.
He wasn't ready.
He's baiting everything out right now. He's in full control.
Obscure playing maybe way too tight. He's been waiting for everything, every situation, trying to use the hop kick as like the equalizer for him, right? Oh, and he's landing it again. Other side, good position switch. I like it.
This is going to be an opportunity for Obscure. One more hit.
Oh, he went for the preemptive rage art. He's going to block.
Joey
what was that? He choked. He's choking.
Okay, he got it. Joey cracked rage art, but Obscure wasn't ready. What's going on?
There were cracks on both sides there.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened, but there was definitely an opportunity to punish there, but he was unable to do it. He's got to focus here. He's going to have an opportunity to tie it up. Obscure looking really good here with the life lead. Look at this pressure. Oh, this is big. One more hit. Uh-oh. Not for you. I didn't mean for you.
The magic pixel. There's a lot of work to be done.
Oh my gosh, he almost had him. Oh, he tried to go for the big boot, and unfortunately they traded in. Obscure tying it up. We are going to a final game here.
And now the momentum is in Obscure's favor, where Joey just lost on his favorite stage. So how is that going to play into his decision making now? When he's probably going to lock in Marduk again. Let's be real. It's a very closely contested set. If I'm Joey, I feel like I can definitely win it with Marduk. But as far as stage goes, I got pressured a lot when I'm by the wall. So do I want that Dragon's Nest again? I'm surprised that the random stage pick worked out.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, is this the long bait? Maybe Obscure really did feel more comfortable with the walls. I mean, obviously Marduk's not going to move around. There's no way he can get away and step things like Alisa's, from crouch lows, right? I mean, what is he going to do?
It's all going to come down to one game, though. So no matter what happened in those first 4 games, wipe the slate clean. Man, can Joey just steamroll like he has been, or is Obscure going to like drag his way, fight tooth and nail for this extra 500?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, either way, we are down to the final match. Good show from these players. I mean, it's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day. You know, we've been at it here for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's been fun though. It kind of flew by pretty fast. We had Leon. It was really fun, and to make time go by faster, just hanging out with friends, talking about Tekken, watching some of the matches, and it's cool to see some of our friends compete too. We're used to seeing these guys like compete offline, like at live events, but yeah, it's cool to sit back and just watch them competing online. And since online's getting better, starting with season 4, I'm wondering if these tournaments are gonna like attract more top names that are gonna be willing to compete online now.
Even with inclusion, I mean, not just with the season 4 and the the new changes, and usually that does bring in some new players or maybe players that had the game, they'll get back into it. But improved online netcode, I think that's gonna change a lot of things here.
I mean,
maybe we could have more Tekken online challenges. Who knows? But either way, we're going to a final match. It's the Forgotten Realm. Joey Fury wants the damage. He wants it.
Joey's pick. I mean, if you're gonna take him to the wall, might as well get a little extra damage on it. He's
not trying to take him to the wall. He's trying to take him to the floor. He's trying to take him downstairs. But this is going to be the final set, guys, or the final match of the day, unless we have some miraculous double KO.
Yeah.
But let's not hope for that. I don't think my young heart can take it.
Hopefully, both these guys make the most of it. I think that with the stakes as high as they are right now, they might try to take a little step back at first, see what's going to happen. I'm really interested in seeing how they both open up here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
When it's literally the last game of the day.
Fight.
Anyways, going into it right with the swing. Getting into the swing of things here. Good block there from Joey Fury. This time going to VTS1 while sending one into the tackle.
The tackles are really paying off for him right now. That's where he's getting a lot of damage.
Yeah, double VTS cancel into throw and the downstairs action. Oh man, what's he gonna do?
Mix-ups right here.
He's gonna tackle again. Oh, he went for it. He went for it. He wants the dub.
Might as well.
I mean, that's a threat, really. Oh, nice step there. Not able to get a full launch punish, though. Of course, he's fairly safe after that.
This is
he
really
can't get launched.
Scary for Joey. He's playing slow, but okay. Makes it out alive. He was letting Obscure inch in ever so closer, you know what I mean? Like to the point where just one raise drive was going to steal it for Obscure.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 2 rounds, 2 throws, no break. Obscure kind of like failing a little bit in his efforts to defend against Joey against Mardik.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful. He went for the big boot there, trying to get the wall.
Joey's doing those command grabs too, so you really have to break them instead of just guessing. You have to break properly instead of just pressing 1 or 2.
Oh yeah,
these are big boy throws that we're talking here.
Oh, he missed the combo follow-up, not good, and gets the wall standing 4 for his trouble. He went for the unique get up there, but again, Mardik with from crouch 1+2 able to close it out.
Very good matchup knowledge for Joey there to duck, even after getting hit with a down 4. Most players will probably just hold back there.
And it's looking really good. This time does not want it. Not this time of day. Not taking the throw. All right. Oh, and he threw back.
God.
This is big. This is big because we might go downstairs now.
So many throws, Mark.
What's he gonna do here? This is a reset situation. Oh my gosh! Punish.
Yep.
Nice.
Joey knows. Joey knows. He's gonna throw here. Ah!
Oh, it's gonna be close to being it. He can get him here. What's gonna happen? Oh, and the tackle, 1 mix-up. You better guess right. Oh, and he hit him with the double, and that's gonna be it. Final boss, Joey Fury takes it over NG Obscure, and he's able to hold down the crown. I like it.
For the final bosses, 3-1 right now in favor of the bosses. Joey representing for the old man.
Yeah, so congratulations to Obscure. Obscure won the tournament, but he could not defeat the final boss. Joey Fury able to put him out. And, Joey Fury has an exhibition match tomorrow as well. So good luck to him, and good luck to all of our competitors tomorrow. That was good stuff all around.
Yeah, dude, we didn't even get a chance to talk about Fab versus Sonic Fox. And that was a match I'm so hyped for. Like, I'm going to be setting my alarm. I'm gonna be there when they play.
I mean, you're doing commentary. You better be ready.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I was doing commentary. That's going to be even better, dude. I totally forgot.
Best seats in the house.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'll be there.
All right, so we have our special guest from earlier today. We have Zelina Vega, Thea Trinidad, back at it. And, it's crazy that she's joining us here because I know tomorrow she has a title match. So welcome back,
Yeah, she gets to sleep, right?
Thank you. Yes, nice to be back.
Were you able to catch all the action and even the announcements prior to that?
I got to see the announcements, but look who also I have joining me.
Oh, Mr. Alistair Black, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us for all this Tekken action.
They said thank you for joining because I hear you guys in my headphones. You can't hear you too much, but they said welcome into the stream.
Thanks for having me, guys.
But yeah, we got to see it, and I'm super excited. Like, what a crazy surprise that is, and what a video that followed to show her off.
Yeah, bringing back an old school character. A lot of people, like longtime Tekken fans, are super stoked because that's one of those characters that if she's not in the game, everybody's begging for it. Everybody's asking for that character to be released, and you know, Namco, they always deliver for their fans. So here's Kunimitsu season 4. You know, I'm excited, even though I don't even play that character. Cool.
Kunimitsu is amazing though. Like I remember, like she was actually one of your favorites too, right?
Yeah, so especially like I think when's the last time she appeared? Was it 2? Was the last time she was in?
What was the last time?
In the canon game, yeah, it was Tekken 2.
I think in the second one she appeared. But this is not the real Kunimitsu. This is the daughter of the original Kunimitsu, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
But it's cool, you know, the stripes, the mask. I always thought that she was the original one. I always thought that was Yoshimitsu's like ally. And obviously I'm a big Yoshimitsu fan, so I like Kunimitsu too. And like I think in the first one she kind of looked similar to him.
Yeah.
When he wasn't exactly this, well, what is he, like a cyborg now? Like a
cyborg
like samurai?
Yeah, he's like a cyborg ninja, space ninja.
Space ninja.
Yeah, but I thought it was cool. Like I think Yoshimitsu still, from the first till even this one, still one of my favorites. And I think I remember talking to you about like, where is Kunimitsu? And
yeah. And now here she is. We're excited, super excited. She looks badass.
Gameplay.
Well, a gift, of course, from the Tekken project team bringing back Kunimitsu. Hopefully, Alistair is also able to play. You think you'll cosplay as Kunimitsu? Ninjas are always cool.
Absolutely, I'll cosplay as her for sure. I'm already like looking at pieces. And I'm like, okay, all right, gotta see how I can swing that.
Nice. So yeah, we just had a fun-filled Tekken day. Again, I know you joined in and joined us throughout the entire weekend. You have a match tomorrow. I mean, I gotta wish you good luck. And there's I'm sure a lot going on in your mind, but you're here spending time playing and enjoying some Tekken with us. So anything that you're looking forward to for season 4, other than maybe Kunimitsu?
I think the new stage looks really cool too. I mean, Kunimitsu, I think definitely takes the cake for me as far as like I want to play her now. She seems like she's really fast. I mean, I talked about that earlier about like, you know, whoever's going to strike first is going to have the advantage. So she seems like she's really quick.
Super fast.
I'm looking forward to trying that because if I have a new main, then I'm excited. Again, anything to beat my brother, I'm going to try it.
There you go. And I feel like you need to touch base with Coach Anakin over here. I'm sure he'll help you get prepped so you can make sure you get that beat down. Serve to your brother the right way.
I'm gonna pop in the stream one day. If you happen to be playing Tekken, I'll put you through Tekken boot camp. We'll get you ready right in no time. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. I'm excited for that.
So we have our exhibition matches tomorrow. I know you won't be able to join us, but we have quite the arsenal of great players. And Sonic Fox, one of the players that you're obviously friends with. You've worked with them before. So do you think he'll be able? Do you think Sonic Fox will be able to win their match tomorrow?
I definitely think Sonic Fox would be able to win his match tomorrow because it's interesting because we had actually gotten to work with Sonic Fox before, and I remember thinking, wow, like this person is so talented.
He's
like,
really good.
Really talented.
Stupid good.
Yeah.
I remember sitting down with him and asked him, okay, teach me some stuff, and he's like, oh, I'll do this, and I was like,
yeah, it just makes it seem so easy.
Yeah, like I think when it comes to these kids being professional gamers, which I think is super cool nowadays. I couldn't have imagined that like 25 years ago.
Right.
What am I saying? I couldn't even imagine like when I was like really, really tiny that it was like at one point you could say, oh, I'm a professional gamer. And, it's just cool that kids now can sit at home, they get a console, they get a game, and they get so good at them that they can get like worldwide recognition. And,
in a community that accepts them.
I mean, it's no joke. It's a massive business, and it's just cool to see that all these, kids, whether they're, very, 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 extrovert, very introvert, everybody can be someone, and that's a very important message. I think that's a positivity of gaming in general, and with the game as Tekken, which is so worldwide renowned, and it's all over the world. Because even back when Sunday after wrestling training, we used to get together and we would host like little Tekken tournaments. We would like hang out, order some food, and we play Tekken. And like Tekken, it's such a it's such a thing You know what I mean? Tekken is definitely one of the biggest staples when it comes to fighting games, maybe the biggest staple of fighting games. And everybody knows what Tekken is. So for these kids to come out here and like have such a platform and just absolutely kill it, because I've been looking at some of this gameplay and I'm
insane.
like, I'm glad that I'm doing what I'm doing and that I'm decent at that. But seeing these kids just completely tear it up with combos and blocking, like it's almost like you're watching like a video game adaptation of like chess in a sense, because you have to really think about this stuff. You can't just like button bash like we do and then expect to be a winner. I mean, she wins most of the time button bashing, but and for these kids to just have that, and especially Sonic Fox, he's a prodigy. Like, it's just cool to see.
So cool. So cool.
Well, I really got to give it up. Thank you guys again for making some time. Hopefully for more Tekken Online challenges, we'll have you be able to join us, and we'll get Alistair a pair of Astro headsets so he can hear what our conversation is all about next time. But again, Thea, good luck tomorrow. Before you go, is there anything that you want to say to the Tekken fans? Or maybe Alistair, is there anything you guys want to say to the Tekken fans?
Well, I will start. First of all, thank you guys for having me and just letting me be a part of this. And it's something that I've loved since I was a kid. So it's super cool for me now to be a part of it. And, even tying wrestling into it, everything, we talked about King, obviously. And it's really, really cool. And to all of everybody, like the Tekken community, thank you guys. And we're going to be doing some Tekken talks after this too. So, I mean, it's going to be really soon that I'm going to need your help, Anakin, so I appreciate that.
Ready.
Aiden on YouTube. Come join us at any point. And if you want to say anything last to close that out.
Well, obviously, I just sneaked into the stream because I wanted to see what it was all about. Fan of Tekken, big fan of the video games. Other than that, come hang out with us, come talk. Video games is a big part of, not only what we do on Twitch, but also what we do in our private lives. And it's just cool that we get to combine that. And we're talking about it when this collaboration first came to be. We were like, wow, Tekken wants to do this with us, which is
so cool.
Quite mind blowing. Again, talking about back in the Netherlands, back in Amsterdam, where we would play Tekken, to now being on Twitch with people from Tekken doing this. It's it's insane, and it's all because of the gaming community. It's all because of us bringing us together, and it doesn't matter where in the world you are, you're involved, and that's I think that's the best message that you can send out there, and it's really cool to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Great words, and what a great message to send to everybody that's watching, and I'm sure the Tekken fans appreciate you guys. Again, Thea, tomorrow, good luck with your championship match. We'll be cheering for you. And Anakin, I got to give it up to you as well. Anakin, thank you for joining for guest commentary. We'll see you tomorrow, Anakin. But Thea, good luck tomorrow. You're off the hook for tomorrow. And I guess that's it for our Tekken Online Challenge Open Tournament Day. We will see you guys next time. Everybody wave to the camera as we say goodbye and good night.
Peace, good night.
Bye.
Bandai Namco